Welcome to the sparkling shores of southern Portugal, where the Atlantic breeze carries the scent of grilled sardines and the roar of motorsport history echoes through the Algarve hills. This is Portimao, a town where golden beaches meets adrenaline dreams as the tempo never drops below full throttle. From the sun-drenched marina to the sweeping corners of the Kartódromo Internacional do Algarve, Portimao has it all. Charm, challenge, and a whole lot of character. And this weekend, it plays host to round 2 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Year of opening, 2010 event record set by Christian Costoya in time qualifying with a 55.617. No one has dipped below that one, but that has been a challenge as the conditions so far this weekend have been, well, pretty miserable. But let's take a closer look at the circuit itself. 192 metres down that start-finish straight. It then extends down in towards turn number 2 with another 152 metres straight. It's then 1,531 metres in total track length, 8 to 10 metres wide, with an elevation change of around 5 or so metres around the entirety of the circuit. And each one of those corners out there provides its own unique challenges because there are many of them, 17 in total. 10 to the right, 7 to the left, and that does include the one hairpin out there at turn number 5. They are all demanding in their own right, but many of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turn 3, turn 5, 8, 13, 14, 16, even in towards turn 17 as well, back onto that start-finish straight. But that tops out with the top speed as well, because they reach that down in towards turn at number 2, reaching around about 140 kilometers an hour in the dry conditions, averaging around 100 because it is a fast-flowing, demanding circuit here in the south of Portugal. As once more, over the course of this weekend, the sun is in and out behind the clouds. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box for your viewing and listening delectation this weekend. Nicole, the weather has been the main talking point over the course of this weekend. The sun is shining once more. It looks lovely on the cameras, but trust me, ladies and gentlemen, it certainly isn't a nice day out there.
Absolutely not. We've just had such a heavy shower of rain out there, and now it's looking really dark out of the commentary box window. Some really grey skies out there. Busy day for the drivers and the mechanics yesterday, having to deal with similar weather conditions. It was heavy rain, and then it dried up. All was going on. For the first time this weekend then for racing, we will have our Academy Seniors out there for Heat 1. Academy Senior, new concept to the 2025 season. The first time we're seeing the FIA Academy have a senior group out there. There on your screens, though, is the first driver to make history within this category. It's Mio Uller, who put it on pole position yesterday, the 418 of Sweden.
Yes, indeed. Sweden on top in the first ever senior category of the Academy Trophy for the FIA Karting League. And we did catch up with Mio after time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Mio Uller, pole position for your qualifying and the first senior to ever pole it in the Academy Trophy. How does that feel?
Yeah, man, feels great.
And tell me about the session out there on the circuit. What were the track conditions like? What was it like when you were driving around?
Yeah, I mean, it was wet all the time. We didn't have the speed in the first couple laps, but then, yeah, tire pressure was right, and last lap, I think I got it.
And the Academy Trophy is a great concept. What's it like to be here in Portugal representing your country?
Yeah, it's nice. It's a good event, I think.
And Mio, tell me, what have you thought about the competition so far? What do you think of the drivers around you?
Yeah, I think they are fair, obviously, but yeah, all right.
Well, great to hear from you, Mio, the first senior to ever pole it in the Academy Trophy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, good to chat there to Mio Uller there, who, like you say, put it on pole position, and a happy chap out there as well. Nice big smiles, always a laugh in the paddock. But not alone on that front row of the grid. Devin Haglin of the Netherlands will also be joining on the front row of the grid. And if you are watching and you're thinking, karting, I thought we were watching, you know, the FIA, the OK, the OKJ categories. Well, the Academy Trophy from the FIA, great opportunity for some unknown drivers, relatively unknown drivers. Some in their home countries have raced many times, but for a lot of them, they've not raced on the international scene. It's to give them that opportunity to race amongst themselves, really showcase who has got some secret hidden talent out there. Of course, all the chassis provided by the OTK group, the Esprit chassis being used, tyres, of course, by Maxi with the Vortex OK engines that are out there as well. It is the full package that they have got out there of, just to really showcase. Everyone's on the same equipment. They can't really do much to the kart at all. It's got to stay pretty much stock out there. But, it really will showcase the best of these drivers of who could potentially move up the ranks in the world, who wouldn't have had that opportunity in previous times.
Yeah, absolutely, Anthony. All these drivers, like you said, in the same machinery. They're sat in an Esprit kart with the Vortex engine bolted to them. And like you just said, all of these drivers have been put forward by their national governing bodies to represent their country in this championship at this event. So, like you said, hidden talent within there. You've got so many kind of unknown names, but have come here today to Portimao to really show what they're made of.
And before, it was originally only for the junior category, because you have to remember that the FIA Academy Trophy has been out there for many a year, but for the junior categories, the first year and the first ever time we're going to see a senior class out there for it, and they will be conjoined with the juniors, who will be racing, of course, this year alongside with the KZ categories. There are some of the hard-working marshals over the course of this weekend, and some of the media crew that are out there as well. They're battling the conditions. You can see it is windy, and then occasionally it is sunny. And then on other occasions,
it rains.
Very rainy as well. And it's a mixture of all three of those that we have for conditions over the course of this weekend. But you can imagine tension starting to rise just a little bit, because now this is the first time we're going to see these group of drivers out on track in a racing situation. They had time qualifying yesterday, relatively calm qualifying for them. They all did their own thing, effectively. They spread out along the circuit, no real dramas at all. And we did see those times come in. The field was relatively spread out, was challenging conditions for them out there. They were on a wet track, and again, for some drivers, just those little unknowns. Now, I am seeing one kart and one driver being dragged off the grid here now. I can't see the kart number outside my commentary box, but one driver is having some dramas out there. We'll try and figure out who that is in a moment's time. But you can see them all lined up, ready to go for this one as the sun is shining down. And let's just give you an idea of, who we've got here, because we've got drivers from 35 different nations, 36 drivers, 2 drivers representing the Netherlands. Devin Hagler being one of them, who's on the front row of the grid for this one. And then you've also got Ava Donaldson, who is being supported by the FIA in the women's program. So, really good to see that one. That was announced earlier on, of course, with the juniors as well with that. But we've got drivers in the likes of Arthur Huang from Belgium, raced a lot in the Benelux region, of course, in Belgium, everything like that. In other classes, you've got the likes of Neil Russell as well. He only started racing back down 23, so again, relatively new name in the world of karting, but really stretching his legs and seeing what he can do in this as well. Philip Lenk is another driver who's raced a lot in other categories and has come backwards on this one, and now stepping into the international scene. And then you go from all over the world on this one. You then go to Annabelle Kennedy from Australia. First time overseas, so first time traveling away from Australia. Has had great successes in Australia as well in KA3 Junior and Seniors, come away with some podiums in the Australian Kart Championships as well. I think in the pink plate, I think they run out there as well. So again, some very interesting results that you've seen out there. Another name, Italy, Riccardo Ferrari, very popular name in the world of karting as well around Europe, and again, really stepping on to that international scene here in the FIA karting paddock. I could go on and on. There's talent from all over the world in their own respective classes, but this is the first time we're seeing them all come together on this international scene. And already, well, we're going to see a little bit of dramas here because some of those karts aren't firing up. And, well, as you can imagine, they're going to have to...
Simon Barbarella, I think that is.
Yeah.
And Harrison Whittaker looks like he's struggling there as well.
And all the meanwhile, all they've done there is push them and move them over the white line there. So that's going to be an interesting one to try and deal with. So as there's a little bit of drama at the start of this one, because, of course, a lot of these drivers, they've not raced these OK engines before. They are tricky to start. You know, you have the compression valve on there as well. The main thing that drivers think to do if they don't hear it go is they try to go full throttle. That's not what you should do because then that just, well, it chokes it out basically. So they are tricky to start. They have all got started now, which is good to see. So let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then for the first race of, well, ever for the Academy Senior Group in FIA Karting. It is Mio Aller on pole position, joined by Devin Haglin of the Netherlands. Yazuki Sato of Japan and Simon Barbarella of Argentina go from row 2. They'll have Neil Russell of Switzerland and Wojciech Woda of Poland on row number 3. Harrison Whitcomb from the United Kingdom starts alongside Italy's Riccardo Ferrari. They'll have Arthur Huang and Etis Bericini on row number 5. Amador Martinez and Simas Machuska on row 6. They'll have Rodion Urianov and Philippe Lenk on row number 7. Joachim Asland and Augustin Saploveda on row 8. They'll have Nicholas Vine and Damien Baez on row number 9.
The second part of your grid includes Siri Konsiri and Jotam Rosenberg on row number 10. On 11, we have Jules Avril with Georgi Samalashvili, and on 12, we have Ava Dorritson with Donat Nometsvoci. Going from 13 is Queensland's Annabelle Kennedy with Vasilis Malamis, and from 14, we have Otto Sakala of Finland with Kimi Ray. From 15, we have Juhao Shi and Gianna Pascal of South Africa. 16 is Mircea Macru Hatru and Andrea Dakin. 17 is Bastian Ottensummer with Nick Skulak. And rounding out your grid of 28 karts for the first race in our Academy Senior for 2025 is Evel Perez and Daniel Gardella.
Indeed, packed grid, 36 drivers from 35 different nations. There is Nigel Edwards on the circuit, overseeing a driver who has unfortunately fallen off the circuit.
That's
there.
Annabelle Kennedy, I think, Anthony.
It is indeed, possibly, yet the driver of the 413, you are correct. Australia's hopes there. In the first race is going to try and get this restarted. Luckily, it is downhill here. That will help out, but starting one of these karts, even when you're an experienced driver in these karts themselves, you know, is a challenge. And unfortunately for her, she's not got it going. She was on the wrong side of the kart there. She needed to have lifted that compression valve to try and help it get started. We are going round again. It is a false start. But these are those things that we're talking about. You've got drivers who are new to these sort of engines. They don't know the ins and outs of fully how they operate. And unfortunately for Annabelle Kennedy, out of that first race.
Annabelle trying to restart that kart as well. It's wet and slippy conditions out there, which definitely does not help when you're trying to push something that is that heavy. Yeah,
indeed. Speaking to the entirety of this grid, it amazes me about how many new elements there are to the entirety of it. You've got drivers who have never been out of their home country before, so it's their first time in Portugal. For some of them, it's their first time here at this very circuit. It's their first time racing on an OTK chassis. It's their first time racing with an OK engine. You know, there's so many new variables out there for these drivers. So you can imagine it's going to be a bit of a complete unknown in the Senior Trophy Academy.
Absolutely, and within this group of drivers then, they're very fixed on what they can do setup-wise. They're limited to how much they can change on the kart. They're only given so many sprockets. There's no rear axle changes, so that plays into things. These drivers, probably when they race in their home nations or in other places in Europe, they're used to being able to have unlimited levels of setup change, but within this, they can only do so much. That comes into it then. There on your screen is Annabelle Kennedy, who is out of this race before it's even started. She will not get to go round, but coming round the final two corners to head into this first race is being led by Mio Uller. For the first time, are we going to go racing? False start previously, but as they head out of turn number 17, are we going to go?
Let's find out. Into those tram lines, lights at the ready, lights go out. We are racing for the first time in the Academy Senior Trophy. Let's go racing down in towards turn number 1, and it's a solid start from the field. It's going to take us a while to find out who these karts are, because they're all identical out there. And unfortunately, after we saw those moments at the start of the race, the driver of the number 412, Harrison Whittingham for the United Kingdom, under investigation for assistance over that white line. There you can see off the track is the 428. That is Nick Stulats from the likes of Slovenia, but he is out of this race. He's going to try and get it restarted. I think he's had the one attempt to do it. It is slowly coming into life, but it's not there. Bulbarella also getting assistance after the white line. Action in the race, though. Nicole, what's happening?
Yuzuki Sato overtook our race, our pole sitter Mia Ula, who just fell off the circuit going through turns 8 and 9. He's now dropped back into about 4th position and is struggling as they head out of turns 13 and 14. But your race leader currently looks like it is Yuzuki Sato, and has got a comfortable lead there heading out of turn number 17. We'll take you through our full lineup as they head under the start-finish gantry, but you can see how much these drivers are struggling with those conditions, especially out of the final sector. So it is Yuzuki Sato that leads the way from Amador Martinez. Devon Hagelin is in 3rd, and Mia Ula has dropped down then into 4th position. Big movers so far within this one is Augustin Sepulveda, jumped up 7 places by 9th, and drivers that join Annabelle Kennedy, who have dropped down the order, include Nick Skulak and Yu Haoshi.
Yeah, indeed. So a couple of drivers already out of this one, as we're already side by side here. Here's Riccardo Ferrari making his way through past Mia Ula as well. So Mia Ula may have been quick in qualifying, but that pace seemingly overnight has just dropped away in these racing conditions. But again, the starts of these races are a handful. So much happens. It's all about how you position the kart, where you position the kart in these early stages, and you can just imagine just getting to grips with it, because, like I say, so many of these drivers, this will be their first actual race here. Like you were saying, big movers out there on the circuit, where you're seeing the likes of Amador Martinez with a great drive. 9 places gained, is currently circulating in 2nd place with some 2.5 seconds off the race lead. As eyes on this one, Mia Ula again trying to battle away with Augustin Sepulveda, who is on a massive charge through this field. There is Sepulveda on the 425, now going backwards into 7th, but eyes on the front runners there, Wojciech Woda and Riccardo Ferrari, very close on circuit as they fight for 3rd place.
Nicholas Vine pulling some tricks out the hat earlier on in this race then. He's gone up by 9 places within these early stages. We've got a change then for 3rd position between Riccardo Ferrari and Wojciech Woda, battling away there at the sharp end of the field. But we were just saying about Vine, KZ2 driver in his home country, so has come into the OK category for the first time. Very different from that KZ2 racing, but is clearly out there and is putting in some quick lap times, has some good pace. Probably shows, you know, how difficult it is to drive a KZ2 kart, how difficult it is to drive an OK, especially in conditions such as these.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll keep a very close eye on that progression as they go through. But once more, you can see how quickly they're closing in here on the likes of Amador Martinez from Colombia. The driver currently circulating in 2nd place, who's got a place of 9 places gained, is going to be under pressure here from the drivers behind. Italy's hopes and dreams there with Riccardo Ferrari, certainly looking very strong in the early stages of this race with those 5 places gained. But like we're saying, Yuzuki Sato of Japan has just had an absolutely storming start in this one, and is now clear by 3.1 seconds from the rest of the field, as you can see them heading down the hill. But again, like you were calling it there, Nicholas Vine, very quick lap time there, 1:13.933, is making his way through the field. 11 places gained, is behind the pole sitter from the start of this race, and you can see them just in the background of this shot. But I still focus on those drivers. There they are on your screen now coming through. You can see how close they are. Ula is under pressure from Vine, who is going to try and get that kart down the inside. Now, all of these karts, of course, are identical as much as they possibly can be. Of course, like we're saying, the little things they can change out there won't make too much difference. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. Now, Sakala there from Finland under investigation for potentially causing a collision. So, again, it's been a bit of a dramatic start to this race. We saw some big moments in the early stages where we lost a handful of drivers, as well as a lot of drivers here, Nicole, have had, spells where they've gone backwards. But looking in the mid-pack there, you still got some really big movers in the field.
Yeah, absolutely do. And we saw drama before the drivers even got off the grid. We saw the likes of Harrison Whitcomb, who sat there in 16th position and is under investigation, struggled to get off the grid. I believe somebody who was struggling at the start and actually moved the car off the grid was Georgi Samalashvili. He's out of this race now. But that driver we were talking about right at the very start of the stream, who had pulled off the grid, I believe was Georgie, but like I said, within this race, tumbled down the order and is out. Battle rages on though between the two drivers on your screen, the 417 and the 418 of Mio Uller, and I believe that is Nicholas Vine.
Yep.
Really pushing round these corners then. Mio Uller looks a little bit more settled compared to what he was earlier on. It just kind of looked like he lost his head in the first couple of laps after losing that race lead. But Vine really pushing there, and Mio Uller is aware that he is right on his tail, looks behind him just to see what that gap was. The gap between these two drivers then as they head under the start-finish gantry in
is
5th
nothing.
and 6th. Nothing between the two.
Exactly.
No room to breathe.
No, you can see it there. This is Sweden versus Denmark on your screens, and he's going to try and go down the inside. Does Vine, but it's not going to work out for him. And Uller just slams that door closed. Now keep an eye on that graphic up in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Riccardo Ferrari setting the fastest lap of the race. That over 3-second gap, Nicole, has been whittled down now to 1.8 seconds. It's still fairly open between the two of them, but something tells me that Yuzuki Sato of Japan might have to say hello to Italy's Riccardo Ferrari. Someone else who's saying hello to each other is these two drivers here. Sweden and Denmark still absolutely at it. Mio Uller and Nicholas Vine are absolutely neck and neck throughout this lap, tripping over each other, overtakes left, right and centre, but now they have settled down, and Vine seems to have found his pace here. Don't forget, he is up in this race. 11 places he's gained, but the higher up the order you get, Nicole, the harder it gets to overtake.
Absolutely. Riccardo Ferrari then, your driver from just outside Bologna in Italy, pushing so hard in this second half of the race. Like you said, Anthony, has almost halved that gap that Yuzuki had pushed away from. Last lap was, 2/10 faster than Yuzuki, really going for it within this one. I'd be interested to see if he can push even more and try and reduce that 1.7 gap that the race leader has pulled. But Ferrari then, first appearance within the OK category. He said to me earlier on he's got not too big expectations for himself within this race so far. He's having a good run of things. Gap continues to be 1.7 seconds between the two though. Ferrari started 8th, sat there in second position to, gain 6 places and keep continuing to push, maximise what he's getting out of the tyre is a good start to today's racing.
It certainly is so indeed. And as we're on lap number 7 of this race, still a few to go. Ferrari is closing in. 1.3 seconds was the gap through the last timing beam. What will it be as they cross over the start-finish line? Down now to still 1.3 actually, so not gaining any time on that last sector. But Ferrari certainly looking very strong in this second half of the race. We will keep a close eye on that battle. Still overtakes happening in the background. This is a good little fight that we are seeing here between the drivers racing all the way down a little further in the order. Wojciech Woda trying to deal with this one, and the driver from Poland having to deal with the likes of Amador Martinez. Vine has got past Uller as well, so Uller's gone backwards. He's at the back of this train now. Vine now is trying to close in on the likes of Martinez. But the driver from Colombia still holding on to his nerve here, or is he? Because he's left the door open at turn 8 and 9, but he is going to defend that one, but right round the outside will go Nicholas Vine, and now Uller will go down the inside, so Martinez trying to hold on to that one spot, nearly ends up losing 2 spots there in the space of sector 2 alone, but is doing a brilliant job of holding his nerve now as they head back up the hill. That's really good from Vine. Now he can try and close in on Wojciech Woda, who is only a few kart lengths further up the road, so we might still see a change for third place here. But as they head across the line, we go on to lap number 9 of this race, and still that gap between Sato and Ferrari remains at 1.2, so that seems to have simmered down now from Ferrari, so we'll keep an eye on the rest of the order on this one. And I want to just throw it out there, Nicole, he is under investigation, of course, for that start of the race, but United Kingdom's Harrison Whittingham, fastest driver out on circuit, 1:12.870.
Change again then for 4th position, because Mio Uller has overtaken Nicholas Vine heading out of the first sector. Mio Uller previously tried to get the move done, but looked like he just rolled off the brake, couldn't stop the kart, overshot it, and that's how Vine previously passed him back. But Mio Uller there has promoted himself up the order once again, is now in 4th ahead of Vine. Vine, though, we can't take away the performance that he's had within this race. 13 places gained.
Yep, indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on this one because he is fighting nicely through this field. But you can't just all put it on this one, because you have to look to Bastian Ottenshammer as well of Austria. 16 places gained so far in this one. Kimi Räikkönen as well, 12 places gained. You've got Mircea Marco Patru, who's gained 11 places, and Andrei Adekin, also 10 places gained. So there's been some big movers throughout this field. We have lost a couple more drivers in this race. Philip Lenk is out of the race, and Joachim Askeland also out of the race, with Whittingham continuing to set those fastest laps. Right, we'll turn our attention back to this battle, because this is the fight for the lead. Riccardo Ferrari right on the rear bumper now of Japan's Yuzuki Sato, and that closed in dramatically quick. There was a couple of laps where there was no real change within the gaps between these two, but now you're just seeing the two different racing lines, big open space on the inside, and he has done it. Riccardo Ferrari has got through, and Sato there just leaving that door too open for a chance to go down the inside. But let's see if he can bring it back. I don't think he'll be able to, because here comes the checkered flag. Italy on top in the first race ahead of Japan. It's Riccardo Ferrari and Yuzuki Sato. 1-2. Wojciech Woda of Poland takes third place ahead of Nicholas Vine, who gained 13 places to finish in P4. Mio Uller, the pole sitter from qualifying of Sweden, can only best a P5 finish in that one ahead of Amador Martinez. Devin Haglin, Augustin Sepulveda, Harrison Whittingham, Arthur Huang round out the top 10 as they'll make their way back to Parc Fermé. In terms of a first opening race there, Nicole, that had everything for the Academy Trophy Senior class. Overtakes for the lead on the last lap. Brilliant pushes through the field. Drama at the beginning. It had everything you want from a race.
Absolutely. We said at the start, this category is about finding those hidden talents. And I think for their first showing, they definitely did that first thing this morning here in Portimao.
They certainly did. Well, they'll make their way back to Parc Fermé. Let's have a look at the full results at the end of that race. The top 10 we have gone over. Neil Russell, tough start for him, 11th place in that one. Simas Bachuska does claim a P12. Jotam Rosenberg, Jules Avril and Kimi Räikkönen round out the top 15 after a big gain of places. Bastian Ottenshammer and Simon Bulbarella finish in the top 17. Sirikong Siri finishing in 18th place. Atis Barici finishing in 19th from Andrei Adekim. Edward Dorrington from Valerius Malamis in 22nd place. Patru in 23rd from Urianov. Baez from Pascal. Then you have the likes of Nepet Wojci finishing in 27th place. Gardella from Perez. Sulak from Sakala rounding out the 31 finishers in that one. The retirements, Philip Leck, Joachim Askeland, Georgi Samasvili, Annabelle Kennedy and Yu Xiaoqi. Now, nose cones is a factor in this, of course. A drop nose cone from contact out there will result in a post-race 5-second time penalty. And looking at some of those, they had some feisty races out there. And let's see the highlights on that one. Nicole, the start here, a little bit shaky for some of the drivers leaving The pre-grid engines not really firing up, drivers being out of positions, but at the start of the race, it was relatively calm for the field.
Well, it was calm until they got to the second corner, where some drivers we lost here in this section of the track. That was the 428 was out of the race after the first opening stage. Mia Uller, though, had a stellar beginning, but this was the point where he lost that race lead and he just started to tumble back down the order after this point.
Yeah, indeed, but it's always the start of the races where drivers can very easily get tripped over each other. There you can see that lead change. Japan's Yuzuki Sato getting that move done all the way around the outside, going up the hill. It's an incredibly brave move, and you could just see it didn't really work out in that first opening stage, and then blink and you'd have missed it, because later on the lap certainly found his way through. Mia Uller then after that overtake just got swamped down into the field, as you saw the likes of Wojciech Woda absolutely trying to send it round the outside there on the dirty part of the track. It was so dirty, it was actually not the track he was driving on, but certainly found his way back onto the tarmac after running wide on the exit of turn 10. But all the way throughout that one, big moments for so many of the drivers, for some of them pushing through the field, like we're saying, Bastian Ottenshammer, big charge through the field in this one, gaining those overtakes left, right and centre. But it was all that sort of top battle that we're seeing. Then it got to the charge from Riccardo Ferrari. This was a super impressive drive, right down in that order. Found the pace, just looked so much more comfortable on that Esprit chassis, just pushing through the field.
Absolutely, and on a charge as well was Nicholas Vine, the 417, really pushed through the field nicely, gained 13 positions within the race, really applied some of that KZ2 strength to this racing, strong driver so far. You watch him make those overtakes, really doesn't think twice about it, really confident, really goes in on the drivers ahead and gets those moves done.
Yeah, again, and it just showcases the sort of different skill levels still that you have out here. Some drivers, again, they're all fresh on the international scene, but a lot of drivers in their home nations may have just that little bit more experience of racing than some others. There are some relatively new drivers to racing out there. Some of them have only been racing for the last couple of years, so they haven't had that experience through minis, juniors, everything. They've just been thrown in at the deep end racing in that senior category. So really good to see. This was the moment that we saw the change for the lead. Riccardo Ferrari of Italy on the last lap of the race, getting past Yuzuki Sato to claim that first win. You can see there Sato just saying, that was a close race. I had the lead for nearly all of it, and then that final sector just making that mistake and running slightly wide down the bottom of the circuit. But it's easily done, and we will see those academies out later on today. They will have one more qualifying heat today. That will be out at 20 past 2, around 25 minutes past 2 local time here in Portugal, so make sure you set your alarms with that one. But we turn our attention now to the main classes, the junior category out there, and we caught up with the likes of Eli Christian of Canada, who was second fastest at the end of time qualifying.
Ili, it's polling group. Tell me about the track conditions out there. What was it like when it started to dry?
First laps was very slidey and there was no grip, but once I think 3 minutes passed, the track became pretty good. There was still a few corners which have a little bit of water, but it's starting to become better, the track.
And I know that when we spoke earlier on in the weekend, you said you've had limited testing here in the wet. Were you actually quite glad when it started to dry out?
Yeah, in the morning we weren't that bad in the wet, but I think still we have more pace on the dry, but I think hopefully it's going to be dry all weekend, but we'll see.
And you're looking like a contender within this championship. You've got some great pace, you've got some great experience. Tell me about how you're feeling here at the second round. Do you like the track? What do you think of it?
I think this is one of my favorite tracks. I was here when I was small, and I think we can do a good weekend, and I'm happy that we're racing on this track.
Well, great to hear from you, Ili, polling group.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Christian of Canada, who starts this one on pole position. He'll be joined by America's Michael McGoy on the front row of that grid, both of them with very similar race results. Endo Arata of Japan, who took a qualifying win yesterday, starts it on the second row of the grid. Will be joined by Asher Osteen of the USA. Giacomo Giusto, who likes 5th place with 2 P5s for Italy, starts this one on the third row of the grid. We'll have Ennio Pizzuto, needs a good day today after a DNF in that first qualifying heat. They go from row 3. Pietro Baguti, 2 penalties to his name so far this weekend on row 4. He'll have Mariano Lopez alongside on that 4th row of the grid. Priam Bruno and Antonio Pinzoni are on row number 5. They will have Turner Brown and Devon Waltz on row 6. Alex Malota and Vanessa Shilkanen to round out the first half of the grid on row number 7.
Drivers with a long day ahead then include Maxim Bobrashov and Zhao Huzhai on row number 8. From 9 we have Roland Nagy with Theo Polakand, and from 10 we have Henry Constant Kampen, who had a DNF yesterday, with Michael Zajac. Going from 11 we have Ukraine and Poland with Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky and Zavray Dudkovsky, and from 12 we have Santiago de la Vega with Gustavo da Silva. Going from 13, we have CRG driver Mats van Rooyen with Oliver Warner, who also had a difficult day of racing yesterday. 14 is Emilia Wiszomirska with Wen Yabo. And rounding out your grid of 29 karts, after not setting a time in qualifying yesterday, is Mohamed El Bazaki.
Well, field making its way around the circuit now. There's a look at your intermediate classification. It is currently the driver of Japan, Endo Arata, who is leading the points charge right now. 94 points. To his name from Will Green's 88, and you can see how close it is there further down the order. But, like you say, this day will change that. It will affect how these drivers go, and at the end of the day, of course, we'll find out who will be claiming 25 championship points for the leader of the intermediate classification at the end of the day. Drivers making around the penultimate corner on the circuit, a little bit out of sorts here, dramatically different positioning of karts, and well, I'm curious to see if this one's going to be going. Oh, that's a nice deployment there from Eli Christian to get started. It's a beautiful start there from the Canadian on the power at the perfect moment to get himself alongside the likes of Michael McGoy, but he streaks into the lead as he holds on to that top place spot. Down in towards turn number 3, it's a bit of pandemonium down there, multiple karts involved in an incident. We'll try and file through who those drivers are, but meanwhile at the front, it is Christian who leads the way. Drivers involved in that one, Maxim Bobrashov, Zhang Jose, Roland Nagy, they're all out of this race, and Michael Zajac is out, and Zavray Dudkovsky also out of this race. And the Ricky Flynn team had a drama yesterday when 3 drivers went off at turn number 2 in one of their races. They got another drama today where another 2 of them are off at turn number 2. But eyes on this one. Solid start for the field here, Nicole, but crucially, Eli Christian has not broken away. He's under immense pressure on the field.
Absolutely not. It was a stunning start from Eli then as they headed out of the last corner on the first lap. Really caught USA's Michael McGoy half asleep, but Michael has got some fire in his belly there because he's still in the fight, sat there in P3 as they head out of turn number 1 and back down towards turn number 2. It's our top 3 though who have broken away from the second part of our field early on within this race. Christian, Endo and McGoy, just battling away there amongst themselves. Not really any changes for the lead just yet. It doesn't look like McGoy's had a look on the 2-2-4, but there he is. Watch what Endo Arata does to Eli Christian as they head into turn number 8 and 9. Is he going to have a look? Not just yet. As they head up the hill then, Christian still looking very settled within this. Very impressive race start by Eli Christian as they headed out. Probably learnt from the challenges that yesterday's racing had. We had, a smattering of false starts, and I'd really say some of these drivers have looked at that and developed their tactics for today. Tactics have changed though between these top 3 because Michael McGoy has overtaken Endo Arata for that 3rd position spot. So it is now Eli Christian from Endo Arata and Michael McGoy.
Yeah, indeed, nice change there, but it's not going to end just there, just yet, because down the inside, McGoy goes for the move on the Canadian. Christian down to P2, and he's lost out now on, the lead of this race, but maybe even a little bit more because Endo Arata right on that rear bumper, and they'll need to be even more careful because look who's closing in 4th place. You've got the likes of Pietro Baguti of Italy on that Birol ART machine who is closing in nicely, and there's the change for a second. Endo Arata gets through and just thinks, right, I can see the drivers behind her closing in. I need to get this overtake done. He's done just that. And now he can try and hunt down Michael McGoy, who has broken away now at the front and is cleared by around half a second from the rest of the field. So we'll keep a close eye on that one as the race progresses. But in the early stages of this race here, Nicole, multiple changes in that top section. And for some drivers, it's just not gone their way. For some drivers in the background, though, it has gone their way because there has been some big movers out there. Gustavo Marques de Silva of Portugal is up 10 places. Mats van Ruin as well up 10 places from further down in the order. So they're having a very strong run in this one. I'm going to keep an eye on that gap, though, here, Nicole. Michael McGoy and Endo Arata, the gap is up to over a second now as McGoy sets the fastest lap of the race with a 1:07.448 as we keep an eye on this battle for third place on our screen.
Absolutely. It's Asher Ostein that's on the charge now. He's got himself into 4th position and promotes himself once again, overtakes the 2:04 of Ilya Christian. So Asher Ostein in the Fusion kart then heading through turns 8 and 9, really pushing forward within this one. It looks like Ilya Christian has lost a bit of momentum after he lost that race lead, because now he's under pressure by Pietro Baguti for that 4th position spot. There we go there, and on your screen, Asher Ostein really just lighting things up as they head through the 2nd and 3rd sectors, looking strong on this 5th lap of racing. Eli Christian then is under pressure by the 257. Yes, he is, because he's overtaken through turn number 16, loses one more position then. Yep,
Pietro Baguti on that Birale RT, pushing through now into P4. And Christian, like you say, seems to be on that back foot out on circuit. Nice trio of karts going through there. That is just further behind Giacomo Justo, Mariano Lopez and Eni Pizzuto, who all of them need a good race in this one. Can confirm Tia Polican receiving a black flag out there. The wildcard of the 398, currently circulating in 19th place, is going to be out of this race, and we saw quite a few of them yesterday along the field. A lot of black flags going out to drivers, so quite literally the stewards and officials keeping a very close eye on everything, and that's tripping over each other. Not what you want to see at all. The two kart republics there who were fighting, Eni Pizzuto and I think Devon Waltz that was, have just tripped over each other, and they will tumble down the order. It was indeed. They crossed 11th and 12th now they are, but that's a shaky start for them, and you can see now that's just involved this huge battle further behind now in the track. You've got the Ricky Flynn there, you've got the likes of the Paralin in there as well. Priam Bruno, I think, has made a good charge in this race. As you can see, the clouds looming in the background once more. We may be dry-ish at the moment, but it's certainly not over yet, as these two absolutely side by side across the line. This is fantastic stuff from Pizzuto and Waltz.
Pizzuto then out of turn number 8 and 9. It just looked like he lost the kart slightly and slid into the likes of Waltz. Here's the race replay. We'll see what happens. So he clips the curb, just bumps the back of the 221, the Fusion kart. That front end, he just loses it, and then that brings Waltz into his side pod. We'll see it again from a different angle. There he goes. Enia just slightly goes round, and Waltz has nowhere to go other than to hit his teammate on that front left-hand side of the kart. Have continued to circulate, though, these two drivers, currently sat there in 10th and 11th. But like you said previously, Anthony, we did have a change between those two drivers in the first corner.
Oh, it's just, yeah, we certainly did. I was just noting there, I saw the Monster K kart just side its way through. That's Zlowski from Ukraine making some fabulous overtakes in that midfield sector. Here we go. Ash Osheen's closed in on Endo Arata. This is the battle for second place on your screen. And this should be an interesting one, because Osheen not afraid to go for those moves, and I don't think he's going to be afraid this time around either, because they have swapped at turn number 2. And Ash Osheen now with the fastest lap of the race of a 1:06.883. has got past Endo Arata of Japan and is now starting to close in on his fellow countryman, who is a little further up ahead. 209 of Waltz under investigation for potentially causing a collision. From what we saw in those replays there, tough call to make, but of course they've got lots more angles, have race control, so we'll keep a very close eye on those proceedings. We're nearing the end of this race here, Nicole. There's not going to be enough time for Ash Osheen to close in on McGoy, but I just want to point out the fact that that's been an astonishing race for him. Yes, okay, only 2 places gained, but he dropped back in that field. Really came back strong, though, in the second half.
Absolutely. And, you know, the gap that was pulled away from him to close that back up. Really impressive stuff. Impressive stuff, though, by Gustavo da Silva and Mats van Rooyen, who have really pushed through in this race. Da Silva up by 12 and van Rooyen up by 11. Don't count out Suslovski, though, because he's up by 8 positions in his first showing of the FIA European Championship. Here on your screen, though, that is Asher Ostein, who continues to go faster and faster, really not letting off despite it being in the dying stages of the race. You can see him just ducking his head to really try and push forward, try and close that gap up to Michael McGoy even more. We are on the final lap, so very unlikely that that gap will reduce anymore unless McGoy makes a mistake. But Asher Ostein, stellar beginning to the day here on Saturday's day of racing. McGoy, though, looks like he's heading through the third sector to be your potential race leader. Of course, a couple more corners to go, but Michael McGoy in that Koski, really strong start to the day. Took that race lead from Eli Christian, who sat there in 5th place, heading out of turns number 16 and 17 all over the rumble strip, and will meet the checkered flag as your race winner.
For the first time in the 2025 season as well, Michael McGoy for the USA claims that first qualifying heat win across the line. That's his first win of the weekend after a 2nd and a 5th yesterday. He'll be delighted with that start to his weekend. Ash Ostein in 2nd, Endo Arata 3rd from Pietro Baguti. Eli Christian, the pole sitter, dropping to P5 in that race. Will have a bit of work to do. Lopez finishing in 6th from Justo Pizzonia in 8th. Waltz in 9th, Brown rounding out the top 10. A very competitive little race in that one. But again, challenging conditions. And one thing to note out for the next one, Nicole, is these track conditions are ever changing. And I think we might see some slick tyres in that next one. Here's a look, though, at your full race results. So qualifying Heat B and F for the OK Junior category. The top 10 we have gone over. Enea Pizzuto after that moment there, dropping to 11th place. Gustavo Marques da Silva of Portugal with a great race. 12 places gained to finish in P12 ahead of Sevolado Sadlovski of Ukraine. Mats van Rooyen also with a great race. P14, 11 places gained from Vanessa Shilcaneta, Alex Malota and Henry Constant Kumpin rounding out the top 17. Prima Bruno from Wenyabu, Santiago Diaz de la Vega from Oliver Warner, Mohamed El Bazaki from Emilia Veshemirska, Zhang Jose rounding out the 24 finishers in that race. Teo Polican out of the race, a black flag to his name, I believe, for cutting the track at some point on the circuit. Maxim Bobajov out, Roland Nagy, Michael Zajac and Xavier Dukoski all out of the race. But there on your screen, Michael McGoy, tough start to the weekend, but great start to today. A win to his name. And you can see everything that is happening. Now, I am just curious about what's going to be happening on this next race. There you can see there's so many karts in that area because all these mechanics, they're bringing 2 karts in. They're bringing a dry setup and they're bringing a wet setup. That's why it's so hectic down there. Let's have a look at the highlights from this one, because initially, great start from Christian. That start, so delayed to be alongside Michael McGoy, but timed it beautifully on the power to get the run down in towards turn 1. The pole sitter holding on to the lead at the start of that one. But like I say, for Endo Arata, brilliant start as well in that lead group, followed Eli Christian along and they pushed through. There was the dramas at the start of that race where you saw the likes of Michael Zajac was one of them, Xavier Dukoski was another, Maxim Bobajov as well, I think Roland Nagy at the start of that one, all involved in that first couple of corner incident. Here was where it really started to kick off. You got the main change at the front here. Michael McGoy to the lead, not wasting any time whatsoever to get past.
No, this was the stage where things just got a bit difficult for Eli Christian once Michael McGoy had got through. Endo Arata was allowed a gap as well. He promoted himself into that 2nd position. Eli Christian then, after this point, just started to fall down the order ever so slightly. And this was the moment. This was the point that Asher Ostein, your fastest driver out on the circuit, really lit things up for the Fusion team. Overtook Eli Christian heading through turn number 7, went into 8 and 9, cool and relaxed, and really pushed away from the rest of the field. Christian then was overtaken through turn number 16 by the 257 of Pietro Baguti. Really strong things from those 2 drivers. It was drama for the 2 Kart Republic drivers of Devin Waltz and Enea Pizzuto through 8 and 9. Waltz just clipped Ennia's front end as Ennia lost it through 8 and 9 on the rear. Asher Ostein, though, continued to push forward and overtook Endo Arata really confidently. We had drivers falling off the circuit at all points of this race. Really slippy conditions out there on the circuit. Crucially, though, Michael McGoy for Koski was your race winner within that one. Driver from America, strong stuff so far this morning.
Certainly so. Well, that's the first junior race out of the way. Seniors coming up next. And dilemma, Nicole. The track is drying. However, all of the drivers have gone to slick tyres because they saw that track was drying, but it is now drizzling again. When that comes into play, usually decisions get made, and I'm not seeing any drivers in their karts at the moment. They're all out of them. Now, they have got their wet karts not far away from them. They are in the holding area behind this grid. That is not their kart, so that's the next race that's getting lined up. There has been a change out the front, of course, but you're wagging your finger around, Nicole.
Because I can see a driver missing. There is a grid spot behind, in front of a Paralin. There's no driver in there. I think that could be Thomas Pradier.
I can confirm it is Thomas Pradier because he missed the gate.
Oh.
So, yes, he's not in this one. There, though, is your pole sitter for this one. Noah Wolf, we caught up with him after qualifying, after he delivered a fantastic result.
Noah Wolf, it's a polling group, your first pole in Europe. How does it feel that I'm saying that to you?
It feels mega. The team have put so much hard work into getting me here. It's been a challenging last couple of races, but overall we've kept at it and the pace has been amazing. We've just had a bit unfortunate, but now it's all come together, and as it's raining now, it might look like a pole overall, which I'll be really, really happy with.
And tell me, Noah, the track conditions out there, it was drying out, but it did look like there was some tricky points, especially through turn 8 and 9. As a driver from Great Britain, where you have to deal with conditions like that quite a lot, did that give you extra confidence when driving around?
It helped me a little bit because I knew how to approach it, but ultimately me and my dad, since we were a kid, always loved the wet and going and racing. We never turned away, and ultimately racing as a kid in the wet always helps a lot. And yeah, it was really challenging with bits of water on the track.
And tell me then, Noah, heading into the heats, what's the mentality like? What do you know that you've got to go out there and do specifically?
Keep my nose clean, keep consistent, and ultimately do the best with what I can.
Great to hear from you, Noah, and we'll see if those track conditions, shake things up for you and get you that pole overall.
Thank you very much.
Well, good to chat there to Noah Wolf on this one. And for him, in qualifying, I think he pretty much said when he crossed the line, another one bites the dust. So I think he'll be delighted with that one. Right there, tyre pressures. That's going to be an interesting topic for this one. Last few little checks to be made because, well, this is very interesting conditions. I'm looking at everyone out there. Everyone is looking not at the track, they're looking at the sky. Every single one of those drivers on that grid is on slick tyres. You can see how wet it is in that part, in the holding bay area there. They are getting the green light. They are going on slick tyres. However, the skies did just get very dark in the last 30 seconds or so. This might be a very interesting one, and you can see off in the distance, actually, from outside the commentary box, it is raining quite profusely just over the next hill. And if that heads this direction, well, that we might be in for a spot of rain. Here we go then for the grid. Noah Wolf and Vengard Clementson, who took a superb win yesterday. Both of these drivers winning their second races. Luke Corner and Eloy Gonzalez, who needs a good day today for the Spaniard. 2 DNFs in his 2 first qualifying heats. Roman Kamiab and Jakub Kamenek go from row number 3. Boris Leisen and Filippo Sala on row 4. They'll have Marcus Schilkunas and Carl Luthard on row number 5. Nicolo Kaman, the wild card this weekend, will start alongside Peter Stiller on row number 6. Row 7 sees Gino Rocchio and Makar Savalev. Alexander Chartier is on that grid for Canada. Will be joined by home country's Maria Neto for the CRG team on row 8. Thomas Pradier missing from the grid, but he will have Bola Wet alongside on row 9.
There's places to be gained then for the following drivers, including Efim Durinov and Sonia B. From 11, we have Elliot Kaczynski with Luna Flusha, and from 12, we have Klara Kowalczyk with Jorn Helder. Going from 13, we have Jason Bralik with Vladimir Ivanikov, who had a DNF yesterday. And rounding out your grid of 28 karts is Clovis Nougare of France and Sebastian Mins of Great Britain, who needs a good one after a poor qualifying and a DNS yesterday.
It's a kind of magic when you get conditions like this, and there is the radar indicating the precipitation in the area, and well, judging by that, it feels like it's just missed us by anything, but I can see that big blob of rain that's going past the circuit. It is quite literally right in front of me outside the commentary box. The mountain that's off in the distance, the locals always say if you can see the top of that mountain, all good, no drama. We cannot see the top of that mountain. To put it into context, can't even see the bottom of that mountain. It's that cloudy and rainy over the other hill. But these drivers don't need to worry about that. There it is. They can see great work from the camera ops. That looks absolutely horrendous just over the way, but it has just glanced us. And that means that the track is still relatively mixed conditions out there. A lot of water still out on that circuit, but it is drying pretty rapidly with the sunshine that's now back out and the wind that is strong here. Let's find out what is going to be happening, because all these drivers are under pressure to wait for the lights to go out, which they don't go out. No, the lights on the gantry, they didn't go out, but there was no flashing of the yellow lights. And now I'm not sure if we are racing or not, because my timing screen doesn't get it. No, it's a false start. The yellow light has now started flashing, but Wolf is out of the race. But that's, well, okay, so this is interesting. It's a false start. The race hasn't started. So what does that mean for Wolf? Can he get that restarted, and can he ask to go back to the front? Or is that him now starting this race at the back? If he can get it started. He's downhill now. He might get the momentum. He gets the momentum. He is restarting. The pole sitter in this race, though, is in a really tough position. Here's how that happened. Oh, it's all by himself. He just ran wide.
Let's remember these drivers haven't been clipping those rumble strips because there is water on there. It just looks like he's run too much of it. It's wet, it's caught the rear end, and he's ended off up into the barrier. Just wondering, is there going to be damage to the back of that kart?
Well, he's got it fired up now, and he is rushing as quickly as he possibly can to the grid. However, it's too little too late, because there is the red line on the circuit, and from this point onwards, no overtaking is permitted. That is a disaster for the Briton, who had a brilliant qualifying yesterday and two relatively decent results with a qualifying heat win and a P7. But that now is gone. That's dissipated. So let's see what happens here then. It's your new front row. Vanguard Clementson then, who's all on his own in row number one, and Luke Cornder, who is there as well. Let's see what's happening. We are going around again for another lap. Now that does give Wolf a chance to get back up to that one, because it's now another false start. He can go over that, and already you can see him right on the right-hand side of your screen. He's going for it, and he is going to get this one started. So that is a very interesting one. There is race director Nigel Edwards, who will have started that race. And yeah, like you say, sometimes that does happen. Don't mean to alarm you as well, Nicole. I've just seen an umbrella go up right next to us in the commentary box. Has it just started raining? Oh my goodness, yes it has. The rain is falling. And this is drama at its finest, because now the entirety of this grid, and you know what, actually, with those false starts, that's really lucky for them, because if they were in full race trim going flat out in towards turn one, that could have been a disaster.
Absolutely. Can you imagine carrying all of that momentum down into turn number two and trying to turn in conditions like these and on slick tyres? It would have been absolute dramas for all the drivers out there. But we can see mechanics out of the commentary box window just heading down the grid.
Yeah, but what? No,
drivers continue to circulate, so there's no change. But
yeah, we're still racing. We're still going.
But the karts in the holding bay, those mechanics then just putting those covers over them because the rain is that heavy out there. Noah Wolf then will be your race leader heading through the final sector. We saw him fall off the track previously, has managed to pick things up and drive past the other 27 karts on the grid. Heads round then through turn number 16. Will they go out? Will the lights go out even though it is raining heavily?
It's raining heavily, but it might stop in 30 seconds, you know, and the call's been made to go racing here. We need to get on with it. So these drivers are about to go racing. Slick tyres on a wet track. Lights are out. Hold your breath. Down in towards turn number 1, and they're all over the place. Clementson sideways as they go wheel to wheel with Wolf. Wolf has the lead once more, but can he hold his breath in towards turn 2? They're all going to skate off the circuit. It was inevitable that it was going to happen, but it had to go because the rain was going to stop potentially in the next 30 seconds, and we know that the turnaround time for changing all the karts to wet tyres would have taken ages, and they just need to think we've got to get on with it. So this means now this is a true test of a driver. A wet track on slick tyres. Can any one of these drivers make it to the end?
This is going to test these drivers physically and mentally because they're going to have to push so hard, but really focusing on keeping those circuits on the corner. Turn number 2 and 3, we did lose Filippo Sala, just skated off the track. Looks like he's continuing to go round, but it looks like absolutely torrid conditions out there on this circuit. On your screens, we can see drivers just losing it everywhere. That is, I believe, Luke Corner really struggling to get it round the corners.
Look at this rain.
It is full on, Anthony. I do not envy these drivers at all.
It's absolutely terrible. The call was made to get them going because so far this weekend, it's completely understandable because, you know, the rain has been hitting the track, but it's been hitting violently for about 30, 40 seconds, and then it goes away, and then the sun's back out. That's why they've got them going. And you can see the blue sky in the background, but look at the scenes there. It's an absolute monsoon that's just hit the circuit, and it's incredible to see all these drivers on slick tyres. How on earth? Oh, Wolf's off the track. Wolf is off the track. The race leader, all on his own, has gone off, and you can see here, it's just not going well. The traction, he's still in this race. He's still there. Now, he's still going, but he did go off the circuit there. Amazingly, he's kept that engine going, but the, red flag's out. Okay, the race has been stopped. I was expecting this to happen. You know, the conditions are just not there right now. The slick tyres are out. Now the mechanics are going. Now the question that happens here, because there is, well, they've gone over a couple of laps now. It's not the opening lap. So this is going to be an interesting one to try and work out. Is this going to be a full race restart with brand new karts with those slick tyres? Or is this going to be a call it there? It won't be a call it there. We were on lap number 2 of that race. So it's not going to be a full race restart. But I think it's going to be a swaps over to the wet tyres. So we're going to have a bit of a delay here because the rain is still absolutely plummeting down on the circuit here, Nicole.
Absolutely. It looks like you'd need a boat out there to get around the track. There's that much standing water, especially down the start-finish straight, where those drivers would be putting the lock on to try and get into turn number 1. On slick tyres, it just looks impossible. Noah Wolf was completely in his own air, didn't have any spray at all, but it still just looks so difficult to deal with out there. Fell off the circuit twice within that one. Just shows how tricky these conditions are, even for drivers with that much skill and experience.
No, indeed. And you got to think right at the start and that there is a lot that's going to be happening here. That will be a conversation that you want to be a part of. But, well, what they've got now is because you've got the next race is already with wet tyres. The next race is ready with wet tyres. These drivers have got their slick tyres. We saw this at Campillos in the FIA when we had a grid, it suddenly poured down with rain. Oh, and the most unfortunate thing there is that none of these drivers have got wetsuits on. They'll be absolutely soaked through to the bone there. That is going to be not just annoying, but cold as well for them. So that's going to be really horrible to deal with. So, yeah, the next race is ready. They might switch the grids over. So this race that's out on track now, OK, qualifying heat B versus F, that might be taken off the circuit now, and they might send out the OK Junior qualifying heat C versus E, and then we'll go back to this group after that one. But you can see here the rain once more. The intensity has just increased again. This has been the longest rain shower we've actually had so far this weekend while we've been racing. And oh my, that looks absolutely dreadful out there. And of course, they will be soaked through to the bone. Those suits inhale water like anything, and that is a sad sight to see, really, isn't it? A full grid of drivers on slick tyres with rain just falling down. you know, it was said to me at the beginning of this weekend, Anthony, you looking forward to going to Portimao? Yeah, it's lovely. It's a beautiful part of the world. It's sunny, it's shiny, it'll be lovely and warmer than the UK. Can confirm it's around 25 degrees in the UK right now. And it's raining cats and dogs here in Portimao. Unbelievable scenes. Let's have a look at the start of that race, because look at that. Right at the start, this was the false start. There was Wolf going off the circuit initially under that false start. Then we started the race, and then the rain came down. And right at the beginning of this one, you could just see it was going to be a testament to who's done more sessions on a rental kart, on slick tyres on a wet track. That's going to be the true test of this one.
It was actually really impressive because, I don't know if you noticed, Anthony, Sebastian Minz, who started right at the back of the grid, gained 25 positions within 2 laps. Just shows what can be gained when the conditions out there are that tricky. Oof. I reckon he's going to be looking at this and thinking, do you know what, I wish we had carried on, because I'm currently sat in 3rd position and we've only done 2 laps. You know, Noah Wolf, though, had 2 big moments within that, went off at the start and went off after the first lap. Continued to race, but when you're out there as a previous driver, sometimes it's actually so difficult to tell how heavy the rain is because you're driving that fast. The mechanics can only signal to you too much, but when you go to the likes of turn number 1 where you're completely alone, I can imagine it's very, very difficult out there. This was the point.
Yeah.
Once again, Noah Wolf, it was down at that corner, just lost things by himself, clipped the curb, and without any grip, just slid off of the circuit. Words going on then between Minz and Filippo Sala on the start-finish straight. The karts, though, are being wheeled off there now because, like you said, Anthony, we're going to have a change just to protect the safety of those drivers, make sure they can go out on wet tyres instead.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that's a very dramatic opening start to the senior category. However, I think we'll be turning our attention to the juniors very soon because they will be, of course, switched over. They have got the wet tyres on board. However, however, you've got the likes of, you know, these sort of conditions here. You've got pools of water that are starting to form out there. So that's going to make it just that little bit more interesting for them. And I've had word that, yeah, there are some puddles starting to form at some of the lower ends of the circuit. Right, okay. I might eat my words. No, I'm not going to eat my words. This is the next group that is heading out there. So you can see that is now the juniors back out. There is Noah Baglin with his wetsuit half on at the moment. And I think he was just turning around to see what cameraman is looking at me. Well, he's on the hill, Noah. He's miles away, but it's got a good zoom on it. There it is. Perfect. Right, but they're getting themselves sorted out. But crucially here, wet tyres on boards, but it's a lot of work that they've got to do ahead of them here.
Yeah, absolutely. Not going to get as soaked as the other drivers who are just out there with no wetsuits on. Can see Noah, though, he has got wet hair because they've been stood on the grid for a little while now with those conditions really coming down.
Yeah, indeed. It's a tough one. But we caught up with Noah after time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Noah, you're the first junior pole sitter of the day. Tell me about the lap out there. Tell me about the conditions. I know it's windy. How did you deal with it?
Yeah, we did it quite good. It was drying up quite quick, and luckily I went 4 tenths quicker on my last lap. Well, I don't think a lot of people did, so it was really good, and we got the lap time.
And when you were driving round with how windy it is, could you feel it? Could you feel the toe?
Yeah, you could feel the toe. Unluckily, we didn't get the toe, but it was good, and we just put our head down and got forward with it.
You grabbed a win at the first round of the European Championships in Campillos. Would you say that win has helped you going into this weekend?
Yeah, it helped a lot with the points, and obviously we can stay calm and just go to the heats with the momentum we have, and hopefully we can win.
Well, good to chat there to Noah Baglin, who is primed and ready at the front of this grid then to get started for this race. A little sooner rather than they expected, I think, for the juniors. There is a look at that rain radar again. You can see patches of rain all over the place, but can confirm, good news, it's stopped raining now.
Classic.
Classic situation.
Did that all day yesterday.
It did. It was on and off. It was like flicking a switch, on, off, all the way throughout it. You can see now that the mountain is now in view. I can see it in the background out of the commentary box window. It looks absolutely fabulous. But again, it's the clouds behind the commentary box that I can't see. That are closing in on us here. But now, like you say, when we look to this one, Baglin, front of the grid on this one. Interesting day yesterday, from one extreme to the other. disqualified from that first qualifying heat, but then came back strong with that qualifying heat win.
I would say, fair to say, extreme in pace. Technically 2 wins, but did get that first one taken away from him after those false starts. Second heat, though, did get that race win in there. Expect to see similar things from him today with pace-wise. Really strong in wet conditions as well. World Finals last year, just outright pace in the wet. Very, very good. As is the likes of Will Green, who we can just see on the screen there, the 217. Both drivers from Great Britain. So I'd say, early career days would have learnt in those wet and challenging conditions from a country that, you have to deal with that quite a lot.
Yeah, indeed. Well, there you can see the hard-working marshals. They are out there trying to sweep away the water as much as possible. They are doing a brilliant job out there. I will stress that the marshal posts here aren't fully really protected. I think a lot of these marshals have brought their own umbrellas out there to help them out as much as possible. Yeah, you can see they're out there. They're dealing with it pretty strongly as well, so credit to them. And as well to the camera crew who are bringing you these pictures. They also just got a dousing of rain. Here we go then. Lights gone green and the whistle blows. We're going to be starting OK Junior qualifying heat C versus E. And for any viewers at home who were tuning in for the senior group B and F, do not worry. That race will be out directly after this one, and then we'll have 2 senior back-to-back races, and then we're back on schedule, back how it should be. So let's take you through then the full starting lineup for this race. Noah Baglin and Will Green starting this one on the front row of the grid. William Kalija and Dean Hugendorn. They round out row number 2. Let's see what they can do in this one. Drew Waltz and Sebastian Eskandari round out row number 3. They will have the likes of Manuel Maguez, who had an 8th and 12th yesterday for Spain, alongside Nikita Lubimov of Estonia, who also had a 3rd and 12th place. Remy Samchek and Henry Domain go from row 5. They'll have Nilas Malik and Julian Frasnelli on row number 6, with row number 7 being Mika Runitz and Valerio Villapiana. Keep an eye on the Italian, made good progress through the heats yesterday.
What can the second part of our grid do then? It will be Victor Stalmack and Jarlath Sayer on row number 8. On 9 we have Luke Tao with Juan Mateo Russo, and from 10 we have Bruno Branco in the Paralympian and Tobias Egenyi in the Kart Republic. From 11 we have Tepsa's Denny Babacek with Mercedes Manny Nuvellini, and going from 12 we have Mexico and Spain with Emiliano Hernandez and Angelina Simmons. Going from row number 13 is Juan Garciate with Felipe Sanchez. And rounding out your grid of 28 karts, we have Hungary's Marcel Zsebo with Sweden's Gregor Kallas. Oh,
I love a bit of drama to kickstart the day there. I also like a shower in the morning, but not that kind. Very interesting developments that we've had in this morning of racing. But like you say, we'll hopefully be back on schedule after the next few races. And there you can see all the hard work that water's done. Soaked the circuit as much as it possibly can. All these drivers with wet tyres on board. I think they were all hoping for a nice dry race. However, that wasn't going to be happening. This is going to be the really tricky moment because it's not only just the wet circuit that they've got, but the risk of aquaplaning here, because you look at the tarmac there, a lot of water runs down the hill from the start-finish line because it's all tarmacked at that spot and to the apex of turn number 8 and 9. So you get a lot of water runoff from the start-finish straight. Then that goes into the grass. Then it soaks through onto the other side. You get then another little river over the circuit while it goes from turn 8 all the way down to turns 13 and 14. So it is one of those moments where when you're going into that tricky section, you just need to be careful on the brakes. And crucially, it is one of the most heaviest braking zones on the circuit. You go from quite a high speed down to a low speed for that double apex. But right, here we go then. Baglin and Green on the front row of the grid here. No switching of sides. They've stayed to the same sides here of the grid. Let's see what happens then. Their first race of the day for groups C versus E. Let's see how they'll get on down at turn number 1. Into the tram lines we go. Lights go out. We are racing down it towards turn number 1. It's a good start then for the 2 front rows, but keep an eye on Green right round the outside, gets squeezed onto the grass, but amazingly keeps his foot in it and holds on to 3rd place, does not lose out on too much ground. Baglin, though, is under pressure. He's got the outer line He will have to go wheel to wheel with his fellow teammate of Dean Hoogendoorn, who goes round. The Williams Junior driver is out of this first race of the day. He will try and get that restarted, but that is a dreadful start for him. And now that's allowed Baglin and Will Green to break away at the front by quite some way.
Really strong stuff from Will Green just to keep his foot in as he got, forced out wide and off onto the rumble strip as they headed through turn number one.
He's out.
There's Dean Hoogendoorn, though. Couldn't get that Prema Williams kart restarted. He is out of this race.
There's more drama in the background as well. You've got Valerio Villapiana out of the race, the Koski Motorsport driver, who I said keep an eye on because he's been gaining good places. Unfortunately, that is commentator's curse at its finest, and unfortunately, the Italian goes no further. Eyes on this, though, here. Baglin and Green, this is a fight that I would like to see all the way to the end. Who's got the better of the racing lines in the wet conditions? Let's find out. Here comes Green, down the inside at turn one. Thank you very much. Baglin has to concede the spot, but how long will he concede it for? Because he's already looking back down the inside, but not at turn number 2 or 3.
Both drivers of a similar age then, both from Great Britain, but this is the first year that they would have really raced each other properly. They are out there, though, showing some Kart Republic magic. Will Green, though, taking turn number 5 just slightly wider than Noah Baglin, keeping that minimum speed up ever so slightly. They head down towards turn number 7 then. Will Green looking relaxed as they head through the double apex of 8 and 9. Once again, Will Green deciding to take a slightly wider line. There in the kind of mid-pack of our drivers, it's all getting a little bit busy. Busy for Julian Frasnelli then, who is now under investigation. Here we have I believe that could be Nikita Lubomov, really hustling the back of Waltz there for 4th position. Another driver under investigation then is Sejen Yi, the 227.
Yeah, indeed. Start procedure infringement. We'll keep a close eye on that one. This is all kicking off pretty nicely here. Domain at the now near back of this one. You can see Sebastian Eskandari right behind as well, who has only dropped down a couple of places in this race and is probably looking to claim those back. So we'll keep a close eye on this one. This is the Lubomov and Drew Waltz battle on your screen as they go through. We have had more dramas in this race with other drivers retiring. Juan Garciase of Paralin Motorsport team is out, and I think Nilas Malik of DPK has also had dramas on that last lap because he has just tumbled down to the back of the order and I don't think is circulating anymore. Eyes on this fight here, still in that sort of top 5 area here. Eskandari, Domain, Samchek and Sayer. They have switched some more positions here. But so far, it's all looking good. I want to keep a close eye on William Kalija here, Nicole. The Australian is closing in on Baglin for 2nd place.
Yeah, absolutely is. We've got a battle going on between the Energy and Fusion karts. Believe that is Jarlath Sayer and Remy Samchek then. Jarlath Sayer, new to the OKJ category for 2025, has joined Energy course. He's got the likes of Reggie Dewey as his driver coach, successful driver out in the UK, pushing hard then in his first race of the day. Sat there in 9th position, and I'm sure it's going to be looking to overtake Remy very soon. Will Green, though, has definitely been given the tools by Kart Republic to get the job done within this race. Is pushing away from Noah Baglin continuously. Was your fastest driver then on the last lap with a 1 minute 13.572. Continues to go faster and faster out there, doing a really good job. He has got a 1.5 second lead from Noah Baglin.
Yeah, certainly has. And we'll keep a close eye on how those gaps progress as they make their way up the hill. Keeping a close eye on this one. Look at the spray that's kicking off here. Sebastian Eskandari really doing a good job there to try and close in. And you can see all of them now just in that huge train of them all going through. Domain still there. Samchak still there as well. Jarlath Sayer still inside that top 10 in P9. Luke Tal also rounding out the top 10. Luke Tal had a good weekend in the pre-round and wanting to capitalise as well again this weekend, I'm sure. But has just been struggling with those conditions. Dark clouds once again looming close by here, Nicole. Obviously, no real drama for them because they are all on the wet tyres that they did have to use over the course of yesterday. I mean, it's like half the grid of juniors went out on wet tyres in the first time qualifying. Baglin was one of them, of course, where he put it fastest in group. However, his time was significantly slower to the rest of the sessions because they were all out on slick tyres in qualifying, and that means their tyres are slightly less fresh than others.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You said you wanted to keep an eye on William Kalijah. He sat there in third position and is now continuing to catch up to Noah Baglin. Was faster on that previous lap by just under 0.4 of a second. Really pushing hard there. We've got another driver under investigation. That was Mika Runitz there, being looked on at. A smattering of under investigations going on within this race. Just shows how difficult the conditions out there really make the racing difficult for this second pack of drivers, which include Waltz, Eskandari, Domain, Samchek and Sayer, just struggling to get themselves into order through turns 8 and 9. They'll head through, though, the final couple of sectors. You can just see how difficult it looks, especially on the front end. Drivers really having to play with the steering wheel, get a couple of stabs in on the front end to really get the kart rotating, head towards those carbs. Domain then just getting wheel spin out of turn number 15. Such difficult and torrid conditions out there. Will Green, though, fastest driver out there on the circuit, continues to light things up and is now clear by 3 seconds.
This is a battle for second place on your screen. Just going through the shot there, it is down to just 0.3 of a second. And you can see that Baglin has been reeled in by Kalijah. As Kalijah got the outright pace here to get past. He's closed in, but has he got the track position to find a way through? He goes to the wider line here to try and get on the power sooner and squirt it up the hill. Then you've got it down into the braking zone of turn 8 and 9. You can see the two drastically different racing lines, and there Kalijah tries to get on that power sooner rather than later, and not finding the way through. Again, tighter inside line for Baglin, hugs that inside curb, pulls the kart around. Kalijah taking the normal racing line. There, unfortunately, out of the race is the 245. That's going no further. That looked like that was Bruno Blanco's kart out of the race, and it's missing a rear wheel as well, so that's quite a significant moment he's had out there. So yellow flags will be out, and that has just halted Kalijah's attempt. There is Bruno Blanco, thankfully okay. Yeah, I can imagine a little bit upset about that rear wheel falling off his kart.
Kalijah then really pushing hard, carrying so much minimum speed compared to Noah Baglin. Heading through turn number 2 then. Is he going to look up the inside? Yes, he is. He gets the move done then. William Kalijah now is in second position. How will Noah Baglin react as they head out and towards turn number 5? Is this going to bring Nikita Lubomov into things as well? But Kalijah continues to hold things for that second position. They'll head down then, clips the curb of turn number 6 through 7 and back down the hill towards the double apex of 8 and 9. Will Noah Baglin have an opportunity once again, because Kalijah tightens things up ever so slightly? There he is, though, Nikita Lubomov now in 4th position. He's been brought up into the fight. Biggest mover within this race, started 20th and is currently 10th, is Tobias Agenyi, the 227, having a strong race, a gain of 10 positions. But let's focus once again on this fight for second. Both drivers, Kalijah and Noah Baglin, clipping those curbs to really get the karts hooked around the circuit, try and find some grip out there. Wider line from Kalijah through turn number 15 and 16, gets those revs up, keeps that minimum speed nice and high. But on the final lap of racing, it is Will Green that continues to just push away from the field. It's a 4.5 second lead. You can't even see him on the live stream in front of you. He's not even on the screen. He's that far ahead of the rest of the field.
Yep, certainly is. That's what you call a good day in the office for Will Green. Eyes on this one, though, right round the outside to try and get that huge lunge to the inside on the exit. Can Lubomov make it work? The answer is no. Baglin has that one covered off. That's attempt number 1. Are we going to see attempt number 2 at turn 8 and 9? No, not this time around. Too far back to try it, both of them taking that inside line. Kalijah still holding firmly onto second place, but eyes on this one. Baglin and Lubomov. You got another attempt down here in towards the bottom half of the circuit. 2 different racing lines again. Baglin to the inside, Lubomov to the outside. He's going to try and get on that power earlier into the corner. He can really punch it on the power up the hill, but once again, it's just not worked out for him. Baglin's going to try and hold on to third place as much as he possibly can as he makes his way into the final corners, but again leaves that door open. There's Green across the line, checkered flag and clear by nearly a full 5 seconds on circuit ahead of William Kalijah. Baglin does hold on to third place from Nikita Lubomov. Henry Domain finishes in 5th. Remy Samchek in 6th from Sebastian Eskandari. Drew Waltz finishing in P8 out of Jarlath Sayer, and Tobias Jenny finishing in P10. Yes, indeed, he had a good run in that race. However, he is under investigation in that race as well, so that result may not be the same. Well, these drivers will make their way back to Parc Ferme. My goodness, Nicole, what a dramatic turn of events we've had in the first few races here.
Yeah, and I don't think the drama is going to stop here, Anthony, because it looks once again like it's going to start to dry up. Blue skies are starting to appear, though. That is your qualifying heat classification, though. Will Green, 4.4 second win. Kart Republic definitely giving him the correct tools to get the job done out there on the circuit. Really, strong stuff from him. Post 10 then from 11th position, it was Juan Mateo Russo from Luke Tau, Denny Babacek, Manny Nuvolini and Emiliano Hernandez. They round out your top 15. Julian Frasnelli, Filippo Sanchez, Angelina Simmons, Manuel Muguez and Nilas Malik are your top 20, and then Marcel Jebo was in 21st. Drivers that we lost within the race include Mika Runitz, Victor Stalmack, Bruno Blanco and Dean Hugendorn. That was on the really early stages of the race. We also didn't finish, have Valerio Villapiana, Juan Garciafe or Gregor Callas. They were out of the race, DNFs for those drivers.
Yeah, indeed. Very dramatic one. Now, this is going to be probably a busy time for nose cone watch in this because, of course, a lot of dramatic battles out there in those challenging conditions means you're probably going to get quite a handful of them. This was the start of the race. There is Backlund putting on his gloves. There's a marshal sweeping the track, and then there was the start of the race. And as you can see at the beginning of this one, a really good start for the front rows. Watch Will Green right round the outside here. The commitment to carry the speed right on the dirty part of the track there. Absolutely superb stuff. But then keep an eye on Dean Hugendorn. Watch him, he's right there, second place, side by side with his teammate. He runs wide, he cuts back in, a slight bit of contact there with the Forza kart that was battling in that top section. I think that possibly could have been William Kalesia, not too sure. But as they went through, yellow flags was out, and unfortunately for Dean Hugendorn, after a pretty solid day yesterday, a P4 and a win, out of his first race of the day.
Lost it round turn number 4 then. Rear end just spun round on the driver, couldn't get the kart restarted, like you said, out of that race. This was the moment though that Will Green, overtook Noah Baglin, and he was unstoppable from that moment onwards. Nikita Lubomov continues to get stronger and stronger throughout this championship. The driver for Tony Kart really was taking no prisoners within this one. The Estonian driver really pushing forward. It got a bit busy between the likes of Wolfs and Domain. We had more Tony Karts within the mix in this race as well. Didn't talk about him too much within that race, but Sebastian Eskandari had a relatively good one, finished in 7th position. We lost a driver, that was the 245 of Bruno Blanco. Rear left tyre came off of that Paralin down by the barriers. William Kalesia, though, really, really strong stuff. Overtook Noah Baglin for that second position. Really lit things up on that last 2 laps. Will Green, though, we were talking about him, the driver for Williams' first OKJ season here in 2025. A 4.4 second race win.
Yes, indeed. Well, that's their race done. A little bit further ahead of schedule than I think they would have appreciated. And guess what? It's just started raining again. So, but that's fine, because I suspect the race that was due to go out earlier on is going to be coming back out, which it is indeed. OK, qualifying Heat B versus F. And, oh, my goodness, it's coming down with quite some vengeance here. This is unbelievable weather conditions we've got this weekend. And this is what we were talking about earlier on. This is why this race initially was given the green light to go, because the rain is so sporadic, it's on and off, that, you were thinking, right, okay, they're out on slick tyres, it will rain heavy, then it will stop, then it'll be sunny again. We did see that for that last race, but now clouds are back over, and I cannot see anything out the commentary box window here. It's quite a peculiar sight, and all these drivers now will have the wet tyres on, so It will just be a case of, right, okay, off you go. Enjoy the session.
I bet they're all soaked, though, from what happened earlier. They did put wetsuits on, but I don't think it would have made too much of a difference.
Well, unless they've got a very good air dryer or drying machine or anything like that, they'll be absolutely fine. And if they had maybe a spare race suit also, that might have been fine. But, of course, it has to be legal. It has to be homologated and all of that. So the fact that if you might have 1 or 2 homologated race suits is quite something. Do you know who I feel for right now? Those poor mechanics, because not only are some of them not wearing coats, some of them are in shorts out there as well, which is quite something. Yeah, you never know. It is what it is, and I think that comic got a smile as well from that mechanic in the shorts. He knows he's messed up. He knows he should have worn his waterproof khakis this weekend.
Well, at least humans are waterproof, so
yeah,
that's all right.
We are 70% water. I think we're now all 110% water out there. It's quite something. Right, we are just waiting to see the green light go out on the pre-grid here for this one. Now, of course, the racing that they had earlier on, that's kind of null and void now. That didn't really happen. The red flag came out very early on. Full restart. So one driver I really feel for is Sebastian Mins, who came from the back of the grid.
25 places,
yeah.
in third, and then it got stopped.
Yeah, indeed. More drama as well. One, because, of course, Thomas Bradier was probably thinking, oh, cool, the race is stopped. I can join the race now. No, unfortunately, you missed that first gate, which means you miss this one. It's one of those things. So he is still not out on track there. My goodness, look at that picture. That is absolutely awful. We're completely sucked in with clouds and rain now. This is, well, even for wet tyres, becoming a little bit of a challenge. But they're out on circuit. Let's quickly fire you through the full starting lineup, which you heard earlier on. You're going to hear it again now. Noah Wolff and Vengar Clemenson on row number 1. Luke Cornder and Eloy Gonzalez on row number 2. Roman Kamiab and Jakub Kamenek, they round up row number 3. Again, the same results they had from earlier on. Boris Leisen and Filippo Sala go from row 4. They will have the likes of Marco Schilkunis and Carl Luthard on row 5. Nicolo Kaman and Peter Stiller on row 6 from Gino Rocchio and Makar Savalev, who round out the first half of the grid.
There's places to be gained then by your second half of the grid, which include Alexander Chartier of Canada and Maria Neto on home soil for Portugal. From 9, we have Thomas Pradier. Well, he will be missing
there
from this. And Bo Lewitt, who had a storming drive in one of his heats yesterday. From 10, we have Efim Durinov with Sonia B. And from 11, there's Elliot Kaginski with Luna Flusha. Going from row number 12, we have Klara Kowalczyk with Jorn Helder. And shortly behind on 13 in the Henze car is Jason Bralik. And in the barrel is Vladimir Ivanikov, who had a DNF yesterday. Rounding out your grid then is Clovis Nogueira and, of course, Sebastian Mins, who's definitely going to be pushing forward within this heat.
I am going to eat my words a little bit here, Nicole. Thomas Pradier is out on track. I said he wasn't. You just agreed with me, and I was wrong. So there we go. Sometimes you should question me sometimes, Nicole. But right, this rain is absolutely torrid. And I just you've got to feel for everyone who's out there just standing in it, just taking it on the chin. And for example, that's the previous race that we saw out there. That was Bruno Blanco's machine with that missing wheel now back into Parc Fermé. But like you say, for all of these drivers, this must just be absolutely awful for them.
The drivers in the mid-pack to the back of the grid as well, dealing with the most amount of spray, especially on that race start. This is going to be treacherous for all those drivers. I don't envy them one bit.
No, indeed. They'll all be soaked from that previous race, but I'm one that if I'm fully wet kitted up and everything like that in my helmet and I don't get wet at all, I feel absolutely fine racing in these conditions. When you get a bit of water down the top of your race suit and on your neck, that's where it really gets horrible. But let's see what happens here. Right, into the tram lines. Rain is pouring. Lights are out. We are racing once again for qualifying Heat B versus F. And once more, it is Wolff. Oh, and he's instantly hit a puddle. He's instantly hit a puddle on the apex of 1. And Wolff, once again, cannot get these starts down. And there is more drama. There is multiple carts off at turn 1. The standing water out there is quite something because this is the heaviest rain we've seen for the longest period of time. And is that Wolf actually still in this race? No, I don't think he is.
No, that's Filippo Sala
okay.
now. That's Filippo Sala that's jumped up the order. The Italian driver for Ferrari. He's promoted himself up into second position within the early stages. But you were correct, Anthony. Noah Wolf once again got that race start all wrong. Coming out of turn number 1, lost the rear end and was off onto the grass. We lost a smattering of drivers through turn number 1 as well. We'll find out shortly who those were. But it's Luna Flusha then. Luna is currently out. Can she get the kart restarted? She's also got the likes of the 144, the Fusion driver. He is trying to get that kart started. Luna there just struggling on your screens. Can she get that Iron Dames branded Kart Republic going? Filippo Sala then out of turn number 16 gets that race lead. He has done it. He has promoted himself at the start of this race from the 4th row all the way to the front.
Right, let's make heads or tails of this because that's a big moment once again at turn number 1 into the barrier. There is standing water on that apex. Drivers are hitting it and are going straight off the circuit. It is one of the fastest parts on track and the karts just can't handle it. And we're already down to just 22 runners in this race. There's this absolutely torrid conditions. I do hope the driver is okay. Marshals are on scene. I think the driver is out of the kart. They are trying to repair the tyre wall, but please, marshals, be careful out there and have your head on a 360 because these drivers are still going in there at quite some rate. The rain is still falling here, Nicole, but let's quickly find out who's gone where in this race. There are the marshals. Great work from that marshalling team. Not a care in the world that it's pouring down with rain, just to make sure that that track stays nice and, well, secure as it possibly can do at this rate. But we've got
change for the lead again, Anthony.
Indeed, Gonzalez now up there. Eloy Gonzalez has taken the lead of this race.
And eat my words, because Filippo Sala takes it right back.
Indeed. So again, they're just dropping places. Right, hold your breath again. Down in towards turn 1. What's going to happen as they go through that apex? You can see now the front runners are avoiding that apex curve, but it's as soon as someone hits it, that's where it all goes wrong. But I think they've all got the memo now to not hit that apex at turn number 1 as they all successfully get through turn 1 this time around. Kamyab with the fastest lap of the race is in 3rd place, pushing through nicely. He's only 9/10 off this one. In fact, he's going to look to the inside of Eloy Gonzalez, but not this time around. Gonzalez holds on to 2nd place with a big step of oversteer there up the hill. Here's a replay of that moment earlier on. There's all the water in there, and you can just see round goes the 141 there. That is Luke Cornder, who went into the barriers quite significantly. He did actually, well, fair play to him. He kept going, so yeah, can confirm he's okay. But because he's, well, he's still in the race, so that's quite something. Great, I love this shot here. Great work from the marshals, just battling those conditions.
Absolutely. Let's take you through your order then, because it's been so busy. We've not actually said who is where. So it is Filippo Sala that is your race leader. Eloy Gonzalez and Roman Kamyab are battling it out for 2nd position. Roman Kamyab heading down the start finish straight now into turn number 1. Is he going to have a look for P2? Yes, he does. Pushes Eloy Gonzalez then to the wider line of turn 1. And now it is Roman Kamyab in 2nd position. Gonzalez then in 3rd. Boris Lysen in 4th. We then have Jakub Kamenek, Marcus Schilkunas, Bo Lewet, Carl Luthart and Peter Stiller as your top 9.
I'm going to sound very British right now, Nicole. I think it's brightening up a little bit out there because I can see it's still raining quite a lot, but there's some clearer skies on its way. Eloy Gonzalez, I'm just watching his car. It's all over the place. That is fighting that steering wheel massively to keep control of that barrel. You can see him here, 8 and 9. You can see how much motion he's putting into that steering wheel, but it's in the fast sections where he's climbing up the hill. That's where he gets those big kick of oversteer. And he's doing a brilliant job staying in 3rd place, holding on to that one. Lysen's still there, P4. Shilkuna's still there in P5, but off the circuit now. And that's a disaster for Vladimir Ivanikov. Out of the race. He will not be able to get that restarted. He will go no further in this race. And I'm just keeping an eye on all the battles that are happening thick and fast throughout the field because there are still many of them happening out there. Marshall's quickly on the scene. There's more dramas out there. We've lost a couple more. I think Jason Bralick is the next driver to exit out of the race. The MP kart driver going no further. Eloy Gonzalez, though, has got Boris Lysen and Marcus Schilkunis all over him. There's more. Oh, that's Vengard Clementson. Vengard Clementson from the front row of the grid. It was a win and a P5 yesterday for the victory lane driver. He is now out of that first race for him of the day.
Drivers that we've lost as well as Clementson and Vladimir Ivanikov include Jason Bralik, Thomas Pradier, Flusha, Wolf, Kuman, Savlev, Sun and Klara Kowalczyk. They're a group of drivers as well that have had previous DNFs or poor results. That was the 182 then that looked like he got the kart restarted.
Yes, that's Vengard Clementson, who I think's forgotten the new rule of 2025, that if it's not on the opening lap, you're not allowed to get your kart restarted. And he's driven off and he's still in this race, but I suspect he'll be out of it on the result. Eyes on this one, though. This is Eloy Gonzalez still battling away with Boris Lysen for P3. And just watch these drivers get away. That's pretty solid evidence there of him restarting after a spin. And, well, he flicked something out of the kart there. Not sure what that was, but clearly some debris on board. There's Lysen to the lead, down in towards turn number 1 as the Polish driver gets into 3rd place.
No room to breathe for all these drivers then. Marcus Schilkunis hustling both drivers in front of him. He's there, the 1-2-4, has had a much better start to this week of racing compared to when in Campillos. Better start and better overtakes because he's gone up the inside of Eloy Gonzalez, then made that overtake stick. I think I can see him there just struggling with the front end. Gonzalez, like you said previously, just looks like he's having 2 stabs at every corner. Just doesn't quite look settled for him within this one. Marcus Schilkunis then had a 3rd place yesterday, looking really strong here in Portimao. I know he's done so much testing here early on in the year to really prep himself for this year of racing, and I'd say it's paying off.
It certainly did. You have seen just a graphic there. Once again, biggest mover. Took a little longer this time around, but Sebastian Minz has made good strides in this race. He's currently circulating in 12th place. I will stress, we are down to just 17 runners in this race out of the 28 that started it. That's quite a significant reduction in numbers, and that means there'll be quite a lengthy delay because there'll be quite an extensive cleanup operation after this one. We are lap 7 of 10 at the moment, and it is still Sala that leads the way from Kamyab. That gap is down to 3.7 seconds, and you can see the battle for 3rd place is still on. Boris Lysen now having to deal with Marcus Schilkunis of Lithuania, who has just set the fastest lap of the race. So it's certainly in a spot here to really pile on that pressure for P3.
Absolutely is. Schilkunis then just looking like he's stronger and more comfortable there, sat in that Kart Republic kart compared to Boris Lysen in front of him. You can just see he's opened the gap of his visor ever so slightly. Shows how much spray there is going on out there on the circuit, especially when you're following karts that closely. Boris Lysen then just losing the car ever so slightly out of turn number 15 and 16. The wheel spin from those OK karts must be horrendous to deal with when there's that much standing water going on out there on the circuit. Marcus Schilkunis, though, continuing to close that gap. Is he going to get into the slipstream and maybe be able to close things up through sector number 1? We've got a change shortly behind between Bolowet and Eloy Gonzalez for P5. Bolowet, we saw him yesterday, really strong in these conditions. We said taller driver can shuffle the centre of gravity around in conditions like these, and he's really lit things up within this race, has promoted himself by 12 positions. Another driver is out then.
That's Vengard Clementson. Now he's out this time around, and I'm not sure if that's he's had another spin or it's mechanical and he's stalled again, or he's stopped because he knew he wasn't allowed to get restarted from earlier on, but absolutely not sure why he stopped again out there. Very close to the end of this race now, Nicole. This is really starting to shape up, and we're still seeing a really good battle here for 3rd place, or 2nd place, I should say, because Kamyab's still right there as well. Lysen and Schilkunis right there. And again, you're seeing the very different racing lines from this, and I'm inclined to say in that bottom half of the circuit, it seems to be faster to run on those curbs. It doesn't look faster to be on the outside, the traditional wet line. It's more around the faster corners where it's better to be on the outside line.
Well, some of these drivers have compared the circuit to a roller coaster. It's so on and off camber, and you've got those big elevation changes. So where you're heading down hills where the surface changes slightly and you get naturally pushed wide, that will probably be why some of these drivers are taking that wider line and just trying to keep that minimum speed really high. Markus Kunis, though, gone to make the overtake on Boris Leisen. Can he make it stick? Yes, he does. It is now Markus Kunis that is in third position for the second time of racing here this weekend.
Yeah, indeed. And rocking with his visor open there as well, so he'll be getting all the water and debris there. But hopefully his visibility is still pretty decent. Boulouet is the biggest mover in your top 10. Look at that, 13 places gained. Started this race in P18, currently circulating in P5, and that is right behind this panel that we're seeing here, and you can see him just closing in on the field behind there as well. And actually, is he going for a move? I think he did. Boulouet down the inside of Boris Leisen. They're still going wheel to wheel. Big move down the inside for Boulouet. Can he hold it on the exit? No. Down the inside goes back Boris Leisen. They switch over again. That is about 3 to 4 overtakes in 2 corners as the 2 wheel bang across the line there. Brilliant stuff. But Boulouet just holds on to it as we've gone on to now the final lap of this race.
Final lap of this race then, and the driver we've hardly spoke about is our race leader, Filippo Sala. Clear from the rest of the field by 4.7 seconds. The Italian driver for Ferrari, really strong stuff within this race. Almost outdone what Will Green did in our previous junior heat. Really strong showing from the Italian driver. Roman Kamyab now looks like he's under a little bit of pressure from Markus Kunis, because Kunis is not happy enough with the P3. He wants to get himself even further up the order. Can he make a move go round the outside of turn number 10? Has he going to have the run heading down then on Roman Kamyab? It's looking likely. Can he make something stick? Oh, looks up the inside of Kamyab. Is he going to attempt a move? Yes, he does. Hooks the curb, but it's not enough. Kamyab continues to stay in that P2 spot.
He certainly does. Kamyab will fight right to the bitter end on this one, but can Kunis get a move down the inside? Yes, he can. He finds the traction levels out of turn 16 and squeezes his way through, and maybe Boulouet could do the same, but not close enough. Sala crosses the line just under 5 seconds clear from second place. It is Filippo Sala of Italy dominating in the rain in Portugal. Markus Kunis claims second place from Roman Kamyab. Boulouet from Boris Leisen. Kaczynski from Kamyab. Rocchio from Dulanov. Peter Stiller finishes in P10. And I would like to stress that this grid, I might as well read out the entirety of the finishers, because it's Sebastian Mins in 11th with 17 places gained. Jorn Elder in 12th. Maria Neto in 13th. And that's it. 13 karts finished. The rest are all retirements. So let's read the retirements. Alexander Chartier, I think, is still circulating, but I think he had a moment on that very last lap. And I think he is still in this race. Eloy Gonzalez out of the race. Ringo Clementson out. Luke Kornder, Carl Luttard, Vladimir Vanikov, Clovis Nougaret, Jensen Bralek, Tosh Bradier, Luna Flusha, Noah Wolf, Nicola Command, Maka Savalev, Sonia B, and Klara Kowalczyk all out of this race. Alexander Chartier did just cross the start-finish line, but quite a few seconds behind the rest. And, well, that's quite the collection of drivers. Vengar Clementson, Noah Wolf down there at the bottom of the circuit. It's honestly, and now it's typical. The race is just finished. It's sunshine and blue sky again over the circuit. Wild, wild racing conditions that we're seeing here. And now you can also imagine nose cones are going to be one to keep an eye on because, well, like you say, only 14 karts finished that race.
Yeah, absolutely. There is your race winner, though, Filippo Sala, the 108. Heads over the weighing scales just to check that the weight of that kart is correct. But I'd say with the amount of water those drivers' suits have probably absorbed, I'd say most of them will be over the weight, if anything.
Right, well, here's your highlights. Hopefully you've got time for another full heat to watch, because that's how many highlights there were in that race. Right at the beginning, watch Noah Wolf in the lead, hits that standing water, sends the kart round into the barrier. A few more drivers also went off at turn number 1. Then you had to hold your breath in towards turn 2. More standing water, so much spray, so much rain falling. But amazingly, everyone getting through that first part of the lap down at turn 2 and 3 relatively cleanly. It was later when you get to the likes of turn 5 at the exit of 4 as well. You can see all the mud that was flowing onto the circuit. But I mean, you're looking at these results now and these highlights. The weather conditions now are drastically different to what we saw just there. There was drama right at the beginning of that one. Next 2 drivers off the circuit, where we saw the likes of Luna Flusha coming off the track as well with Makar Sabalev. But all the meanwhile, it was just a case of whoever can finish first, you have to finish.
Absolutely. I think it was a game of who can stay on the circuit, because we lost almost half of our grid. We lost one of the Ricky Flynns through turn number 1. Similar setup to what happened to Wolf, just clipped that standing water, lost the rear end, but he did continue to circulate. The marshals, of course, got that barrier fixed, and the Ricky Flynn driver did manage to get back on the circuit and go round. This was the moment. You said it, Anthony. I'll agree with you. The hard-working marshals really just, putting in all that effort to keep the drivers out there safe, keep the circuit safe. It was a battle between the Ricky Flynn and the Birrell, and we lost just a smattering of drivers, including Vladimir Ivanikov, including Carl Luthart, Vegard Clementson, Luke Cordner. We saw the 162, got the kart restarted. That was Clementson. Threw something off the kart. Don't know if that was mechanical in nature, but he did later pull over on the circuit. Marcus Shilkunas then, you've got to give props to him, because he was definitely strong within that heat, was wasting no time to make those overtakes, managed that P2 up by 7 places within that heat.
Yeah, indeed. Quite the little run he had in this one, because again, continued to fight through, and later would close in on Cam Yab for a change in second place. This was the Bolowet and Boris Lysen battle, and look at this, just you go down the inside, I go wide, you go wide, I go down the inside, wheel banging over the start finish line. Great close racing in these conditions. However, I suspect they were like, all right, that's a bit feisty for the start of this race. This was that change for second place, right in the dying stages of the race. All the meanwhile, though, Filippo Sala was 4.7 seconds clear further up the road, as then the weather conditions drastically changed. There's an overview of the circuit. Look at the clouds there. It's very pretty. However, it's quite awful when it suddenly pours down with rain, and then 5 minutes later, the sun shines again. Right, so going back out with another senior race, of course. Now, this is where we're going to be back on schedule now. This will be qualifying heat C versus E for the senior category. Then it's back to the juniors, and then so forth and so forth for the rest of the day. Now, these drivers have been waiting a while. They've just witnessed multiple dramatic races. There is James Anagnosiadis on the front of this grid in the 128. He found himself right at the sharp end of this grid. Great qualifying for him, but he's just witnessed all of those races that we've just seen. He's witnessed how half of the grid, more than half of the grid, had just been taken out of that race, and it was one of those tough ones. We did catch up with James Anagnosiadis, though, after time qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
James, it's pole and group, and you've just replicated what Noah Baglin did, because he won the final in Campillos, you won the final in Campillos, and now you're at pole here in Portimao. What was the session like?
It was really tricky. Obviously, the track was drying, and especially that double left. It was basically wet, and we all chose, most of us chose to go slicks, and it was just trying to find the quickest line around there while it was wet, and I think the last lap helped us a lot. I just pushed as hard as I could, bring it back a bit where it was wet, and put the lap together.
We were watching on at the pre-grid. It was very busy out there, drivers really making those last-minute decisions. What was it like to deal with that pressure of having to maybe change your car or change your setup completely?
It was all right. I knew either way, our pace was good yesterday afternoon in the dry and also this morning in the wet. So, I just stayed calm and did what I had to do.
Well, great to hear from you, James. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, good to hear from James Anagnostiadis there, who, of course, will be starting this one on the front row of the grid, but he's not alone on that front row. He'll be joined by his fellow Prema teammate and Mercedes Young Junior driver, Kenzo Craigie, who will join on the front row of the grid. Now, one driver who I'm sure is very used to conditions like this, racing alongside a fellow Prema teammate. Look back to the FIA Worlds last year, World Championship, and Kenzo Craigie coming away with that title in similar conditions just like this.
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned earlier on Will Green from Great Britain. He's used to conditions like this, as is Kenzo Craigie. I think they start their very early careers, you know, wet tracks and changeable conditions in the UK allow these drivers to really adapt to anything out there. But I'd say James Anagnostiadis, he was very strong last year at the World Championships as well, dealt with those conditions and is a quick driver in the wet, was quick in qualifying as well. Aston Sharp then of Great Britain, of Scotland, the 182, he is out there on the CL kart. Good drive from Aston Sharp so far within the European Championship. Had some great results at Campillos, took a heat win at Campillos, and I'm sure he's going to be gunning for the same result here today in Heat C versus E. Yeah,
indeed. Not bad results yesterday either. 8th and 7th, so always been inside that top 10. Some drivers there just taking some shelter. Now, that I think was Daniel Oliver, who's out in the next race. There is Thibaut Ramekers, though. Today's a very important day for the young Belgian. DSQ in that first race earlier on, but then came back strong in the second. A P2 for him on track, and you can imagine now he's just going to really focus on getting the good results today. All of these drivers in this top section, we've seen them race in conditions like this. We know that they're talented in conditions like this. It's just when you put them all together out there with now the sun shining, which is going to bring a new drama to them, which will be glare on the circuit for the drivers, because you can already see there how shiny the front of that nose cone is, reflecting in that puddle of water there. That's what they're going to have to be dealing with all the way throughout this race. Some of these drivers as well have got clear visors because,
I'd say
of course,
all of them.
With the spray, you don't want a tinted visor out there, so that's going to bring a new drama for them. Whistle blows, light flashes green on the pre-grid as the field makes its way out onto the circuit. This is the senior qualifying heat C versus E out on track, and let's take you through that full starting lineup as they've all chosen the wet tyres. This one, completely understandably. James Anagnostiadis and Kenzo Craigie on row number 1. Aston Sharp and Thibaut Ramekers on row 2. Romain Roussel and Dean Pedersen, they round out the top 6, and they go from row number 3. Roussel needing a good result in this one after a penalty in his first qualifying heat yesterday. Chiara Batigue, never been outside the top 10, hoping to continue that trend. Starts on this one on row 4 alongside Jensen Burnett, Armin Kari Osman and Leon Nilsson. Go from row number 5, Daniel Keller of Ireland and Sebastiano Pavan of Italy round out row number 6. The top half of the field will have Jacob Miklev and Bernardo Bernaldi.
Expect it to be busy on the second part of your grid, which includes Albac Soy and Paul Androtis on row number 8. Going from 9, we have Marco Gast with Oliver Rasmussen, and from 10, we have Great Britain's Joseph Smith with Emili Koivisto. Spain's Hugo Marti and Monaco's Ella Hakkinen are on row number 11, and starting from 12, we have Oliver Kinmark with Sarah Motsoy, who had a DNF yesterday. Going from 13 is Czech Republic's Daniel Picorni and Argentina's Maximo Tovigino. And going from 14, rounding out your grid of 28 karts, we have Sanan Z and Lucas Gayson.
Well, field make their way out and round the circuit, getting a real feel of the track conditions out there, which I'm not going to lie, Nicole, with the wind speed that we've got, the sun now beating down on the circuit, the temperature has just shot up to 20 degrees again. This track may clear really quickly with these drivers circulating on these wet tyres. I'm just going to look out the back of the commentary box. I can see more clouds looming, but there is still a lot more blue sky there from the clouds. So let's see what happens, because now we're going to go into that real danger zone later on where drivers might be switching back to those slick tyres with these well, horrid conditions. So let's see what happens later on. Let's remind you very quickly of the intermediate classifications. Filippo Sala, after that win on track, now leads those with 120 points out of Jakob Kamenek, Vengar Clementson with 107. I suspect that may change, however. Shil Kunis with 101 is joined with Bolowet and Christian Costoya in those points. You can hear there the wind is howling out there on the circuit. It's not a great day for these drivers at all, but you can see how much it's cleared up in the background there. You can actually see the bottom of the mountain that we're talking about. Still can't see the top of it though, which always is slightly disconcerting. Here we go then, into those tram lines. Are we racing for the first time of asking? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn number 1, it's 3 wide for the front, and look at this from Sharp down the inside, but there's drama in the background. 4 carts, 5 carts off the circuit and heavy into the wall, and they all sort themselves out, but I think they're all okay. They'll all be able to get restarted. It is on the opening lap, but we'll try and figure out who went off the circuit there as the rest of the grid continues. I think one of them might have been Romeo Russell right at the sharp end. Chiara Batig, I think, had a spill also in that early stage, and I think a handful more, but crucially they've not lost too much time. Eyes on this one though, it's Craigie in the lead, with Ramekers right behind him in second place from Aston Sharp and Anagnostiadis.
It was a slingshot start from Kenzo Craigie, then through turn number 1, really just went round the outside of the rest of the field, and Thibaut Ramekers managed to follow that trend. Ella Hakkinen then, the 154 is out of this. Can she get that Fusion Kart Republic restarted? Is just having to put that lock on to get into the right direction to pull it in a straight line. Joseph Smith, I believe, was one of the drivers who went straight on over the grass at the start of this race. James Anagnostiadis, though, on your screen, gets himself back into sorts, lost that race lead through turn number 1, but it's all getting a little bit busy now as we head out of turn number 17 between the likes of Aston Sharp and Jensen Burnett. We've got a few, I believe, carts off just slightly in the background. No, they're not off, but they're getting all busy side by side, going to abreast into most of these corners. Aston Sharp then really just trying to push hard. We've got the driver next to him just clipping some of that rumble strip. These rumble strips, when they're wet, it just pulls these drivers off the circuit, and when you've got that much dirt and mud being held out there, when the drivers get back onto the track, it makes it hard work, it makes it even slippier. Kenzo Craigie, though, continuing to pull away from the rest of the field, 1.2 seconds away from Thibaut Ramekers. Thibaut, though, I'm sure will be chasing down, because that DSQ yesterday is going to be critical for the rest of the points for this weekend. Battle rages on, though, between the likes of Pedersen, Burnett, Androtis, Kelleher, Alback Soy and Aston Sharp. Aston Sharp look like he's struggling ever so slightly within this one. We have had a change between Sharp and Sebastiano Pavan, though, for that 9th and 10th position. Intermediate classification on your screen. Kenzo Craigie, the race leader, is your current leader with 136 points. James Anagnostiadis is set there in second, and Filippo Sala, who had a race win earlier on, is there in third with 120 points on the board. Yeah, certainly so, but you have to remember, you have to look back to yesterday. 2 wins out of 2 in the senior category. Christian Costoya, who we're yet to see race today. He's been waiting quite some time to go out on track, I will say, but we'll see him out later on. He's got 100 points to his name, and if he wins that third race, he will get 150 points. That was a big move to the inside there. Is that Alpac Soy trying to get the moves done there on Andriotis, but he just falls back into the order. Keller's still there, Pavan, Sharp, Mikhailov, Gas, Armin Karrier Osman, Rasmussen. Oliver Rasmussen's had a good race, 4 places gained. Everywhere, there's quite a few drivers who have really pushed up, but the biggest mover so far is Paul Andriotis. He's the biggest mover in the top 10 as well, because he's currently circulating a P6, a 10-place gain from where he started in 16th place. Anagnostiadis, though, is under immense pressure from Dean Pedersen there. You can see him constantly putting that Kart Republic machine down the inside at any given opportunity, but Anagnostiadis holding firm on it. Now, Jensen Burnett is going to try and have a go on Dean Pedersen out of the final corner. Gets into that slipstream, the toe. Can he find a way past, though? That's the question. It's going to look to the inside at turn 2. It's a risky one. No, things against it. Stays behind and just stays in P5-4 now. And, well, Pedersen will continue his charge. Craigie now with the fastest lap of the race is really getting into a rhythm here. He's broken away now by 3.2 seconds from the rest of the field. Ramekers, though, might have to start dealing with Anagnostiadis in a few laps' time. Burnett has now got past.
and he's up into P4.
That wide line then through turn number 5 just allowed Jenson Burnett to get the revs up in that engine and past Kelleher round the outside of turn number 6. Two drivers that are looking really strong within this one then, Paul Androtis and Sebastiano Pavan, both in that energy kart. I'd say over the past 12 months, they've had a little bit of development going on in that and have come into the European Championship this year really strong. Their teammate Lev Krutulov has been equally as good. They were at the World Championships. They had the likes of Matthew Higgins, who was 3rd in the World Championships, come to the team, help develop that kart, especially in those wet conditions, and they're here out there doing a good job so far. Ella Hakkinen then, you can see the back of her helmet, she is out of this race. Really not ideal for the only driver out in the seniors for Monaco and one of our few females here this weekend. Just gutting to see for her, really. But the battles continue out there with the drivers that are on the circuit, 2 of which are Alp Aksoy and Kelleher. Getting a little bit busy between those 2 then. On your screen, once again, back with the energy kart, the 125 of Paul Androtis. Paul is up within this one of 10 positions. He is your biggest mover within this race.
He certainly is. Eyes on this, though, is Anagnosiadis, who has closed in on Ramakas. This is the battle for P2 on your screen. Both of them have been trying to push as fast as they can to close into Craigie, but he continues to hold that gap of 3.1. It's now 4.1 seconds, so another second on that lap alone. So Ramakas really struggling on the second half of this race, and you can see how Anagnosiadis is just riding on that rear bumper now. Jenson Burnett also has closed in, so we could have a nice 3-kart battle here, Nicole, for second place. If Burnett can close in on these 2, and if they start scrapping, that will certainly benefit Burnett to close in. Eyes on the rest of the field, though, just behind. You're seeing the likes of Andriotis, Keller, Aksoy, Pavan and Gast still pushing their way through nicely in this one, but we continue to keep an eye on those gaps in that front section. Look at, so I love that shot there. Really seeing James push himself forward over the steering wheel. He's trying to get as much weight as he can on that front right tyre to really get it to grip up there, because of course there's no suspension in these cars. The suspension's kind of built into the chassis a little bit, and that's why you see them go up on 3 wheels, you know, when you get that stiffer chassis or the softer chassis. Now he's running on a Kart Republic chassis for the Prema Racing team, known for them being pretty soft out there, so usually you don't see them like lift a wheel up at the back end. But they do like to just position their weight over different parts of the kart, and because James is relatively tall as well, he can utilise that out in these wet conditions.
Absolutely, James just kind of throwing his body around in this seat, really leaning over each side of the kart to get that rear end lifted, helps get that rotation on the kart, get the back end of the kart just flowing round, and it's really benefiting him within this one. And I'd say Jenson Burnett is probably doing much of the same thing. Where Jenson Burnett is a little bit taller, we've said it time and time again, it's shifting that centre of gravity around in the kart, which really benefits you in these wet conditions where you need to really hunt hard for that grip. This is turning into, though, a little bit of a battle between these 3 drivers, because Burnett has caught up considerably. It is still Ramakas that's leading the way from the 2 other drivers, but James Anagnosiadis and Jenson Burnett are now hustling that driver really hard. Can James Anagnosiadis have a look down the inside of Thibaut Ramakas as they head towards sector number 3? Let's see if they take different lines within this one. Both clipped the curb out of turn number 11, but here he is then. This is the moment. James Anagnosiadis looks down the outside, inside of Thibaut Ramakas and makes that move into P2 stick.
Yeah, indeed. That was just super confidence on the brakes there, and just sends it to the inside. Ramakas not really fighting that one. You know, I'm just watching these karts again, just watching them specifically around turn number 5. Because Anagnosiadis' kart, you know what I was saying, he's on a soft chassis, but he is still getting that rear wheel up off the ground. Whereas if you look at Ramakas' kart, it stays pretty planted into that, and that's what we talk about, that weight transfer. Ramakas is a relatively small driver, so when he does it, he doesn't throw too much weight over one side, so that's why his stays a little bit more planted. Here's the battle just behind the 2 Kart Republics of the likes of Dean Pedersen and Daniel Keller. They're closing in nicely here as well. Now it's Jensen Burnett's turn to really have a go on Ramicus as he's a little sideways into the entry and braking zone of turn number 8 and runs very wide on the exit there. And that just like lights up the eyes of Jensen Burnett, thinking, oh, I could go for a move on this, definitely. But where is the question as Keller and Pedersen go wheel to wheel in the background. No love lost between these two teammates as they make their way down the lowest part of the circuit at turn 13 and 14. Back to Ramicus and Burnett. Battles happening thick and fast here as into the final couple of corners they go. And Burnett just not finding the legs at turn number 16 and understeers a little bit there through turn number 17, hitting that patch of water over the circuit. Lap number 9 now, penultimate lap of the race here, Nicole, before the last lap, and it's still all to play for here in this top 5.
Absolutely is. Still all to play for, really, for that second position. James Anagnostiadis has pulled away from the others in front of him, but they are still there, definitely within reach. Kenzo Craigie, though, is your race leader. We have hardly spoken about the Mercedes driver, our junior world champion out there with a 5.8 seconds lead. Has outdone the likes of Sala and Will Green, who were your previous race winners in our previous 2 heats. Really, really strong stuff by the driver. A change, though, between Thibaut Ramicus and Jensen Burnett because the Forza driver has now overtaken for that 3rd position. It just looks like to me that Jensen Burnett, he goes into those corners with the car already rotated, and that means when he hits those curbs, he really doesn't bounce off of them. He's really planted and just pushing things round, really, really controlled, really relaxed.
Well, it's one of those moments. There's 2 different ways you can really attack these corners in these sort of conditions. It's kind of hit the brakes, give it a good kick of it, lock it up maybe at the rear, get the back to rotate round, and then feather the throttle through it and kind of effectively do a light drift around the corner. This was that overtake. It was up the hill, actually, before even the braking zone. So he's got that job done in a really peculiar spot. But, well, if it works, it works.
If he's taken the outside line and kept that minimum speed up, it means that when he's heading up the hill, he's not sacrificed those revs. And that means, you know, that's how he's overtaken Thibaut in a straight line.
And that's how, when you agitate the rear to step out, that's how you can keep those revs up, because you're on the power going through the corner. Versus if you have one of those moments where you go in and you don't kick out the rear and then it just kind of understeers into the corner, then it grabs and then it pulls back round. That's where it gets a little bit more interesting for you, because then you lose all your revs from the engine and then, yeah, you kind of bog down out the corner. However, none of that's been happening to this man here. Kenzo Craigie in the front. Like you say, we've not said much about him, but he has delivered a superb drive there in the wet conditions, out of the final corner, sees the checkered flag, claims his 2nd win of the weekend after a P5 in his 2nd race yesterday. Craigie leads the intermediate classification, clear by 10 points from his teammate James Anagnostiadis, who finishes in P2. Jensen Burnett finishes 3rd on track and moves up to 6th in the points. Ramicus finishing in P4, still inside that top section, but obviously with that DSQ yesterday, he's got a bit of work to do over the rest of these qualifying heats. Daniel Keller and Dean Pedersen round out the top 6 from Alpac Soy. Paul Andriotis finishing in 8th place from Emilio Koivisto. Marco Gast rounding out the top 10. Sebastiano Pavan and Jacob Mikolev round out the next 2 positions from Leo Nilsson and Joseph Smith, Armin Kari Osman, Hugo Marti, Oliver Kinmark and Romeo Russell, who had a tough race in that one, dropping down to 18th place. 13 places lost over the course of that one. Bernardo Benaldi, Sana Z, Oliver Rasmussen, Solomon Tsoy, Lucas Gayson, Aston Sharp, Maximo Tovagiano, Daniel Picorni and Chiara Batigue was another driver who certainly had the difficult starts right at the beginning. Batigue and Ella Hakkinen, 2 retirements in that race, so big shame for them. Rest of the field make their way back to Parc Ferme, and well, with the sun continuing to shine here, Nicole, weather still looking okay for the time being. Clouds looming in the distance again, though. It's a real tough call to see whether or not we'll be changing to slick tyres in a few races' time when that dry line comes into play. There, though, field make their way back in. There is Kenzo Craigie, all good for him, no dramas there. That is now 2 wins to his name, plus that P5. He is on his way to leading that intermediate classification at the end of the day, but he'll have to battle with Christian Costoya, you can imagine. Here was the start of that race, and oh yeah, right at the start there, you can see straight around went the VDK at the beginning of that one, who started quite high up in the order. I think that might have been Romy Rossell, initially the first spinner, that then caused a chain reaction behind, which then sent the field scattering left, right and centre to find a clear route through at the start of that race. Race continuing though, no real dramas for the rest of the field for the rest of the race. We did saw Ella Hakkinen, there it was at the exit of turn 8 and 9. Big shame for her. That was just, again, too many karts in one spot, and unfortunately was in the wrong place at the wrong time. She tried to get it restarted, unfortunately, no bueno, and she was out of the race. Sharp, strong start, later fell down the order a little bit. I'm not sure if it was just a moment that then caused one overtake and then the next all came through thick and fast. I'm not sure.
These drivers are so quick. I think when you give up position to one, you become so vulnerable for so many behind you, especially in conditions like these where you're battling the elements as well as the drivers around you. It was busy between Alp Aksoy and Daniel Kelleher then. James Anagnostiadis lost that race lead right at the very start, just really struggled to get things going, but had to battle out with Thibaut Ramikas to get back up into the order. It was busy between 2 Kart Republic drivers then. You know, although they're teammates, it doesn't mean that they aren't going to be fighting for position. Kenzo Craigie then unchallenged within that race. You know, took the race start through turn number 1, really hung it round the outside of turn number 1 at the very beginning and had nothing really to worry about whilst driving round other than the water down on the circuit, making sure that he hit those apexes, hit those curbs. Pretty settled stuff from Kenzo then.
Yeah, no drama for him at the beginning of that one, albeit that he did drop down a little bit. But it was a good start there at the beginning. Right, we turn our attention back to the junior category now. We're back on our normal schedule of heats in order. We are a little bit behind schedule, but that is understandable, of course, with all that rain that came down, the stoppages that we had as well. But in time qualifying, Dan Alleman, not only was he faster than group, he was fastest overall. Here's what he had to say.
Dan Alleman, it's pole and group and pole overall. Great driving out there. Tell me about the session. Tell me about the circuit.
It was very difficult because the gates were open all the time, and we were in when it was green, and we waited, and I get a gap, and I made it. Yeah.
Well, it looks like that decision to wait has definitely paid off for you. Going into the heats then, Dan, what's your mentality like? How much of a challenge do you think it's going to be?
It's going to be hard because some guys don't drive with the slicks, and now they're going to have new tires, and they're going to go just a little bit faster, and we're going to keep pushing, and yeah.
Well, great driving out there, Dan. We'll watch you push within the heats. Good luck and well done.
Thank you.
And push in those heats he has done. Dan Alleman with a 3rd and 2nd yesterday. Will start once again on pole position today. Lucas Bonhomme starting alongside him also with some really good results. Lillian Scarborough never been outside the top 10 for the USA. Starts on row 2 alongside Lucas Sell of France, who did take a race win yesterday after a disqualification for another driver. Ludovico Mazzola and Iskender Sofakari go from row number 3, I should say. Iskender also claiming a race win yesterday. Matteo Ribals needs a good day today. A DNF and a P6 starts him on the 4th row of the grid alongside Martin Bertolacini. Basco Arias and Leonardo Gorski go from row number 5. They'll have Alessandro Tuchot and Samuel Hugon on row number 6. Evan Purcell and Tony Casciafero round out row number 7.
Meaning business then on the second part of your grid, and from row number 8 is Jusmolda with Jesse Phillips. From Spain we have Benjamin Magnac, and Italy we have Alexander Lazarus on row number 9, and from 10 we have Amir Sabirov with Ilya Berezkin. Going from row number 11, it's an all-fusion lineup with Mark Pilipenko and Kasper Reipold, and from 12 we have Andrea Mani with Oliveri Sini. Going from 13 we have Daniel Sanchez with Gilles Herman, and from 14 we have Jindrich Shavoda and Nathan Kapping. Rounding out your grid then, after a poor tyre choice yesterday in qualifying, we have Daniel Miron on 29th position.
Indeed, keep an eye on Daniel Miron as well. He's had some fabulous races over the course of yesterday, gaining some really good places. There's the country, and there's Gonzalo Planto, who's finally decided to come out now the sun's shining. But good to see that he's joining us on the track, and I know he will not like me after that comment, so there we go. But at least he's watching the racing alongside Nigel Edwards. Here we go then, as drivers make their way, but very tentatively. They're still halfway round the lap here. They're quite far away from the red line right now before they're not allowed to overtake. And, well, there you can see Aleman and Bonhomme just keeping the field nice and slow. Now, is that tactical in some way, Nicole Sutherland? Are they trying to get the temperatures cooled down a little bit in those tyres?
Well, you could maybe question, are they taking a little bit longer just to suss out where those wet patches are on the circuit?
Yeah.
Are they working together as teammates? Or did they watch what Ili Christian did in his first heat, where really slowed down the rest of the pack and caught that anti-pole side of the grid, you know, half asleep? Within this one, I'd say there's definitely some sort of tactic going into play.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's see what happens then as we make our way round the final corner into the tram lines. Are we racing? No, we're not. We are going around again. I've said that far too many times this weekend, Nicole, but no, it's not a clean start then for the field. And while we see them go around again, let's have a look at that intermediate classification for the juniors. Will Green leading that one with 138, but he is joined on points with Endo Arata of Japan. Michael Magoya of the USA is only 8 points shy of those two, with 130 to his name in third. From William Kalija, Ilar Christian, Devon Waltz and Asher Osteen. Gusto from Lubimov and Hugendorn round out the top 10. I'll have to try and clarify who that is. Is it Devon or Drew Waltz? Because they're both D Waltz on the timing screen. It makes it a little bit difficult to work out who's who. But I believe it is Devon Waltz who has got the more points out of the two of them. Field very slowly once again making their way around. Sun continuing to shine. You can just see at the top of the hill though, the grey clouds are looming once again in the background. So I suspect in, well, maybe in the next 20 or so minutes, we might see another spot of rain, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. For the time being, these drivers enjoying a little bit of sunshine, but still on a very wet circuit. Still the whole field in this one, of course, 29 drivers in this race, being backed by Daniel Miron at the back of the grid. But like I said, yesterday had really good runs in the qualifying heats. The first ones from not a great qualifying. Certainly a driver who you need to keep an eye on in these races today. But here we go at the front. Dan Aleman on the inside line. Lucas Bonhomme on the outside going in towards turn one. Are we racing this time? Hold your breath. Lights are out. We race down in towards turn number one, and it's a good start for the inside line. Bonhomme cannot get the drive and goes off the circuit, but amazingly keeps it in a straight line. Lucas Bonhomme with incredible kart control.
Bonhomme and Sell both exited the corner and the track together then. Both got caught out on that rumble strip and just pulled off. Drivers then heading out of turn number 5, all getting on that rumble strip, and it's making it so difficult for them to get back on the circuit. Could see a driver at the back of the field then having to cut that first sector of the track out. Not sure who that was, but they are at the back of the field. Dan Aleman, though, is your driver, currently leading the way. Lillian Scarborough has had a great start to this race. She's jumped up into second position, has had a P5 and a P3 so far. We've got drivers going off all the way through turn number 10. Somebody else is on the grass there, heading out of that part of the track. But still, Dan Aleman really settled there, has got a little bit of breathing room to the right, likes of Lillian Scarborough in second place, but Lillian now is under pressure by the rest of the field as they head out to complete the first lap of this race.
Yes, indeed. Eyes then as they make their way out of the final corner back over the start-finish line. Here's how they line up then at the end of lap number 1. It's Aleman from Scarborough, Zulfikari from Mazzola, Rivals from Arias. Sell is there in P7 after that tense moment over the start to finish line through turn 1 through Show in 8th. Gorski and Bonhomme round out the top 10 as eyes focus on this one here. Is this the Scarborough-Sulfakari battle? Is this Mazzola trying to go through as they're all trying to fight for position? And Scarborough, I think, is going to drop back just a little bit here. It's dropped down to third place. Sulfakari has got up into second. Now she's back into P3, or is she? Because now Mazzola and Rivals are all trying to find their way through here. This is a tense little fight on the opening stage, but I'm certainly enjoying it. Nicole, I don't know about you here. How close was that for the victory lane down the inside? That was great stuff from Lucasel.
We're enjoying this battle, but I wouldn't say Lillian is, because she's lost 4 or 5 positions within those first 2 sectors of the track. Iskender Sulfakari overtook through turn number 3, and she's just lost a bit of momentum out of that. But it is now Mazzola from Rival, Sel and Arias. So Scarborough has dropped down into about 7th position, was just unsettled when the Forza driver overtook and pushed her out wide. The lineup, though, continues to be led by Dan Alleman with a 2/10 gap. It was just over half a second, but now Iskender Sulfakari in that Forza kart, in that Esprit chassis, is pushing hard out of turn number 3, really all over the back of Dan Alleman now to try and get a move done. Watch him as they head down the hill and into the likes of double apex corner at turn number 8 and 9, because that is a hot spot. We've got a driver then walking off the circuit, not sure who that is. We can't see a kart, just a driver with a white helmet.
It possibly could be Samuel Hugon. He's not circulating anymore in this one, and if you're a Jesse Phillips fan out in this race, you're probably not going to like the news I'm about to give you. Black flag for Jesse Phillips in this race. He will go no further. Eyes on this one here. Iskender Sulfakari all over the rear bumper. Not anymore, because he's gone down the inside, and immediately Dan Alleman has said to Ludovico Mazzola, right, okay, careful now, let's close him down, let's try and get him back here. But as they climb up the hill, I think Ludovico Mazzola is probably just seeing, well, Sulfakari is already getting away, so I think I'd rather like to get past you and see if I can hunt him down myself. But let's see what happens. Out of the final corner we go. Much tighter line there for Mazzola as he tries to go down the inside. Big check over the shoulder for Alleman just to assess the situation, but no change between the two of them just yet as they head down in towards 2 and 3 for another time. There is Bosco Arias trying to get the moves done on Rivals just behind. And there you can see Lucasel now with the fastest lap of the race, coming back strong after that shaky start here for the victory lane driver.
There you can see Sel, the fastest driver on the circuit, just taking that wider line through turn number 3. Just in the back of that pack, we've got a fight going on between, I believe that's Ricky Flynn and a Tony Kart driver, so it's getting heated between those two. But here comes Sel, has a look down at the inside of Ludovico Mazzola, doesn't quite get anything stuck. These corners then, when they're wet and they're slippy, it looks like the overtake is on, but when they hit especially that old rubber line, it just causes those drivers to end up too wide and they can't, make those overtakes stick. Still is there though, Lucasel. Can he catch up to Mazzola, who is really hustling the back of Dan Alleman there for P2?
Yeah, indeed. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Sun continues to shine. Back over the start-finish line we go. We are on lap number 5 of this race, and Sulfakari continues to break away at the front here. The battle is for second place. Alleman, Mazzola and Sel. Sel was looking like he was going for the move there to the inside at turn number 2. Against it, stays behind. Now again, watch him here. Right to the outside. To the inside goes Mazzola on Alleman, but again, Alleman with that wider line has the power. Ooh. Here comes Sel with the power out of the corner, utilising that outer line, and just streaks right past Mazzola. And that is, again, just someone who knows the track maybe a little bit better and knowing where the speed can be carried. Keep an eye, though, because Bosco Arias now has become the latest driver to get involved in this fight. It was a battle of 3. It's now a battle of 4.
Just looked like Mazzola was so focused on Dan Alleman, he didn't probably anticipate that Lucasel was as close to him as he was. But look at Sel now, because he's catching up to our previous race leader, our pole sitter, Dan Alleman, in that Ward kart on the Tony Kart chassis. Clips that final curb of turn number 17. Is he going to have a look down the inside into turn number 1? Yes, he does. Lucasel now overtakes Dan Alleman and gets himself into second position.
That is nicely done there from Lucas Sell, despite the fact that at the start of the race, he went seemingly very backwards at the beginning of it. But I don't think he's going to have the pace here to close into Zulfikari. Now, he is still clear by 1.4 seconds and has just set the fastest lap of the race as well. So he is going to be a hard target to try and close in on, though. This one, Bosco Arias, though, closing right in on Ludovico Mazzola. Now, this is the battle for P4, and Bosco Arias looking to go for a move here. I think we've had some more dramas out there as well. Mark Pilapenko no longer circulating, and I think that was Andrea Mani we were seeing walking away from an incident. Reipold will need to be careful at the end of this one. A decision for him to go to the stewards for potentially causing a collision. Just confirm there on your screen. There was one of the other drivers, that was Mark Pilapenko for the Fusion Motorsport team, confirmed definitely out of the race. His car has come off the circuit at turns 8 and 9. Eyes on this. Arias did get past Mazzola. He is there in 4th place and has already dropped him by quite some way. As Nicole, the sun has disappeared once more and clouds once again start to loom over the circuit here.
I'm not going to say anything because every time we spoke about the rain, that's exactly what it starts to do. Intermediate classification, though, is now popped up on your screen. It is Will Green that continues to lead the way with 138 points, but is tied with Endo Arata. And then Iskender Zulfikari, your current race leader, is there in 3rd position. Dying stages of this race, though, and I think the rain is slightly starting to come down. Not sure how heavy it is, but I can see a puddle out there, and you can see those raindrops, and you can slightly see it on your screen now. Expect these drivers to start to maybe fall off the track ever so slightly, as they'll have to start battling with those heavier and harder race conditions.
Well, indeed, but the final lap board will be out this time to the field, and this will be a tense moment for them as Alaman defending from Bosco Arias. Arias not finding his way through just yet, and it's been a real chopping and changing race on this one, as all that shot there confirms it's definitely raining. And it's like, Nicole, I did mention it earlier on, you were blaming me. It's not like I've got control over the switch that turns the rain on and off, but every time I have said it, it has kind of happened. There's a quick replay here. Alamant so sideways into the braking zone of turn 8 there. That's just allowed Bosco Arias just ever so slightly to close in quicker and quicker. Now Lucas Sell sets the fastest lap of the race in 2nd place. Got to say, on this last lap, has closed down to less than a second. In fact, this is that battle for the lead. The rain's come tumbling down, and I think Zulfikari has backed off massively because of it. Now, they are on wet tyres. These tyres will survive on this, but I think it was just a case of he saw the likes of the rain on his visor and thought, right, I'm going to back off here. And Lucas Sell, oh my goodness, the rain is plummeting now. It's just come falling out of the sky at a massive rate. Look at that. That is unbelievable on your screens. Once more, but Lucas Sell, with 2 corners to go, can he get the lead of this race with a last few ditch attempts into that final corner? He's wide on the entry, sweeps it through, hits the curb, run to the line, side by side. Lucas Sell just gets it over the line. Absolutely superb for the Frenchman. Clear by 0.03 of a second from Zulfikari. Brilliant, brilliant drive there from Lucas Sell after falling off the circuit at the start to bring it all the way back and winning it by a kitten's whisker over the start-finish line.
Lucas Sell just proved it then. High risk, high reward, because that was outstanding stuff by the driver. Just used that curb on the exit of turn number 17, really kept that minimum speed going, got the revs and pipped Iskender Zulfikari over the line.
Good news, stop raining again. Right, there is your results on screen. Sell, Iskender Zulfikari, Dan Alaman, Bosco Arias, Ludovico Mazzola and Matteo Rivals. Lucas Bonhomme, in the end of that one, did drop down to 7th place from the front. Alessandro Truchot and Ilya Berezkin finishing in a good spot there, just inside the top 10. 11 places gained for the wild card. Jos Mulder rounding out that top 10. Bertoluccini, Gorski, Reipold, Magnac, Miron with a good drive there. I said keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him through these races. 14 places gained, finishes inside the top 15. Evan Purcell, Gilles Herman, Olivier Ricini, Lazarus from Sabarov, Casciafero, Capin, Vaboda, Daniel Oliver and Andrea Mani, the 25 karts that finished that race. Retirements, Lillian Scarborough at the end of that one. That's such an unfortunate one as she was fighting right at the sharp end at the beginning of that race. Mark Pilapenko, Jesse Phillips and Samuel Hugon, all retirements in that race. Well, Phillips was a black flag in that race. Well, drivers making their way back into Parc Fermé. Of course, they will get checked for the weight and the nose cones. Let's have a look at the highlights. Look at this, start of the race, beautiful sunshine, barely any spray for the drivers to deal with, but watch this moment here. Lucas Sell and the likes of Lucas Bonhomme off the track. But despite that, Lucas Sell still managed to win that race.
Absolutely. Sell did start behind Bonhomme. Just looked like they kind of pipped each other ever so slightly and lost it off of the rumble strip, got onto the mud ever so slightly. Heading out of turn number 3 and 4 though, this is the point where it was so busy between the back of our field, really jostling for position. Dan Alleman was your early race leader, but he did get it taken away by Iskender Zulfikari. This was the moment Lilia Scarborough just started to fall back down the order. She did have a good start, but once we had the likes of Bosco Arias and Ludovico Mazzola overtake, she just trumbled down the order and, of course, did not end the race later on.
Indeed. Well, battles happening thick and fast throughout that field. Retirement started coming in. I think this was Samuel Hugon of the Victory Lane team, the first retirement of the race. Then we saw the likes of Iskender Zulfikari pushing his way through the field, getting into the lead of that race, and well, by the end, not actually taking the win. And you can see here now Sell in the yellow helmet just sneaking in the back of these two. Firstly, getting down the inside, getting past the likes of Ludovico Mazzola. Then later, took a bit of work, but got past Dan Alleman down the start-finish straight in towards turn number 1. There was a huge gap. I did not expect him to close that gap. It was like 1.6 seconds when that got done with like 2 laps to go. I think what helped him out was that last puddle of rain that suddenly landed on the circuit, which I'll apologise for because I did lean on the on switch on the rain, but I've turned it back off again because the sun's shining once more. Right over the start-finish line, thousandths between them, but Lucas Sell, that was quite the drive from Lucas Sell, so looking forward to seeing what he does later on. Now, that's Brolly still up in the air. I have accidentally flicked the switch again and it's raining again, so just as soon as it stopped, it's now restarted. As OK Junior qualifying day A and D, that now ends, and we will go on to the likes of the OK Senior category for qualifying heat A versus D that is heading out onto the circuit. Now, carbon copy of what we saw yesterday, which you at home didn't see, but everyone else here did. Kostoya changing sides of the grid. That is pushing Victor Gustafsson to the inside. We'll have Joe Turney for company just behind for Kostoya. He will have Lev Krutilov now right behind him. But we did catch up with the Spaniard after time qualifying as he put it at pole overall.
Christian, at the final moments, you went fastest. Tell me about the lap out there. Did you know that you had really got things correct? You'd got the lap perfect?
Yeah, I think it was a tricky moment because it started to rain also the last sector. We went a bit late on the last moment, and yeah, the lap was actually very good. The grip was there. I think all was perfect. Let's see now in the hits. And yeah, I think we have the pace, even if the dry on the wet. I think better on the dry, but less on the hits.
And you lead the entire senior grid. You're the fastest driver overall. Heading into the heats, like you said, what's the challenge going to be, especially when you're the driver to beat now?
So I think yes, finishing the top 3 positions every heat. Like this, you can start in the top 5 in the final, and yeah, you can battle from there.
And Christian, you're very technically a good driver. You look like you really get each corner correct. Tell me, what's it like there out on the Portimao circuit? What really means that a lap is perfect?
So I think, yeah, you need to be very smooth with the steering wheel. Also because there is a quite long straight. Also, you have a very much longer sprocket compared to Campillos. So yeah, I think you need to be as clean as fast as you can. Yeah, if you're fast, yeah, you go.
Great insights, Christian. Well done.
Thank you.
Good chat there to Christian Costoya, who now makes his way out onto the circuit with the rest of the field as he starts this one from pole position. He'll be joined by the former KZ World Champion Victor Gustafsson alongside Joe Turney, last year's European champion in this very class. Starts it alongside Lev Krutzelov. They'll have Zach Green and Zach Drummond on row number 3. Jacopo Martinez and Davide Battaro go from row 4. They'll have Oliver Stadler and Francois Cadel on row number 5. Dries van Langendonk and Lewis Francis round out row number 6. The first half of the grid we'll see Stelianos Kolovos of Greece and Fastainado of Argentina.
Needing to push on the second half of your grid then goes with Louis Cachet and Jindřich Peschel. Starting from row number 9, we have Roland Kuklane with Lewis Werrell, and from 10 we have Zhao Zhijun with Oscar Galan. For Poland, we have Maximilian Rafalik, and for France, we have Alois Girardet on 11, and from 12, we have Fusion Zach Delay with Franziska Kigelski. From 13 is Quara Fearhand with Sky Parker, who suffered a DNF yesterday, and on 14, we have Radek Vavra with Federico Rossi. Rounding out your grid then of 29 karts after a technical flag in qualifying and a DSQ yesterday is Mattis Umer.
Well, again, packed grid in this one, and it looks like on our timing screen everyone has made it out there, albeit I think one driver's had a bit of a spill on this out lap, and I'm just trying to think, Kara Fairhand possibly has had a bit of a moment out there, but we will see if still in the race. In fact, yes, I can see Kara Fairhand. He's all the way down at turn number 5, while the front of the grid is going into the red line, indicating no overtaking is permitted. So he is quite far back, but there will be a gap missing then from that spot. But for the rest of the field, it is game on in this race. Costoya, this is an important one for him. 2 wins yesterday, a win here now, leads the intermediate classification at the end of this rotation of qualifying heats. But let's see if that's going to happen, as he's got a multitude of senior talent around him. Lights do not go out. We are going around again, and for the rest of them, that's going to be a little bit of time now to clear the circuit as best as they possibly can. Rain is just complete. It's on and off so sporadically right now. It was stopped raining, it started, it stopped, and now it started again. So these track conditions are just not going to improve at this rate.
Stop leaning on the rain button, Anthony.
Stop leaning on the rain switch. I'm sorry, I've got my elbows out a little bit in the box. But no, for these drivers, you know, it's just a case of, well, just deal with it. You know, you get the cards dealt to you. You've just got to deal with it left, right and centre. It is what it is, effectively. And it's just a case of really showcasing who is the best. Now, you've just reacted to something there. Nicole, what was it?
No, I just saw something out of the commentary box window, but can't call what the issue is for one of the drivers out there. Just question if maybe somebody's got an early nose cone, but we won't find out until later on.
Won't dwell on that just yet. Yes. There is Kara Fairhand, who is well again has got a chance to really close in on the group again. Has done a sterling job to do so, because he's going in towards turn 11 now, and the drivers are the back of the grid is just going through turn number 12. Now, the one driver, well, okay, I can see there's a big dent in a nose cone out there, but no idea if it's dropped yet. But it's on a papaya-coloured cart, and I'll let you figure that one out. Field makes its way into the final couple of corners. It was a false start last time around. Let's see if it's good this time around, as once again, rain still trickling here at the Portimao circuit. With Victor Gustafsson and Christian Costoya on the front row of this grid. Let's see who will get the whole shot in towards turn number 1 as the revs start to raise. Lights are out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. And of course, Costoya gets that run down in towards turn 1. As you can see there, Drummond going absolutely wheel to wheel with Victor Gustafsson. But they all hold on to the circuit. But that is Drummond now off the circuit at turn number 2. Now, Drummond, you've got to be careful here, because now you've missed half the circuit. You've got on the power, and you're going to rejoin right in that mid-pack, and I might think you could be in a spot of bother there, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. Lev Krutzelov right round the outside of Costoya is going to get into P2, as who is that in the... No, it's Drummond in the lead. Okay, so who was the kart that went off the track then? I'll try and work that one out in a few moments' time. Drummond's in the lead then. Victor Gustafsson's just sent it down the inside of Costoya. You've got all sorts of things kicking off in the background. but crucially at the front, Drummond's in control.
Turney round the outside of Costoya through turn number 10 and 11, then has made the move stick to get himself into 4th position. So it is Gustafsson and Turney, the two more experienced drivers in this grid, just following each other round. Costoya having a bit of a difficult start there, has been shuffled down the order slightly, but your race leader, crucially early in this one, and with a nice gap to the driver in second, is Zach Drummond. I do believe we have a potential black flag being given to one of the drivers out there. We'll see who that is shortly. So that is Lev Krutulov then.
No, it's Jacopo Martinez who's getting it, and that was the driver who I thought was Zach Drummond at the start of the race, who'd gone off at turn number 2. It wasn't Drummond, he's in the lead. It was Jacopo Martinez who I was trying to call out. So, yeah, unfortunately for him, there he is on your screen in the blue KR Sport car that's just pushing through. Yeah, he's going to be out of this race, which is a big shame.
Martinez with a DNF yesterday. Now a black flag is not going to help him within this championship one bit. Wondering if he's seen that flag on the gantry just yet. Will have a chance to see that notification pull in off the circuit. There, back on your screens though, that's Gustafsson on the back bumper of Lev Krutulov, just hustling him hard. And Joe Turney, I'm sure, will be trying to look for an opportunity where he can capitalise off of that as well. There he goes then, Gustafsson, just round the outside of Lev Krutulov, switches back onto the racing line. Krutulov, though, just leaves the circuit slightly with those damp conditions. Gustafsson then clips the curb of turn number 17 to try and hook himself around the last bit of the track. That's allowed Joe Turney just to catch up to him slightly. But what's all of this done, Anthony? That's allowed Zach Drummond to continue to push away.
There, down the inside, Joe Turney gets that move done on Gustafsson. Moves up into 3rd place. So these are two absolute titans in their own right, going absolutely wheel to wheel here in Portimao, and Gustafsson retakes that 3rd place spot, and Turney will have to try again at another point of the lap, but we'll have to wait and see here. But my crucial thing on this one is Costoya. He's dropped down 6 places now to P7. It's not the results he wanted. It's not the results he's looking for at all in this one. But there is still a long way to go in this race because we are only on lap 3 of this race. There is Costoya on your screen. He is trying to get the moves done in the circuit here. He's got Peschel right in front of him. However, he's got Van Langendonk right behind, who is trying to get the moves done as well. He's in turn got Fastao Anado, Zach Green, Lewis Werrell, Davide Bataro, all there. There's quite a significant train starting to form behind the Spaniard here, Nicole.
Yeah, absolutely. Matis Umer with another really difficult result. A DNF once again. That's, I believe, could be 3 out of 3 for that driver. And of course, a terrible qualifying for him as well. But the battles are really going on between drivers in 5th and about 15th. You know, there's so many drivers and karts in that, makes it so difficult, especially with the spray going on. And clashing wheels goes Victor Gustafsson and Joe Turney. Joe Turney looks down the inside of Gustafsson once again, makes that move stick, but Gustafsson's got to return it and overtakes Joe once again through turn number 8 and 9. Joe trying to hang it round the outside, goes up into turn number 10 and retakes the lead, 2nd place once again, but Gustafsson says no. Gustafsson now down the inside of Joe Turney. They've changed about 3 positions, 3-4 places within half of a lap.
2 European champions right here on your screen. Joe Turney from last year in this very class, as Martinez out of the race after that black flag. I can imagine he's not going to be too happy. But that is one of those things, and here is the replay of what happened there. So you can just see on the outside, okay, so he's in a position of the track where he's right on the outside. I think there were 4 wide there. He had nowhere to go. He took to the runoff, but it's this very action that has caused that black flag to come out. He kept it absolutely pinned and just came straight back onto the circuit, right back into the pack. He will say that I lost a few positions, but I think they're just saying, no, you can't do something like that. You have to rejoin the circuit where you go off. But on this one here, this battle's still not over yet. Gustafsson and Turney, brilliant, brilliant stuff from these two. As I was saying, 2 European champions right here on your screen. You know, Victor Gustafsson, former European champion in KZ2, then went on to win the World Championships in KZ. Joe Turney, last year, European champion in this very class. two very impressive drivers who have raced all over the world. And right here, right now, they're on your screens racing in the wet here in Portimao for round 2 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Brilliant sights to see. But now I think Joe is just thinking, right, okay, we had our fun there. He's good. And I think I might just back off a little bit and I'll be happy to stick with the P4 for now, because I can imagine Joe is going to fight back again on Gustafsson later on in the race. But he has to be careful because Cadal is right there behind. Now a driver going the wrong way on the circuit. That's not too smart, but has rejoined the circuit now. That is Fastauanado for the DPK Racing team. After a brief rotation, he's back facing the right way and still in this race.
Stellar stuff, though, from Gustafsson and Turney, just showing exactly what it takes to be a driver of that calibre, really giving each other no room but clean and fair racing. They'll head back down the hill through turns number 7 towards 8 and 9. Will Joe close up on that tight and really difficult and hard braking zone of 8 and 9? Back up the hill, continues to chase Gustafsson round the track, hooks the curb there. These two drivers taking slightly different racing lines. Gustafsson deciding to take that wider line and Turney clipping the curb to hook round. This was the moment, though, we lost Fastauanado, the DPK driver.
Oh, actually, you know what?
Whoa.
I said that wasn't a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
That was probably the smartest thing he did there.
As well, to keep that engine alight. You know, if
indeed.
he'd been still for too long, would have cut off and, you know, he wouldn't have been able to push start it out of the race.
We're not in that race. Yeah, we're not in the first opening lap of that race. So that actually turned out to be the most cleverest thing to do there, because that avoided a massive collision. Here we go then. Take 2 on this battle. Turney back down the inside of Victor Gustafsson. But Gustafsson once more is going to fight back. Watch them swatch sides again. And Gustafsson back down the inside. Oh, I love these two when they start racing with each other. This is what we like to see. Two experienced drivers going absolutely wheel to wheel on a wet track.
You just said take 2, but it's more like take 20 because they've changed positions that many times. Really, both of them just, you know, going for it within this race. But what's that done? It's allowed Krutulov and Zach Drummond just to continue to push away. Drummond and Krutulov, we've hardly seen them within this race, but Zach is leading the way by just under 3 seconds. We'll continue to focus on these two, though, fighting for that last position within the top 3. They're heading out and towards the final sector. Joe Turney, though, right there. He's not dropped off of the bumper of Gustafsson one bit. Both choosing the same line through turn number 17, hooking that curb round. Is Turney going to have a look as they head more down towards turn number 2, just on the inside there? Is he going to go for it? Yes, he does. Joe Turney then through turn number 2 takes that 3rd position.
He takes it, but now what are you going to do, Joe, at turn number 5? Because Victor Gustafsson has continuously found a way back past through this corner, but he's a little further behind this time. So has he actually got that done this time? I think the answer to that is yes. But that took 8 exhausting laps, I think, to get that one done. But Joe Turney has delivered the result on that one, and he moves up to 3rd place. Not for maybe too long, though, because Gustafsson's going to fight it back. As we have had drama out there, Radek Vavra and Lewis Werrell have tumbled down the order. Gustafsson has got his dander up here and is looking to try and get 3rd place back.
Genuinely can't tell if those drivers are going to be frustrated with each other or actually be driving around and having a bit of a giggle, because, you know, it does look like good fun what's going on between those two.
Yes, I can imagine, though, they're probably just thinking, it's raining, you know, let's just have a bit of fun here. We're in a good position. You know, we're not going to catch up to the 2 in front. The drivers behind may catch up because Francois Cadal is there in P5 and that 174, and he's watching these two scrap for position, and he is closing in at quite a rate of knots just behind. But now I think they've settled down. I think that was the last-ditch attempt there from Gustafsson, just thinking, right, maybe let's try and go for it here. But no, has backed out of it, as I've lent on the sunshine switch this time, because it's back out, Nicole.
Yes, it is, and I'm sure the track will start to dry out again very soon. I've noticed with this circuit, Anthony, it happens really quickly. I don't know if it's maybe because of the type of surface that it is. It's a little bit more coarse, which maybe allows it to dry faster, and we've got a lot of wind going on around there. So keep an eye on that for the rest of today's racing. But this race right here, right now, the Heat A versus D for the seniors. It is Zach Drummond who looks like he's going to take this race win. They will continue to go round though, because it is one more lap before Zach to complete. Needs to get 17 more corners right before he can say that. It's Krutulov behind him then by 3.3 seconds. So Drummond continues to go faster than Krutulov, the Ukrainian driver, P6 in the world in the juniors, and is sat there in that Energy course kart. We saw in the previous race the Energies having a good showing in the senior category today, really lighting things up in the wet conditions. You can just see how hard Lev Krutulov is pushing the kart. I think these drivers, they almost look like they're slightly out of control. Are those drivers that are really on the edge of things and pushing it really hard. On the limit, I think, is the right word to say.
Yeah.
Well, phrase.
Well, yeah, indeed. Yeah, correct in saying that. Final lap board is now out, as you correctly called there, Nicole. But, yeah, for Drummond, just holding on to his card a little bit there. You know, great racing for him over the course of this weekend. He's just consistently got better. He had a second, he's had a third. Now he's going to add a win to his tally with only 2 more corners to go as the sun beams down on him here in Portimao. Zach Drummond from Scotland and the United Kingdom rounds the final corner. First qualifying heat win of the weekend. Krutulov will finish in second. Joe Turney from Gustafsson. Francois Cadal, brilliant race for him. Crosses the line in P5. A brilliant result there. Peschel finishes in P6 from Deriso and Langendonk. Zach Green in 8th. Kostoya just crosses the line now in P9. Francis leads the next group of karts over the line as he rounds out the top 10. But with Kostoya, with his 2 wins yesterday, and now that P9, it drops him to 3rd in the points, which means Craigie and Drummond now lead 1 and 2 with 136 and 135 points. 1 point separating those 2 drivers as they fight for 25 championship points at the end of the qualifying heats phase. There's a look at the rest of your results on the screen. Davide Battaro finishing in 11th place from Louis Cochet. Roland Cooklane from Oliver Stadler. Alain Gilliday, Francis Stadielski from Kare Fairhan, and Xiaozi Zheng, who ran out the top 18. All of them with relatively big moves throughout the field. Federico Rossi with 9 places gained, finishes the P19 for Fausto and Nardo. Stilianos Kolovos from Sky Parker. Maxwell Rafanek from Zachariah Delay. Then it is Lewis Werrell, Radek Vavra, Oscar Gallin, Jacopo Martineze, and Mathis Almer. They are all retirements from that race. Werrell and Radek Vavra, I think, having a moment near the dire stages of that race, both of them falling off the circuit. Well, those drivers will make their way back to Parc Ferme. We're going to watch some highlights in a moment, but I'm afraid to say it might be a bit of a Gustafsson and Turney highlight reel that we're going to see on that one, because that was the main fight. This man here, we didn't get to see too much of him. Great start for him and then in that race, getting into the lead from the 3rd row of the grid, I will stress, as he gets a congratulations from his team and mechanic, as he will, well, head back to the paddock, I can imagine, with a nice smile on his face, because that's a win, 2nd and a 3rd now for Zach Drummond, as he sits 2nd in that intermediate classification. Well, that is good stuff for him, and he'll be delighted. Clean-up operation under the way. Here's the highlights from it. So watch Drummond. You can see the cross on his helmet just coming through, right round the outside of Gustafsson, keeps it pinned, and then goes through. And this is why I thought it was him that went off the circuit right initially. But no, when you exit out of turn 2, you have to look further back. It was Martineze who had gone off the circuit. Really unfortunate for him, because I think it was a case of just 4 into 1 didn't go. But his actions here after that, that's what put him in the sights of the officials.
Natural reaction, though, from a racing driver just to keep their foot in and keep it pinned. That is what Jacopo Martineze did, but unfortunately, he would have had to let the rest of the field go before rejoining and was awarded a black flag for that, which caused a retirement. It was all going on between the pinch point of turns 8 and 9, that double apex just catching out drivers when it is early stages of the race. you see drivers bang wheels and just get caught out with each other. Bit of a difficult one for Christian Costoya, then dropped down from the pole position to finish 9th place. But this was it. This was the highlight of this race. Joe Turney versus Victor Gustafsson, giving each other no room. You could see them a couple of times just touching side pods with each other. They changed positions 3 or 4 times within about half a lap, and it was through turns 8 and 9 that they were really giving each other a run for their money. Switch back from Joe Turney going into turn number 10, but later on Victor Gustafsson got him once again going into turn number 9. Side by side just the whole way up the hill. Really no room for either of these drivers to breathe. This was the moment though, the DPK driver, the 146, we said it was smart for him just to keep his foot in, keep it revving so that that kart didn't cut out and he continued to go round and circulate.
Yeah, indeed. I'll definitely eat my words until I see the full replay before I say anything. But last-ditch attempt between these two. Brilliant close racing again between Turney and Gustafsson. Big check over the shoulder for Zach Drummond, thinking,
where is everyone?
Where did everyone go? There we go. Well, there you go. He dealt with that one nicely, did Drummond, and we'll see them out later on today, groups A and D. But 2 more races to go before we go into the, I can imagine, shaved down lunch break, because we are a little bit behind schedule at the moment. It is qualifying Heat B versus E for the OK Junior category that'll be heading out onto the circuit. And once more, we see a switch of the front row. Eli Christian and Will Green switching sides of the grid. That is the right of the pole sitter to choose which side of the grid he would like to start on. And he has decided to do that. But there is Dean Hugendorn, the Williams junior driver. We caught up with him at the start of this weekend.
Yeah, obviously last week we had a bit of a scrap, but this week I think we'll be going in quite a bit more confident because we definitely have the speed in this track, and I hope for a good qualifying, so I have a good start of the weekend, and let's see what we can do. I think it's quite a great circuit, quite flowing as well, and definitely the speed is really good at this track. Overall just really good track. We have seen a lot of podiums for the Prema team as well, and I'm very confident with the podiums next week.
Oh, good to catch up there with Dean Hugendorn, a fan of this circuit, and like you say, needed that good qualifying, and well, kind of got that good qualifying, starting this one on the second row of the grid in P4. But there, your pole sitter, Eli Christian, who has switched sides of the grid, the Canadian choosing to go to the outside line for turn number 1, and that is natural, of course, when you get wet conditions. You want to be off the racing line as much as you possibly can, and being on that outside line through turn 1 kind of puts you in that spot. Well, we'll have to see what will happen here. But there may be tactics on board with this one, because who would have been originally starting right behind him? It would have been Endo Arata of Japan, who has been one to watch out for, who has been fighting at the sharp end of that intermediate classification. We are seeing him back out on track now. It's been a while since we've seen Groups B out on the circuit, so be crucial to see what happens here for the Ward Racing driver as they will be battling thick and fast throughout this one. So, engines fire up, green light and whistle blows on the grid. Let's take you through that full starting lineup as we are nearing the halfway point of the day, indicating that this is where it starts to get a little bit more tense for the drivers who have not had those good results to try and push through at the front of the field. It's Eli Christian and Will Green on the front row of the grid, Endo Arata and Dean Hugendorn on row 2, Giacomo Justo and Sebastian Escandari, who round out row number 3. Row 4 sees Pietro Bagutti and Nikita Lubimov of Estonia, Pierre Bruno and Henry Domain go from row 5 in the top 10. Turner Brown and Julian Frasnelli, they round out the top 12 on row number 6, with the first half of the grid being Alex Malota and Valerio Villapiana.
No time to waste then for the second half of our grid, which includes Maxim Bobrishov and Jarlath Sayer on row number 8. Going from 9, we have Roland Nagy with Juan Mateo Russo, and from 10, we have Henry Constant Kampen with Tobias Sajenyi. Going from 11, we have Vsevolod Osachi-Soslovsky with Manny Nuvolini, and from 12, we have Santiago de la Vega with Angelina Simmons. On 13, we have the Netherlands and Brazil with Matt van Rooyen and Felipe Sanchez. And from 14, we have Emilia Wischermirska with Gregor Callas. The only driver then on the 15th row of your grid, and starting from 29th, will be Mohamed Alpizaki, who's had a really, really difficult start to the week here in Portimao.
It has been a challenging one for him and many other drivers as well out there on the circuit. Reminder of that intermediate classification, it is Will Green leading that one, joint on points with Endo Arata with 138 points to their name. Group B are back out on circuit now. And obviously, as you can imagine, Ili Christian has put both Will Green and Endo Arata on the inside line, pushing them back a little bit as, oh, did I lean on that switch again? Because I think it's just started raining once more directly on cue. Oh, I don't like to make it up, but it certainly is happening. Yeah, this is, again, interesting tactics from Ili Christian. We always like to say, oh, no, it's because it's wet. That's why I've done it. But I always think there's a deeper message in switching sides because, again, we're seeing it from Costoya as well. He's in a close competition with Joe Turney. And, again, he's been switching sides of the grid as well to put him on the back foot a little bit on that second row of the grid. Again, long way to go in this weekend to really see if it benefits them or not. And we've just witnessed a driver in the senior category go from the third row of the grid on the outside to the race lead in the first opening lap. So basically, I would say keep an eye on Sebastian Eskandari potentially in this one, because that's exactly where Drummond started earlier on. Past the red line on circuit, so no overtaking permitted beyond this point. You should be in 2x2 rolling start formation. Heading through turn number 16 now in 17. Pace is very slow. We did see Ili Christian earlier on, he got a brilliant start, didn't he? Hold it right back on the power, then shot through the corner. Now he's put himself on the outside line here. Let's see what happens this time. Lights not out. They are going around again. Another one of the false starts that we've seen over the course of this weekend. So they get a bit more time to get things up to temperature and to get used to what's happening out on track. Now, it says that it's drying. I can confirm that graphic's probably a bit delayed now because it is raining once more, so it is not drying anymore. But the air temperature is still correct. 19 degrees out there. It's a relatively decent temperature, but it feels cold with the wind blowing and the rain falling and everything like that. It's suboptimal conditions, I would say.
Yeah, in the back of the screen, you might see spectators wearing coats. That is probably just because of the rain. It's actually not cold out there. And I'd say actually the air temperature is allowing these these engines, the OK engines, to run really well because it's nice and cool, but not too cold, not too hot. Drivers, though, will go round again, just given one more opportunity to get themselves back into position. But your current intermediate classification on the screen then, it's still Will Green and Endo Arata tied on points for that first position. Lucas Sell then in fourth. Then it's Michael McGoy, Iskender Zulfikari and Dan Alleman.
Indeed, not many points separating the top six there. As you can see, just over 10 of them, 12 in total, separating the top six. So a very close fight in that intermediate classification, which makes it very exciting come later on today, because it means we have no idea who's starting on pole position for the superheats for tomorrow. Here we go. Second attempt at a start here for qualifying Heat B versus E as they make their way up the hill once again, nice and slow. It is a tricky starting spot on this one, of course, with it being uphill. The kind of lights are out of sight at this point because they're so low on the ground. They crest a little hill here. Then they come over, they see the lights go off, and now they go racing down in towards turn number one. Good start for the outside row there, so keep an eye. Christian and Hugendorn getting into first and second. Remember, Hugendorn having that drama earlier on, now needing a good result in this one, and other drivers having drama, falling off the circuit, and you can see them trying to rejoin there. Now, I think Pietro Baguti might have been one of those drivers, but I am not too sure. We'll have to wait until they come through. Giacomo Gusto was one, and it was Pietro Baguti the other. So two drivers off the circuit, but they do rejoin, albeit at the back of the field. Eyes on the prize here at the front. Ili Christian in the lead. Hugendorn on his tail, though, in P2.
Good start then by Arjali Sayer in the energy car. I can see him just in there in about 6th or 5th position, just battling away with the likes of Nikita Lubomov. Stunning start then by the young driver from Great Britain. The other British driver then in the sharp end of the field is Will Green. He's just dropped back to about 4th, loses another place then then out of turns number 12 and 13. There he is on your screen. Now it's Jarlath Sayer is actually catching up to Will Green as well. So that loss in momentum when he's been, battling for these positions has allowed that energy cart to catch up again. Dean Hugendorn has changed position then with Ili Christian. He is your race leader. These two heading down into turn number 2 and 3. Eskandari then having a good one, and Endo Arata has dropped back slightly in position from where he started. Settled from these top 5 in the second lap of this race. But Dean Hugendorn, he's going to be really wanting a good one in this after that DNF earlier on.
Oh, certainly so. And that is an astonishing start for Jarlath Sayer on there with those 10 places gained on that opening lap. Fighting right at the sharp end, because I could hear you calling an energy course and I could see an energy course, but I was working out who on earth is that. So brilliant start there. Green a little bit sideways there out of turn 8 and 9, just on the power, a little bit too feisty, and now Sayer might have a chance here of getting into that top 5 in this part of the race, but we'll keep a close eye on that one. Hugendorn has got into the lead of this race as well. He is closing away and he's got past. He's cleared by 0.8 of a second. Christian there in second place. Eskandari, Endo. Then it's the Green and Sayer battle, and there you can see Jarlath Sayer with those positions gained. Started 16th, currently 6th with that 10 place gained. Is looking for one more, but at the moment he just stays behind and stays in position. So keep an eye on this one. Julian Fresnelli under investigation for potentially causing a collision. We'll keep a close eye on that one, but that will be going to the stewards. Dean Hugendorn now, fastest driver out on circuit. Big set down the inside, was that a little late on the brakes? No, just managing to get it stopped. Endo Arata getting up into P2, I think that is, or P3. A brilliant little overtake there. And now has to try and close in to Ili Christian, who is there in second place. Keep an eye, though. Sebastian Eskandari has made it up to P4 now as well, past the likes of Will Green, who is still fighting for position. Eyes on this fight here. This is the battles a little further back in the order. There I'm seeing the 256 going for the moves. But that is all the way down. I think that's Maxim Bobrajov getting the moves in a battle with Soslovsky and Via Piana down in around 18th, 19th and 20th on circuit. Eyes on this here, though, as they head up the hill into that final corner. Multiple different racing lines being seen here, but that's all of the drivers just kind of testing the waters, no pun intended, of trying to find the correct racing line here.
Jarlath Sayer just struggling slightly out of that last sector then, and that's allowed Henry Domain for Forza just catch up to the rest of this group. It is now a bit of a train for this top second to 6th really, because Dean Hugendorn has pulled away from the rest of the field and is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. He's got a 1.6 second lead to the likes of Ili Christian, but set that purple lap of a 1 minute 12.239. Jarlath Sayer, though, continuing to push really hard to catch up to the likes of Eskandari, who's hustling the back of Will Green, the Williams driver. 2 Williams drivers then within the top 5 of this race. Both had good showings at the first round in Campillos, both in the sharp end of this field, and being given those tools by Kart Republic, by Prema, to really work some magic out there on the track. Calm down slightly then in this stage of the race. It's not as busy in the top 6, but that mid-pack, I think there's some changes for position. We've got the likes of Nikita Lubomov, Alex Malotta, Turner Brown and Manny Nuvolini, who's gone up 10 places, really fighting it out there for that 10th to 15th position. There we go, we can see them on the screen. That is those drivers we were just talking about, heading down the start-finish straight and just trying to work themselves out, trying to chase the drivers in front to grab those extra positions. Dean Hugendorn then continuing to get faster and faster. It's now a 1 minute 11.869 that is the time to beat. And I think that shows, Anthony, that the circuit out there is starting to dry up slightly.
Well, it's not drying up for those two because 2 of them are out of this race, and that is Nikita Lubomov and Alex Malotta, who are fighting right up at that top end. They've come together and come to blows at turn number 3. They are out of this race. That is a huge shame for them. Not sure how that happened, but I'm guessing moved down the inside.
Well, I was just saying it was getting busy between that group of drivers, and clearly between turns 2 and 3, something has gone wrong for them.
No, indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. And yeah, you're right in saying that the rain has once again stopped. out on circuit. It is in a state of drying once more. However, I think that's wishful thinking if we're going to be seeing some slick tyres at any point today, because it's just so on and off. Here is Alex Malota. What happened for him? Just into the background, and oh dear, yeah, that is an unfortunate one. Just a misjudgment of the brakes, lifts that rear bumper, both of them out of the race, and yeah, that is not how you want to see it.
Lubomov, a bit of a passenger in that, really.
Yeah.
He couldn't have done anything different. Like you said, Malota just picked the back end of Lubomov's kart, and they were both off into the barriers by turn number 3. Eyes back on this battle, though, for P3. For third position, it is Endo Arata being hustled by Will Green. The gap then, there's nothing between it. You can see Will Green just trying to take a wider line up the hill towards and around turn number 10. Both clip the curb through turn number 11 and will head back down to 12. What does Will Green do? Similar line to Endo Arata. It's 0.3 of a second is the gap. Is he going to have an opportunity through the last sector? Too far away now, I would say, is Will Green, but he's working that Kart Republic kart so hard, really trying to control that wheel spin, control the slide that he would be experiencing to hustle those positions and reduce that time. Move is on then by Henry Domain to overtake Jarlath Sayer. That is Domain now into 6th position. Despite Jarlath's best efforts, you know, up 10 positions, is dropping down now. Maybe, I say that, I eat my words, because Jarlath Sayer now trying to go down the inside once again on Henry Domain. Doesn't change. Henry Domain now on the rumble strip, clips the mud. He's going to have dirty tyres now, which is going to make it hard work heading through the next couple of corners, but does make it stick. So Jarlath Sayer continues to stay behind the Forza kart of Henry Domain. That
was so close. I made a weird noise when he hit the mud there, but there we go. That is quite something.
Sound like you panicked.
I panicked inside there. I was trying to replicate probably the noise that Domain was making underneath that helmet. Right, Nuvolini now under investigation for potentially causing a collision out on circuit. We have not seen that one on our screens, but obviously Race Control have. There is a look at your intermediate classification. So with Endo Arata not leading the race, he is still leading that intermediate classification, and by a couple of points here. Green sitting in second, Chrisen in third with 165. Certainly, Endo Arata could be a driver coming away with some championship points here. And I'm just going to have a quick look here at Endo Arata. Has got championship points on board, only 13 of them, and sits down in 14th in the championship standing. So another 25 points added onto that will bolster his point score, and will shoot right up to the sharp end. Final lap board is out. Last lap board is out. We are keeping an eye on the field right now, but Hugendorn is clear by 4.1 seconds as he's heading down the hill. This is a stark difference from what happened to him earlier on when he had that DNF, Nicole. Absolutely. He's definitely got some fire in his belly then, has Hugendorn, after that DNF. You know, caught that curb in turn number 4, and it sent the rear end of the Williams Prema Kart Republic kart round, and he wasn't able to get it restarted, but has redeemed himself within this one because it looks like a 4.5 second race win. He will be the first driver then to meet the checkered flags. Dean Hugendorn heads out of turn number 17, and he has done it then. That is a heat win for the Williams driver. He's followed behind then by Ili Christian, 4.6 seconds to Ili, who then leads from Endo Arata, Will Green, Sebastian Eskandari, Henry Domain, Jarlath Sayer up by 9 positions, then Julian Frasnelli, who was under investigation, Turner Brown of the USA, and then rounding out your top 10 is Juan Mateo Russo. Well, very a calmer race that time around, wasn't it? After all the drama we've had this morning, it seems to have simmered down now, and the field has got itself into a state of readiness out there as the track continues to improve in terms of its conditions. There's a look at your full results. The top 10 we've gone over: Manu Nuvolini, Priam Bruno, Tobias Dejeni with Maxim Barbajov, Vsevolod Saslowski finishing in 15th place from Henry Constant Kupin, Valerio Filipiana, and the likes of the rest of the field as well as they head back in towards Parc Ferme. Angelina Simmons rounds out the top 18. Felipe Sanchez, Roland Nagy, Mats van Rooyen, Greg Callis, Santiago Diaz de la Vega, Giacomo Justo, Emilio Veshemirska, Mohamed El Bazaki finishes the 26 finishes in that one. Lubomov, Matola, and Boguti all out of the race. And I'm going to eat my words again here, Nicole. I said the track was improving, the sun is shining. It started raining once more. I feel bad now at this point of the weekend because everyone's probably going to be... I'm going to have a queue of people outside ready to probably tell me off for this one for stop talking about the weather because you keep making it worse. There we go. Dean Hoogendoorn. Brilliant race for him. Exactly what the Dutchman needed. That's a good result for him, but hopefully he can fight it back. Oh, blimey, it's quite heavy rain that started to come down on the second. Look at that! Blimey, I was saying the track was drying. How wrong was I to say that?
Yeah, very.
Sorry. I'll do better next time. Right, let's see what these drivers will do then, because, of course, the next race is coming out very soon. Here's a look at the highlights from that race. Well, for the outside row, it did work out for Ile Christian, getting into the lead, holding on to that one, but would later settle for second place. Hoogendoorn this time around, so much calmer and more controlled, was able to get into that lead really early on and get through. That was the dramas right at the beginning. Pietro Boguti off the circuit. Giacomo Giusto was involved in that incident as well. They both tumbled down. Giusto kept going. Boguti, the first retirement of the race, though.
This is the moment then. Will Green just started to struggle ever so slightly, and it did bring Jarlath Sayer into the fight. Jarlath went up by 9 positions. We had drama for Nikita Lubomov. He was tagged going out of turn number 3 and ended up in the barrier. Jarlath, though, was battling it out with Henry Domain. Both British drivers, both would have raced each other in their really early junior careers, giving each other no room to breathe, but firm and fair racing. Jarlath in that energy course kart. We didn't speak too much of him about at Campillos, but has come to Portimao and is much stronger, much faster. Dean Hoogendoorn looking over his shoulder after that race win then, just similar to Zach Drummond to say, where is everybody? Because he really drove off from the rest of the field. On your screens, look at the rain.
That's a beautiful summer's day in the UK you've got there on your screens. OK, Junior qualifying heat B and E now taking to the circuit, and well, let's see what happens. It's the OK grid that's heading out into the circuit. The seniors this time around, and once again, well, it was very similar conditions to this that Noah Wolf went out on circuit to last time around. That race was dramatic as you'd like for him. Kenzo Craigie also had very similar conditions to this one, starting on the front row of the grid, but as you can see, they have switched sides. So it will be Wolf on the outside line going for that one, and again, it is perfectly in his right to do so. There's, all right, is that some of the drivers for the, well, I would say there's a next race, but we go to the lunch break after the race of this. We'll take a short break here, but don't go anywhere because we caught up with Ella Hakkinen earlier on in the weekend, and here's what she had to say.
I'm feeling pretty confident for this weekend. We know that we're pretty fast. The track is really good here, especially like in the dry. The wet also is really good here, so I feel pretty confident for this weekend. I would say I think it motivates me a lot. It motivates me to do really well. I think it helps me also with like everything all together helps me, but it just motivates me a bit more. The first round in Campillos we showed pretty good speed, but of course the Maxxis tires is really hard to it's our first year with Maxxis, so it's really hard to adapt, but we're getting there, we're adapting. For this round, I feel that I'm looking to change probably to adapt a bit more of the tires with the Maxxis, just to adapt a bit more, just to have a bit more confidence with the tires, especially in qualifying. That's what our main points, and everything else, I think it's pretty good.
Well, great to chat there to Ella Hakkinen ahead of this weekend. The only Monegasque racing this weekend in all of the classes. But let's see what happens for this driver, because she'll be starting on the 11th row of the grid. Crucial to see what she can do from there in these, well, horrid conditions. Because, well, I've leant on the switch again, and the rain is simmering down. But as you can see from that camera shot, it is still raining quite a substantial amount. Already that's put a bit of standing water back on the circuit. That's how intense it was over the course of those last few minutes. A lot of the drivers are seated, but again, it throws me off how many times I see a pair of shorts out there. It's quite something to see the mechanics dealing with that in their own certain way. But crucial to see what happens in this grid because, of course, we've had those up and down results for so many of these drivers out on circuit because Jensen Burnett's had good results in this one. Ramekers has had good results. Craigie has. Wolf has. Also hasn't. He had those tricky situations as well. But the last time we saw Groups B out, they were part of that group that half of them didn't even make the end of the race, did they? We lost so many drivers in that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Lost, it was about 12 or 13 drivers. Noah Wolf was one of those. You know, really got it wrong at the start, had a really tricky race. When we had that race that got red flagged earlier on as well, had a couple of moments within that one, so just questioning what's his mentality going to be like as he heads through into this heat. Of course, has changed that pole side, has gone for a different tactic when leading things for this one, but I really know that Noah is going to have to work hard within this B versus E group. There on the screen, though, he will be starting alongside his countryman of Kenzo Craigie, the Mercedes driver who has taken a heat win already here today. Great driver out there. We've got so many in the grid. Let's take you through it.
Indeed, because there are 28 of them about to do battle in this one, and it will start with Noah Wolf and Kenzo Craigie on row number 1. Luke Corner and Thibaut Ramekers will round out row 2. Let's see what they can do in these, well, increasingly terrible conditions. Row 3, Roman Kamiab and Dean Pedersen. They round out the first 3 rows on track, giving us our top 6 ahead of this qualifying heat. Boris Lysen and Jensen Burnett go from row 4. They will have Marcus Gilkunas and Leo Nilsson on row 5. Nicolo Kaman and Sebastiano Pavan go from row number 6. Row 7 and the first half of the field, Regina Rocchio and Bernardo Bernaldi.
Second part of the grid, and drivers with so much work to do include Alexander Chartier and Paul Androtis. From 9 we have Thomas Pradier with Oliver Rasmussen, and going from row 10 we have a Paralin of Efim Duranov and an Henza of Emili Koivisto. Going from 11 is Elliot Kikinski with Fusion's Ella Hakkinen, who we just heard from. And from 12 we have an all-female row, including Klara Kowalczyk and Sara Motsoi. Going from 13 is Jason Bralick with Maximo Tovagino. And rounding out your grid of 28 karts, the final race before the lunch break including Clovis Nougare and Lucas Geisen.
Indeed, well, we look forward to seeing what is going to be happening in this race because, of course, so many of these drivers looking for a good result here because, well, we have said it time in and time out, when it gets close to the halfway point of the heat day, Nicole, tensions start to rise a little bit. Usually we see the deployment of fresh tyres. Now, obviously, for today, they will be wet tyres probably being deployed, but they might be saving those potentially for tomorrow. We just don't quite know. But let's see, because, like I say, spray still kicking up. I thought, you know, we were going to actually be close to potentially seeing some dry racing after the lunch break because the track was looking very dry at the end of that previous race. But then, of course, as the checker flag came out, the heavens opened once more. And, yes, all that work that we thought drying has just been dissipated. And even the time on our screens here says that the track is now wet again, which is very smartly observed. Field now head past the red line. No overtaking beyond this point as the field get themselves formed up. Now, they're quite spread out there in the mid-pack. The front of the grid just easing them back a little bit now as they all bunch up. There is still a lot of gaps there in the middle of that pack, so hopefully that gets squared away. Are we going racing? Watch the lights. Are the lights going out? Yes, they are. We are racing, and it is side by side, but Wolf gets the lead of this one. Crucially, does not hit the apex at turn number 1. He thought that probably wouldn't be the best thing to do after what happened earlier on, but this time around controls that card and holds on to the lead. That's a nice start for the front of the grid. Ramekers as well. They're in second place, but keep an eye on Kenzo Craigie. He is battling for third place. He's got a Forza kart all over the side of his machine as they head through, and I think that might be Jensen Burnett, who's had a brilliant start to this race.
Jensen Burnett then just trying to force Kenzo Craigie out onto that rumble strip heading out of turn number 4. Didn't quite pay off for him because Kenzo did get that position back and now sits in P3. Your two leaders, though, look like it's Noah Wolf and Thibaut Ramekers. Wolf then, like you said, Anthony, when he hit to that first corner, turn number 1, avoided that curb to not have a repeat of what happened earlier on. It's all getting busy, though, for that third position, as it looks like Jensen Burnett is now being overtaken for 4th place. Kenzo Craigie has been awarded a little bit of breathing room heading out of turns 15 and 16. All over the rumble strip then goes Kenzo Craigie over the first couple of laps. Really out there on that green part of the circuit. They head down, though. This is the battle for 4th place. It's between Kamyab and Burnett. Kamyab has had a few difficult heats so far this week. Had a 17th, had a 7th. Did climb back up the order, though, in his earlier heat today. There he is then. It looks like Kenzo Craigie, he's dropped some pace here because now he's in 4th place. Ooh. He was out there kind of in his own there, but he's now been caught by Jensen Burnett and Kamyab, and I believe Kamyab has been overtaken once more. Thibaut Ramekers then, crucially, is chasing down Noah Wolf for that race lead. It is Wolf that is still your leader of the pack, but Thibaut Ramekers all over the back of Noah there as they head out of turn number 10. They'll go back down the hill. What can Thibaut Ramekers do through the corner? Will he take a wider line to try and get the rev out of that engine, get something done through the 3rd sector? But the battle, to me, the exciting part, was between that 3rd to 5th place. Intermediate classification then on your screen. Kenzo Craigie, the driver, in 5th place is your current leader with 172 points. It's then Burnett and Noah Wolf, your race leader, who sits in 3rd, despite that really difficult heat earlier on.
Indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on this because, again, Ramekers looking very quick. While we were looking back on that previous lap, I did notice Boris Eliason go backwards, and I did see that on the camera. I think he went a little wide at turn number 5 on that previous lap while we were watching some overtakes. So had a bit of a spill there. Jensen Burnett is on the charge as two very drastically different racing lines coming into play there. Ramekers getting the power all the way around the outside. Switch over here at turn number 7. Has the inside line. Can he hold it? No, he can't. Brilliant car control there from the two of these drivers. Absolutely wheel to wheel there up the hill, but Wolf holds on to the lead of this one, and now because of that, Jensen Burnett has closed in. 2 was company for Noah Wolf. 3 is definitely a crowd.
There was no fear from Thibaut Ramekers when attempting to overtake Noah Wolf then, but now he's got to think about the Canadian driver in the Forza kart right behind him, because Jensen Burnett, like you said, Anthony, fastest driver out there on the circuit, clips the curb of turn number 16, and he's going to be all over the back of Thibaut Ramekers heading down the start-finish straight. You can see Noah Wolf there just looking down, adjusting things on the engine side of his kart, really focusing on on the setup, the machinery, as well as the racing. Talking of the racing then, we've got a change for 2nd position. Jensen Burnett, the Canadian driver, the 134, has now got into 2nd place.
Nicely done down through turn number 2 there. Just had the inside line, had the traction as well. No real drama there. No, the back end stepping out. No understeer for him. The car was just glued on rails there down the hill into the braking zone of turn 2. And could go through. Did you see that little twitch there from Ramekers under braking? The front kind of pointed inwards there. The back stepped out under braking. And look at the time he's lost there because of that. He's dropped right back from Burnett. And despite the fact that he's trying to take that tighter inside line to hook the kart through, it's not going his way. So Ramekers tried to make the move on Noah Wolf earlier on. I've got a feeling it's Jensen Burnett's turn here.
Absolutely. You can see the way Thibaut is driving round. He's drifting round the circuit, really is trusting the grip that he's had, allowing it to slide, but he is still in control. But like you said, when he went a bit twitchy out of 8 and 9, there is so much standing water out there. When you're on the brakes and you catch the rear end on one of those puddles, that's what can cause that. And then a knock-on effect is what's happened. He's just lost some time to the likes of Jensen Burnett, who is now chasing Noah Wolf. Noah, I think, is going to be under a bit of threat very shortly, because Jensen just does not look like he's letting off one bit. He isn't you know, he isn't considerably faster than Noah Wolf, but he will get there very shortly, especially with the toe. We've got a driver then who is off the circuit.
Thomas
We'll see.
Prader.
Prader then has not been the day for Thomas. He had a pole position out in Campillos, a smattering of good results out there, but has come here to Portugal and is just not having the day he would have wanted to. Back on your screens though, the fight rages on and it's a battle for position between Noah Wolf and Jenson Burnett.
It certainly is, down right to the bottom of the circuit, and again there's those two different racing lines, and Burnett this time taking that tighter line through turns 13, 14 and 15, but not getting the power out of the corner. Tries it again on the inside line, but again will be later on the power. Won't be able to get it down, understeers slightly, and there you can see still holds on to it. So now Wolf will take his normal line that he was taking earlier on. Will Burnett copy what he saw Ramakas do, because he did see it work earlier on, and he made this move earlier on as well, but no, they stay in that formation. He's going to try the switch over here, wheel to wheel, but Wolf holds on to the outer line, switches to the inside. He thinks he's got the position here, but Wolf will have the power out of the corner and retakes that position. Again, the classic up and over defensive line from Wolf forces Burnett to go to the inside line so he can get the power on the exit.
Lightning reactions by Jenson Burnett then, because as soon as Noah Wolf got that switch back, Jenson's, you could see his head just turn to look at Thibaut Ramakas and see what the gap is, try and play it smart, maybe think, no, we need to pull away even more from the drivers behind. There he goes then, Jenson Burnett tried to look down the inside and just clipped Noah Wolf ever so slightly, backed off just to give him that racing room so they didn't collect each other, but he's still right there, right on his back bumper. How will he react going into turn number 16? Clips the curb of 16. Has he got the move done through 17? Yes, he does. Jenson Burnett, though, will head down the start-finish straight, looks over his shoulder because he is your new race leader.
He certainly does, and he's instantly on the communications there with Noah Wolf to say, right, that was fun, but okay, let's go, because we've been battling for quite a while, and Ramakas, who we had initially dropped, has now closed back in again for third place, and so we'll keep a close eye on that one. The eyes on the battles further behind as well, because it's all starting to kick off a little bit here. Craigie is still holding on to P4. He's having a calm race there. Kamyab, Kornda, Nilsson and Shilkunis are having a good little fight. Pavan as well in 9th place. Boris Lysen still inside that top 10. Having a good run. Eyes on this. It's not over just yet, though, because Wolf ever so slightly sees a gap. He likes to park that Van Amersfoort Racing by Birrell machine down the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. What we've got to think about within this one as well is Thibaut Ramakas. He got a disqualification earlier on in the weekend for an incident, you know,
working
on the grid, so it wasn't even something that happened on the track, and I'm sure he would have felt, you know, very strongly about that. You can tell by the way he's driving here, he's going to want to make up as many positions as he can. He's really trying to suss out where Noah Wolf is struggling compared to him, which corners Noah maybe tightens things up, and where Thibaut can try and get more revs to make a move work. Here they go though, through turn number 2 and towards 3, just letting go of that steering and making sure that they're approaching turn number 3 in a straight line. Don't want too much lock on, which is going to throw that rear end of the kart. Chasing though is Thibaut Ramakas. It's between him and Wolf once again, because Jenson Burnett has got a little bit of breathing room. It's a 1.1 second gap to the two drivers behind. There on your screens though, in the dying stages, the racing isn't dying because it's going to be on between these two very shortly.
It certainly will be. We'll keep a very close eye on that one, as looking out on the circuit here, the field is massively spread out right now. There are battles happening everywhere, but they're, like you say, only groups of 2 all over the place, and the main one that we are watching right now is the battle for second place. Ramakas now has really switched it on to 11 here, and is really piling on that pressure. Now you can see both of them, they're taking that understeer approach into the corner. You can just see them going in, they lock the front, they really push it through and try and power through. 2 different racing lines there though. Ramakas is trying to line something up. He takes the wider line out at turn 17, but I don't think he's going to have the mustard here to get a move down the inside at turn number 2, so he thinks against it. But watch again the racing lines as they go through here. Similar to the entry, similar on the exit. So he's not lining anything up here. But watch him at turn 5. Watch them go through. Are we going to see 2 different lines? No, both identical lines. Wolf has learned what they've been doing earlier on, where he's been trying to hold on a tighter line to force him on the outside. He's learned from that now, and he's sticking to that outer line.
Absolutely. Just watching the way Noah's body moves around, really drops a shoulder going through these corners to shift that weight around the cart, really using the most that he can. Thibaut Ramekes then trying to make something work through turn number 10, goes wide through 11 to chase Noah back down the hill towards 12. Can he go around the outside? He's going to have a look. Can he get the revs as they head back up, because Noah Wolf has clipped the curb and he gets it done. Thibaut Ramekes then has made the move stick, but Noah instantly is trying to get that position back. Did try and just slightly tag Thibaut's back bumper, however, but it is now Thibaut Ramekes that is in second position from Noah in third.
Indeed. We go on to the last lap of this race now, and it is Bennett, Ramekes and Wolf, 1, 2, 3 on track. And for Jensen Bennett, he can just sit, well, pretty calm at the moment, 2.5 second clear from this battle. Ramekes now really switching it back. I thought he was going to drop right back into the field earlier on, because it looked like his pace was diminishing, but he certainly found it once again in this second half, as there's been more retirements out there. I think Efim Duranov and Alexander Chartier have had a moment out there, because they are both not circulating anymore out on track. I don't think Wolf's given up on this one too much yet, because he's going to continue to look down the inside at turn number 8 and 9, but again, that inside line is just not going to work in these conditions, and you can see the time he's lost on the exit there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, you know, didn't quite get it right, was on slightly wrong part of the track. And don't forget, where we have had a little bit of dry racing, there's going to be some old rubber down, which makes it extra difficult and slippy for these drivers to deal with. Still continuing to concentrate though is Noah Wolf. Thibaut just looks over his shoulder to see where Noah is in comparison. But there he is then, your heat winner for Groups B versus E. Jensen Bennett for Forza takes the checkered flag with a 2.5 second race lead.
Yep, nicely done for the Canadian from quite far back in the grid, if you think about it. P8 started these races. That 7th place gain takes away a qualifying heat win and puts him up in that intermediate classification. They'll be heading back to Parc Fermé then. With that, it does put Bennett up into P2 in the points, right behind Kenzo Craigie. Noah Wolf third in the points from Zach Drummond. Ramekes fifth from Kamyab, Kostoya, Lysen, Anagnosiadis, and Joe Turney rounding out the top 10. But the qualifying heats aren't over just yet, as we'll be going into the second half of the day. And right on cue, Nicole, the heavens have opened up once more. There's a look at your full results on your screen then. Jensen Bennett, Ramekes, Wolf, Craigie, Kamyab, Korda from Nilsson, Chilkunis from Pavan, Kaczynski from Bernoldi, Lysen, Rocchio, Pedersen and Koivisto round out the top 15 on circuit. Jensen Braddock, Paul Andriotis, Oliver Rasmussen, Clara Kowalczyk, Clovis Nugarade, Sara Matsoi, Ella Hakkinen, Nicolo Kaman and Lucas Gayson. Maximo Tovagino in 25th place, and Alexandre Chartier rounding out the 26 runners. Efim Duranov and Thomas Pradir both out of the race in that one. Big shame for them. But that is the end of the morning phase. These drivers will make their way back into Parc Fermé. There will be a lunch break now. If you are watching the live timing, you will probably see some information that was provided. The next heat, the Academy qualifying heat 2, will start at 2:45. All races after that delayed by 20 minutes. Effectively, we've gone a heat backwards a little bit after the challenging conditions we have had. And that still, of course, provides an ample break for the fantastic marshalling team that have been delivering the safety out on circuit. There, though, after a solid drive there, Jensen Bennett, with the very snazzy helmet design, takes a qualifying heat win. And here, Nicole, is how he done it. Right around the outside, you can see him there, keeping an eye on him. A relatively decent start, switching maybe to the inside in that earlier stage, powering through the spray, right through the middle, close as you'd like it. Solid start to his race alongside Kenzo Craigie.
Did have a bit of a battle with Craigie, caught him out onto the rumble strip, and Craigie did get the position back, but Jensen Bennett did later manage to get that position back off of Kenzo, and Kenzo did not outperform Jensen for the rest of the race. We did have Roman Kamyab in the fight at one point, that was when Jensen and him were jostling for position for about 4th place. Kamiab then did go down the inside of Kenzo, and this was the stage where Kenzo ended up in about 4th place and later couldn't get back up the order. Battle was going on between Thibaut Ramekers and Noah Wolf, who were both more than aware they had redemption drives to achieve, they had work to do. It was between these two, when they were fighting position, that it brought the Canadian driver of Burnett really into the fight and allowed him to have that extra confidence to make those overtakes and grab that race win and lead. We had retirements then from the likes of Thomas Pradier. He was out about halfway through the race. This was the stage then. Jensen Burnett overtook Noah Wolf. Out onto the rumble strip goes Wolf, and then straight back down the inside on the attack was Jensen. Noah didn't want to give it up. Going up the hill caught him back, but once again Jensen did overtake Noah. Like I said, took that race win later on.
Yeah, indeed. It was quite the scrap between the two of them, and that did allow Ramekers to close back in, which then caused the next battle that would happen, which was Wolf and Ramekers again. But a brilliant run for these two. Then there was the later fight here. You can see how quickly Ramekers got the power down here, ran wide, getting on the power early, shooting down the inside, and getting into 2nd place. That was as good as you can get it for wet condition racing. Across the line, though, Jensen Burnett takes it at the end of the first half of the qualifying heats. He steps up to 2nd in the points, though, behind the likes of Kenzo Craigie, who leads it in the senior category. But plenty is going to be happening. Right, well, Nicole, we're going to take a short break. Like I said, that information, we're going to be around 20 minutes delayed on the timetable. So if you're watching it at home and you're thinking, oh, what's going to be happening? Don't worry, it is just that 20-minute delay. We'll be back racing at around 2:45, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. But from myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland, we will see you for that lunch break, and we'll leave you with the timetable of what is coming up later on today. Welcome to the sparkling shores of southern Portugal, where the Atlantic breeze carries the scent of grilled sardines and the roar of the motorsport history echoes through the Algarve hills. This is Portimao, a town where golden beaches meet adrenaline dreams and the tempo never drops below full throttle. From the sun-drenched marina to the sweeping corners of the Kartódromo Internacional do Algarve in Portimao, it has it all. It's got charm, it's got challenge, and a whole lot of character as it plays host to round 2 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships, year of opening 2010. Event record set by Christian Costoya in time qualifying earlier this week with a 55.617. No one has been able to get close to that time purely because of the racing conditions we have had over the course of the weekend so far. The track itself, though, a mesmerizing circuit, 192 meters down the start-finish straight. It extends another 152 with the run down in towards turn number 2. It is a total of 1,531 meters, track around 8 to 10 meters wide with an elevation change of around about 5 meters or so as it climbs to the bottom of the circuit at turn 13, all the way to the top at turn number 1. But turns in total, there are many of them, 17 to be precise, 10 to the right, 7 to the left. That includes one hairpin out there of turn number 5. Each one of these 17 turns provide their own unique challenges, but many of them provide overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turn 3, 5, 8, 13 and 14, and turn 16 as well as turn 17 out there. We've seen 1 or 2 overtakes around those turns. The top speed, though, drivers would be reaching, but this is mainly in dry conditions, is 140 kilometers an hour or so, averaging around 100 around the lap. It is a fast, demanding circuit for these drivers to race on. And all the way throughout today, not only have they had to deal with dry conditions, they've had to deal with what can only be described as monsoon conditions out there, because at the moment it may look peaceful, but it certainly hasn't been over the morning phase. If you are only just joining us, welcome one and all from around the world. You are just in time to see the Academy Senior qualifying Heat 2 that'll be heading out onto the circuit for their 10-lap, 15.5-kilometre race distance. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland back in the commentary box. Nicole, we saw the Academy's first out this morning for their first and inaugural race of the 2025 season and of the Academy Trophy Senior category.
Absolutely. This concept is a launch pad for the sport's brightest talents then. Each driver within this grid, including Riccardo Ferrari on your screen, has been selected by their governing body. Riccardo, then, let's hear what he had to say earlier on this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really happy to represent Italy for the Academy Trophy 2024. I'm really happy about that. I think it's a great opportunity to put Italy up in the standings, and yeah, I try to do my best for the nationality and also for myself, and I hope to take a great result in the championship and enjoy all the race. Yeah, I think the person that is really important for me is my dad, because since when I was a child, he took me on track and I learn only with him. I'm really happy about that. I think because when you do an action with your dad, I think is a great opportunity to spend the time with him. So I'm really happy about the journey that we are going to do, and yeah, I hope to continue until the cars. Yeah, I think I'm quite relaxed. Sometimes a bit nervous, but especially in the final. But I think it's okay. The most important is try to be relaxed when the light gone off. Switch off and yeah, try to do your best and enjoy the race. Yeah.
Well, great to chat there too. Riccardo Ferrari representing Italy in the 2025 season and the first season of the Academy Trophy for the senior category. They will get themselves out onto the track. Drama once again. Is that Harrison Whitcomb on the 412? Who is having drama there with his engine not firing up. That car will be unceremoniously dragged back further into the order so they can have a second attempt at getting that started. But
clever to get it stopped before the line
yeah,
then.
Indeed.
Because that's what he got disqualified for earlier on, I believe.
Yeah. So there you got to be careful. Well, it was the pushing it over the line. The car going over the line itself is fine. But of course, if it gets assisted over the line, that's when your problems start. And this time around, it does fire up. Let's take you through the full starting order then for this race. A full grid of 36 drivers, starting by Mia Olair from Sweden, who after putting it on pole position in qualifying starts it on the front row of the grid. Devin Hagland joining him alongside Yuzuki Sato, winner of the first qualifying heat, starts on the second row of the grid. We'll have Simon Bulbarella alongside Neil Russell and Wojciech Woda on row 3. They'll have Harrison Whittingham and Ricardo Ferrari on row 4. Arthur Huang and Atis Barinci go from row 5. Amador Martinez and Timas Machuska on row 6 from Rodion Urianov and Philippe Lenk on row number 7. Joachim Asland and Augustin Sepulveda go from row 8. They'll have Nicholas Vine and Damien Baez on row number 9.
Going from 19 and 20, then it's Siri Consiri with Jotam Rosenberg. Going from row number 11, we have Jules Avril with Georgi Samoldashvili, and shortly behind on 12 for the Netherlands and Hungary is Eva Doritson and Done Nomatsvashvili. Going from 13, we have Queensland's Annabelle Kennedy with Vasilis Malamis, and on 14 we have Otto Sakala with Kimi Ray. Going from 15, we have Yu Hao Shi with Jana Pascal. That's an all-female round-out. And on 16, we have Mircea Marco Patru with Andrea Dakin. Going from the 17th row of your grid is Bastian Ottensummer with Nick Skulak. And rounding out your 36-kart grid is Evel Perez with Daniel Gardella.
Well, drivers now on their formation lap after finishing their out lap. There is a look at race control, who I can imagine have been busy over the course of this weekend. Chris Lambert representing the FIA for the head of race control in the centre, and flanked by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester, who have been watching all of the cameras out on circuit, including Parc Fermé and the holding area, as well as that white line that has caught out many drivers in this one. And let's have a look at those results from earlier on. As we said, Yuzuki Sato did take the race win at the end of that race. Ricardo Ferrari did win it on track, if you remember, but an unfortunate nose cone penalty after the fact dropped him down to third. Nicholas Vane finishing in P2 ahead of Amador Martinez. Drivers who certainly had drama in that one, as we had 3 disqualifications: Simon Bulbarella, Harrison Whittingham and Jotam Rosenberg, and I believe all of those were for dramas on that white line. Field makes its way to the start-finish line. Are we going racing? The answer to that is no. It is a false start. So once more, they get another lap to get themselves formed up and in position. But a bit of a dramatic start there. Oh dear, and that's one that's going to be facing the wrong direction. That's not good at all for Yu Hao Shi of China, who is going to try and get that one spun around and facing in the right direction. But of course, yes, you've got to release the compression valve there. That will allow the piston to move. Oh, and now the rain's coming down as well. If she doesn't get assistance from the marshal, she can restart this race. No, you're all good. Keep going. If you can bring it back onto the circuit, get it started, you should be all good. But if you don't attempt it, then you are out of the race. But they may push it back into a safe spot of pit lane. No, I think the marshal's got hold of it. That's it. I think she'll be out of the race here, and that is a big, big shame for the young female of China, who unfortunately, in her first time in Europe, who's raced multiple times in China, will not take part in that second qualifying heat. That is a big, big shame. But the rest of the racing will continue, as I think there's been another drama out on circuit, actually, because the Dominican Republic's Damien Baez also seems to be having a bit of an issue out on circuit, because he's not clocking up on my screen anymore, as well as Harrison Whittingham, who is still not back in his original starting position, I don't believe. So hopefully they all get back where they should be, but we are looking good to start this race. But like we were saying, the win earlier on for Yuzuki Sato puts him in the lead of the intermediate classification. He has the 50 points to his name going into this second qualifying heat. So it is all to play for now in the wet conditions, as drivers now make their way into the tram lines for the second time. Are we racing? Lights are out, we are off, and it's a slow getaway there for the front row. Devin Hagland's kart did not go at all off the line, and for Mia Olair, he breaks away at the front, but there's drama there as well, because they're closed in, and Olair's gone round as well. Both the front row are out of this second qualifying heat.
Ola then just getting tagged out of turn number 3, and he is spun round trying to get that kart restarted. Can he get it going down the hill? Will have some downhill assistance,
he's got it.
and he's done it. So Ola will continue to carry on, and of course, first lap there, so he will be able to continue to circulate. We've got moves then heading into turns 8 and 9. That's a change for position for 3rd place. But Ola, your pole sitter is right at the back of the field now. We had drama for Harrison Whitcomb really early on within this race. Just one interesting to know where Harrison has got himself back up until. I think he did manage to get himself into the correct order as the rain just really starts to slam back down on the circuit, then really coming down heavy once again. You know, it stopped during the lunch break, and now, of course, as soon as we get racing again, Anthony, it comes back down on the circuit. You can see on your screen how heavy it is out there. Let's take you through your lineup then. It's Wojciech Woda who's in first position. He's gone up by 5 places within this race so far. Neil Russell then sets in second. Third is Ate Barinci. Fourth is Yuzuku Sato, who of course had that really great result earlier with a P1. And in fifth is Riccardo Ferrari, up by 3 places. Riccardo was your on-track winner of the first heat, but was given a penalty for a nose cone. Within this one, I'm sure he'll be looking to replicate a same result, but without that nose cone.
Yeah, indeed, and already he's making good ground here, up into 4th place and having a good little run. Yuzuki Sato there, currently in P5, has gone down in this one. One I need to keep an eye on here, Georgia's representative for this one, Georgi Samalashvili. Look at that, 13 places gained. He's having a brilliant one, but not only that...
Well, it's just gone off the circuit, Anthony, at turn 8 and 9.
OK, so that's commentator's curve quite literally live as I speak it. It goes wrong, and yes, goes down the order. In that case, then, we'll go for the next driver on this one, not to try and hope they go off the track. But Greece's Vasilios Malaves, 19 places gained, is inside the top 10 in P7, so that's a brilliant start for him. Riccardo Ferrari still battling away there with Yuzuki Sato, but Sato relinquishing that position, and Ferrari back up into P4, but some 3.5 seconds down from the front runners. Wojciech Woda in the lead of this race is a driver well known in European racing, the driver from Poland, now setting the fastest lap of the race of 1:16.9. And has got a clear gap of 1.1 seconds. This is Barinci and Russell battling for position here. Beautiful stuff from them, but still it is the likes of Barinci who holds on to that second place. No, well, there's no Russell there going through, so it's actually Russell now who's up into second place. A relatively unknown driver in the world of karting. We have seen him a couple of times out on track, and he's certainly delivering in this one, as he has pushed himself up into 3rd place. Under investigation, though, is Russell for potentially causing a collision out there.
Well, you just said it. He has jumped into second place, has then the Swiss driver. We've got a driver out then. That is the driver from Israel, the 435, just has spun round. Jotam Rosenberg then will be out of this race. There is no restart for him. Of course, you know, once you've done that first lap, that is it. Battle continues, though, between the drivers on your screen. That's for, I think that's for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th position. So it's between the 415 and the 401.
Which is 8th and 9th at the moment. So it's Malaves of Greece, who's up 19 places. Arthur Huang, who's there for Belgium, currently still holding on to 9th place. They're out of the race, continuing to walk away, is Rosenberg. Jotam Rosenberg going no further in this race, and that is a big shame for him. This is Georgi Samalashvili, and what's happened to him out there? That's as I was calling it there and saying he's making good moves. Yeah, a spill off the circuit. So as you called it there, commentator's curse as it happened, quite literally live.
It did look a little bit self-inflicted. It just seemed as if the rear end of the car just came round as he's gone into turn number 8, hit that first apex, and he's collected a few as he's headed around and towards turn number 9. Here they go then. This is the battle between the 433, still pushing on. It's all quite busy within the second pack of karts there. Intermediate classification just flagged up on the screen. It's currently Sato of Japan that is leading the way from Wojciech Woda, who is your race leader. And then Riccardo Ferrari, who's currently sat in 4th position. He's in 3rd in standings, despite that nose cone earlier on in the first heat. Ate Barinci is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. Last lap was the purple lap for him, 1 minute 16.580. So pushing forward to the likes of Neil Russell, who sits in 2nd place. The Swiss driver, like you said, Anthony, kind of burst onto the European scene recently. We've not heard too much about Neil Russell before. I've seen him a few weeks ago at a different European circuit. So he's come over and, you know, doing more international races. And obviously has a lot of talent to be picked by his governing body over in Switzerland to represent the Swiss drivers here today.
Yeah, indeed, and we'll keep a close eye on his progression here, but we are halfway through this race on lap number 5, and still we watch these racing lines just slightly different between all of them right now, as I'm keeping an eye on all of these battles that are forming out there. And just keeping an eye as well, Augustin Sepulveda is another one of the highest movers now, right up the sharp end now. Ooh. Is in P6 as well, that's one way to do it. Neil Russell and yeah, Barinci going wheel to wheel once again here. Battle for 2nd place. All the meanwhile, Riccardo Ferrari is looming in the background like a hunting shark in the distance.
Russell then just losing out of turn number 16 and going over the rumble strip towards 17. I know how difficult it must be for those drivers to stick to the circuit. I saw Noah Wolf lost it yesterday on that part of the track. Really slippy, and once you're on that part of rumble strip, on that green part of the circuit, really difficult to get back on. The battle though between these two drivers, Russell and Barinci, is definitely on, and that is holding them up. That's pushing them back into the hands of Riccardo Ferrari, who is really, really going for it, going to be gunning for that 2nd spot very soon. They head out of the double apex corner of 8 and 9 and back up the hill towards turn number 10. Clips the curb, does Neil Russell, really just to get that traction, get that hook round the corner and stick to the surface of the track. Doesn't help him too much though, because it looks like those chopping and changing for positions carries on. What these drivers don't want to do now is get too, you know, thick into things and end up collecting each other, banging wheels, pushing each other off the circuit. You know, they don't want to end up crashing or being awarded penalties for contact.
No, exactly that. They do have to be careful here. Over the line they go. Wojciech Woda's lead still increases now, 3.2 seconds from the Russell and Barinci battle. Ferrari's still there while that's happening. Oh, it's all kicking off in the background here, because look at this. This is 15th place, downwards really. You've got Kimi Ray, who's there in 15th place, who's up 13 places in this race. You've got Barbarella there, Whittingham, who have gone down to 16th and 17th so far. Dorison and Sakala are in 18th and 19th. Skulat is there in 20th place. Basically, the timing can't tell the difference between 15th all the way down to 31st. So that's quite a substantial battle that is happening out there on track. And all the meanwhile, overtake's happening thick and fast. We do come back to this battle here, though, because Russell and Barinci continue to fight through, and the drastic different racing lines there between the two of them. But it has worked out for Barinci, who has found the line down the inside at turn number 13 and gets that car planted on the apex, on the exit. But he's going to lose out on the exit of it again because, well, Neil Russell finds his way through, but he does wave Barinci through as well because he thinks, right, okay, yeah, we're having fun, but keep an eye. Ferrari's just behind us. We do not want him closing in and getting involved in this.
I would say that excitement of representing their countries and really showing what their nations can do, what they do at home, is playing into this battle. The battle that rages on into turn number 2, because it looks like Russell is going to have to go down the inside of Barinci. He makes the move stick, but Barinci is going to have something to say about it as they head down towards turn number 5. Goes wide then to try and get the revs out of that engine. The Vortex gets it done. Neil Russell now loses out once again. Barinci then takes that 2nd place spot. And what's that doing, Anthony? That's giving Wojciech Woda an even bigger race lead. 3.9 seconds now the Polish driver leads by.
Yeah, he can, honestly, he can really relax now and just try and bring that car to the end on these last laps. Oh dear, is that a mistake there from Barinci? I think it was, because he's lost an incredible amount of time. No, it wasn't from Barinci, it was Russell that had a moment out on track, because he's lost a lot of time there. And now Riccardo Ferrari is all over the rear bumper, and we could see a change for third here. And it looked like Ferrari may have just decided, you know, I'm not going to catch them, I'll sit back. But now he's just been given a green light to really go for it now. And this will really affect how he drives out there. He'll be thinking, right, let's do this. Let's get this position and let's try and push forward on this one. This is the Sato, Sepulveda and Huang battle just behind. Arthur Huang of Belgium trailing this group of three. But Sato still leading it, and for Yuzuki Sato, still in a strong position here, would still be leading the intermediate classification as qualified by Czech Voda, but they're currently joint on points. If Yuzuki Sato loses one more position, he will lose out on those, and as I say it, he just loses two of them, as both Huang and Sepulveda have got past.
Greece's Malamis then continuing to charge forward, up by 17 positions within this race, sits now within the top 10 comfortably in 9th position, and is your biggest mover within this race. Moves being attempted though, that's the 410 of Yuzuki Sato trying to go down at the inside, doesn't quite make the move stick, and will lose one more position as they head out of turns number 12 and towards the final sector of the lap. Drivers then will head towards the start-finish gantry to be given that last lap notification. Wojciech Woda looks over his shoulder to see what the gap is. Here is a race replay of that moment, then just...
Oh yeah, he's gone off the circuit. Yep, just drove straight off the circuit at turn number 10.
Self-inflicted.
Self-inflicted for Neil Russell. Yeah, he clipped the curb, and look at that understeer he had. That is just not agitating the rear of the car to get the power down, and that really cost him a lot of time there, but still manages to hold on to third place as Riccardo Ferrari still just sits behind. There is Wojciech Woda, that he has pulled back now. You can see, I think he's been told to, right, just simmer down now. Got a huge lead, just coast it, tiptoe back, look after the kart, look after yourself, and come away with some good points. And with this now, because of course that Sato has gone backwards to P6 now, Wojciech Woda claims the lead of the intermediate classification now by 2 points with the 86 ahead of Sato's 84. Ferrari would still be third with the 79. Russell would be fourth with the 71 ahead of Vine and Haglund, who ran out the top six in that. But here on your screen, Wojciech Woda for Poland this time. It's on top in qualifying heat 2. A nice result there for Wojciech Woda. No drama whatsoever. The driver who started this race on the outside of row number 3 finds himself fighting and claiming his first win of the 2025 season in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for seniors. Barinci finishes in second, Russell in third, Ferrari this time finishes in P4 ahead of Sepulveda, Sato from Huang, Haglund, Malamis and Avril, who round out the top 10. And so far, Nicole, in that relatively calm race for the front runners, no real dramas. Good little scrap though between Barinci and Russell, but in the end of that one it would go the way of Barinci. But again, a solid drive for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, not too much going on other than between Neil and Ate, who just didn't want to give the other one that position. They ended up finishing in second and third. Your top 5 was then Ferrari and Sepulveda. Ferrari, maybe not the drive he would have wanted. It wasn't quite what he did earlier on today, but still up by 4 positions. Then, you know, from about 10th position onwards was Jules Avril, Georgi Samoulashvili, Amador Martinez, Simas Pachuska, Philippe Length, Harrison Whitcomb, Nilas Vine, Kimi Ray, Nick Skulak and Ava Dorritson. Then Otto Sakala rounds out your top 20.
Yeah, indeed, a very big group. And then everyone down from 20th are all really, they lost out on a lot of positions here. Simon Barbarella, 17 places, lost Aslan 7, Kongsiri with 4 places down. Pole sitter of Switzerland not had the races here at all. And that is a really bad news there for Mia Allaire. Down to 24th place in that race. Anakin from Girianov, then it is Baez from Petru, then it's the likes of Nimas Wojci, who finishes in 29th place from Annabelle Kennedy. Otten Tama from Pascal Perez from Godella, who round out the 34 finishers. Rosenberg and Yuhashi. All retirements from that race. Here's a look at the highlights from that. A little bit of a tentative start for some drivers getting squeezed off, but crucially the biggest drama from there, right at the beginning, Mia Allaire out of contention for a front-running spot, but still in that race. Not sure what happened to Devon Hagland as well. Cartridge did not have any go off the start-finish line, and he got swallowed by the pack. Rest of the race went on. Wojciech Woda got an early lead on the opening lap and just continued to drive away from that point. It wasn't a lights to flag by any stretch of the imagination because he started it in P6 as the rain started to fall in the early stages of that race. That was Yuzuka Sato just clipping that outside curb and going slightly wide. You can see the dramas coming in for the rest because that was Georgie Samalashvili, who I was praising at the time for having a really good race, and then unfortunately just has a bit of a moment there at turn 8 and 9. This battle here, Nicole, was the one to watch though. The Barinci and Russell battle that kept us entertained for quite some time.
Absolutely, it was between Turkey and Switzerland. They just didn't want to give each other that position. This was the moment that our Israeli driver was out, just found himself out on turn number 8 and 9. The rear end was lost and he was out. Of course, you can't restart those karts after it has been the first lap. Neil Russell, though, and Ate Barinci just really going for it. Like we said, just was both very desperate for that second position.
Yeah, they certainly were. All the way to the end, this was that battle just continuing on. It would later end with Russell making a slight error down at turn number 10. Nothing too dramatic, just clipped the curb on the inside and then it understeered off the circuit, and he was lucky to actually keep it on the track. He didn't lose out on any positions there. Because Riccardo Ferrari did close in, but he wasn't able to get that overtake as they just continue to battle throughout this race. You can see the drastic different racing lines here, the sort of tactics that they've learned in their home countries as what they've been doing with their racing. But certainly in this, a great little fight all the way to the end between the two. But of course, like you say, it allowed Wojciech Woda to break away. It allowed Riccardo Ferrari to close in. There was that moment, just clipping that curb on the inside of turn number 10, running wide onto the muddy part, and there, Riccardo Ferrari attempting to go for the move down the inside. A bit of a shame for Japan's Yuzuki Sato as well. He did have a good position. He was still leading that intermediate classification, but he then dropped down a few positions, and that gave the lead of that intermediate classification to Wojciech Woda. Well, their racing is done for the day for the Academy. We will not see them back out again until tomorrow. So we'll now turn our attention to the second half of the day for OK Junior and the OK categories in the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. It is qualifying heat D versus F that is out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. It is Lucas Bonholm and Michael McGoy on row number 1, Lucas Sell and Asher Osteen on row 2 from Iskander Sofakari and Enio Pizzuto on row 3. Martin Bertolacini and Mariano Lopez go from row 4. They'll have Leonardo Gorski and Antonio Pizzonia on row number 5. Row 6 sees Samuel Hugon and Devon Waltz. Row 7 in the first half of the field is Tony Cachefero and Vanessa Schilcanetta.
Second part of your grid is Jesse Phillips and Zhao Huzhai on row number 8. On 9 we have Alexander Lazarus with Theo Polikand, and from 10 we have Ilya Berezkin in the Energy with Michael Zajac. On 11 we have 2 Polish drivers including Kasper Reipold and Zavray Dudkowski, and on 12 there's Oliveri Sini with Gustavo da Silva. Going from 13 is FIA Junior Academy winner for 2024, Gilles Herman, with Oliver Warner, who's had a challenging round so far here in Portugal. And rounding out your grid of 28 karts, we have Nathan Kappen of the UAE and Wen Yubo of China.
Well, let's see what will happen in this second half of the day, because this is where it gets to that crunch time now. Drivers who have not had the results they will have wanted in previous races now really need to think what they're going to do in this one. For the juniors earlier on, Groups D certainly had an interesting one. Lucas Bonholm dropped down the order just a little bit. A post-race penalty for him dropped him down to 10th. Lucas Sell, brilliant race for him. Managed to clinch the win by hundredths of a second. A very strong result for him. And this, the likes of Iskander Sofakari as well. A P2 result for him as well. But we'll keep an eye on the rest of those results as well as these drivers head round the final corner. into the tram lines. Are we going racing? Yes, we are, and it's a good start for both lines, but there's near contact on the start-finish line there. Michael McGoy trying to get to the inside, but is stopped abruptly by a full grid of karts on the inside. But have they run wide at turn number 1? I think they have, and a driver is off. Bonhomme was there. Is that Sell, though, that's off the track? Is that Lucas Sell in the victory lane? No, I think he's still there in that race in 3rd place now. But who went off the track? It was Michael McGoy. The American on the front row of the grid ran wide at turn number 2 and is out.
Your front row starters then, McGoy and Bonhomme, have had a dramatic start to this one because Lucas Bonhomme did fall off the track at turn number 2, just caught out on the rumble strip where we just saw Michael McGoy trying to restart that kart to try and keep going. The order, though, I think is 2 Fusion karts that lead the way. We have got, I believe, Lucas Sell out there in 3rd place, just trying to have a look down the inside of the Fusion ahead of him. We've then got Forza and DPKs rounding out your top 5 so far. They'll head out of the final sector, out of turn 16, 17, and back towards the start-finish gantry for the closing stages of the first lap. We'll take you through our full lineup so far then. It's actually Asher Ostein that is your race leader now, up by 3 places. Antonio Pizzonia up by 8 to get himself into 2nd. And it is Lucas Sell for victory lane there that sits in 3rd position.
Yep, indeed. Well, it's Ganisov, Kari and Bertolacini still round out the top 5 as well as they're on the charge through on this field. But I'm loving the drive here from Asher Ostein. The gap now 7/10 of a second and is breaking away. However, Lucas Sell there now in 2nd place is piling on the pressure and is trying to close in. That's a big send down the inside. That's nicely done for Mariano Lopez on Lucas Bonhomme. Bonhomme's going to try and retaliate and doesn't manage to get the move down the inside. And there you can see Ilya Berezkin as well on the energy course for the likes of the 397 wildcard. Still pushing through nicely in this field. Biggest mover, Oliver Warner. He was up 13, he's now up 12. He just lost out to Jesse Phillips and is pushing through nicely on this one. As there's a look at your intermediate classification. Lucas Sell is in 2nd place. 1 point behind Endo Arata right now, so getting into the lead will help him out. But whether or not he'll be able to push through, there's drama in the background there. That, I believe, might be, is that Xavier Dukowski on the other Koski Motorsports machine.
It's Lucas Bonhomme.
Is that Lucas Bonhomme?
Yeah, it's Lucas Bonhomme because his name has just tumbled down the order then. So the driver that started on pole position is out of the race.
Well, again, more drama there. So once more, the front row seems to be a little bit cursed here in Portimao. We've just seen the likes in the the FIA Academy. Now we're seeing it in the OK Junior class, as well as Tony Casciafero and Vanessa Schilkaneta are also tumbling down the order. They have had dramas in this race also. This is just going from bad to worse. And yeah, I am seeing some marshals assisting drivers at around the turn 2-3 area. So that is a big shame for them. We're on lap 3 of this race at the moment, and we're keeping a close eye on the entirety of the field here. But crucially at the front for Ash Ostein, he's holding that gap here, Nicole. 7/10 of a second. Lucas Sell has not been able to close that gap right now.
Absolutely. Ilya Berezkin then in 9th position for any G-Course, having a great race so far, up by 10 places. Was supposed to be present at Campillos but couldn't quite make it, but he's here in Portimao. Can he outdo what his teammate of Jarlath Sayer did earlier on in his heat? He went up 9 positions. Currently, Ilya is outdoing Jarlath, but will he carry on that momentum? He is still sat there in 9th position behind the likes of Mariano Lopez, Devon Waltz and Enia Pizzuto. Lucas Sell on your screen continuing to get faster and faster. The gap between Sell now and your race leader, Asher Ostein, is 5/10 of a second. Lucas Sell looking really quick to me within this one.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the gap's just apparently shot up back to 1 second. However, judging by that picture, it doesn't look like 1 second at all, does it? It may on the exit, but that looks a lot smaller than that. Now, Berezkin's under investigation. He will need to be careful in this one. And yeah, there you can see the gap's back down to 6/10 of a second. So it's chopping and changing there pretty nicely. But yeah, Sell with that fastest lap of the race, Nicole, as you pointed out, really stepping it up. It's like you could hear the PA as I was talking about him as he drove past, but still in a good position there. Zulfikari holding on to third right now. Pizzonia into fourth, and it's all simmered down a little bit at the front here as the conditions have stabilised a little bit, I think is a good way of putting it, as the sun is shining and they're holding firm in position. There's been a smattering of overtakes in the background on that last lap. We've gone getting past Marquez, Wenyabu getting past Gilles Herman, Olivier Ricini and Dukowski battling, Zajac and Gilles Caneta still battling as well. Still only the 4 retirements, Cachefero, Bonhomme, Capin and McGoy, but still no change between these two here. Nicole, the gap is back to around a second now between the two, but as that's at the exit, the first sector of this one, you get into the second sector, they get here, and it looks so much closer with the concertina effects, and then when they go through the timing beam, which is just around this next corner, as they go through it, they exit into sector number 3, and you can see it's back down to less than a second again. So again, it's just fluctuating a little bit between these two, but that must be like frustrating for Lucas Sell, who can see that he's closing in some parts, but then it opens up again down the start-finish straight.
I think where you've got that elevation change within the circuit as well, it's a bit misleading. It looks like the drivers are closing in more than they actually are. Drivers that are closing in, though, the battle is going on between Devon Waltz and Enia Pizzuto. We've got the 2-4-0 then. They have parked. Cini is parked out of this race. That Tony Kart will go no further. A DNF for that driver. Going back to the Enia Pizzuto and Devon Waltz battle, though, Enia went home at Campillos, didn't have the round he would have liked, is here this weekend under the guidance of Danilo Albanese, who is a KZ champion, very successful driver in their own right, and I'm sure the guidance that's being put on Enia within this race is really pushing him forward, getting him into that top 10 within this heat. Other good movers within this one include Kasper Reipold, up by 11 places in the top 10, the Polish driver, backed by the Orlen Academy, having a good one within this one. A younger driver within this grid, got some learning, got some growing room, but is being pushed forward by the Fusion team and is definitely within this race, proving what he can do.
Yeah.
Battle, though, is still on between these front two. Ash Ostein and Lucas L continues. No change yet, but watch on. I think it's going to be on soon.
Yeah, certainly so. The gaps come down to 0.3 of a second now. Big twitch on that curb there for Asher Ostein. That might give a green light here to Lucas Sell, who's now got the slipstream and the toe. Is he going to go for the move straight away? No. Ostein goes defensive. That leaves the door open, though, in 3. No, thinks against it, stays behind. Might he have the switch back now? Getting on that power earlier down the hill in towards hairpin number 5. No, again, goes to the outside. Watch the power on the exit, though. Here we go. Can Sell get it done? No, just hadn't got the legs there. Runs a little tight in through turn number 6. But Ostein, that's actually a very smart defensive line we're seeing there for the Fusion Motorsport driver of the USA, as he holds on to the lead for the time being. But Lucas Sell certainly looks like the quicker driver here.
Yeah, just cutting and weaving against each other. It just shows the variation in lines that these drivers are taking, going wide, going tight, and clipping those curbs, getting the karts rotated, really just to hook them round. And that is what Lucas Sell is doing. He's trying everything he can to try and gain some time to the likes of Ostein. Got another driver under investigation then for potentially causing a collision. That's the 2-1-2 of Gilles Herman, our 2024 Academy winner. Under the gantry, though, will go Ostein for the last lap of this race. Will Lucas Sell have enough time? He's got about 16 corners left to try and make something go. Tries to go round the outside of Ostein through turns number 2. Doesn't manage to pull anything off yet. Will head back down the hill towards turn number 4. They both clip the curb on turn number 4. Then looks faster, though, does Sell going into 5. Wider line cuts back up. Will he get the run up the hill then on Ostein? Tries to have a look down the inside and just slides through turns number 6.
Yeah, indeed. Now, just noting what Ash Ostein did on the start-finish straight there. He was saying, think to Lucas Sell, or Lucas Sell saying, yeah, I am going to think. I'm going to think about going for the move on this lap, probably.
Think about how I'm going to overtake.
Yeah, exactly, because closed right in. And, I can understand that they're thinking of the bigger picture here, but you have to remember Lucas Sell sits in second. He's 1 point behind, taking the lead of the intermediate classification away from Endo Arata. But remember that we see those drivers both out again later on today. But just keep a close eye on this one. It is the final lap. I don't think it's going to be enough to get it done. Ash Ostein defends that position beautifully. He will see the checkered flag and claims that win pretty convincingly over the line ahead of Lucas Sell. Iskender Sofakari from Martin Bertolacini. Antonio Pizzonia finishes in P5 ahead of Pizzuto. Devin Waltz in 7th from Jesse Phillips in P8. Kasper Reipold, great race there. 12 places gained and finishes inside the top 10 in P9. Ilya Berezkin finishing in 10th place with a 9-place gain, but is under investigation for 2 separate incidents out there as well. So Berezkin might be in a spot of bother at the end of that one. But there on your screen, Asher Osteen, solid drive there, and not too bad of a job in the office. And as you can see, Osteen moves up to 6th in the points there behind Eli Christian. There's a look at the rest of your results on your screen. Tia Polican from Leonardo Gorski, Zhang Jose from Alexander Lazarus, Oliver Warner from Gustavo Marquez de Silva. Then it is Gilles Herman from Wen Yabu, who round out the top 18 with a great position gain there of 10 places. Oliver Warner with an 11-place gain. Mariano Lopez, Samuel Hugon, Michael Zajac and Xavier Dukowski, Vanessa Chilcaneta and Olivier Ricini, Tony Casciavero, Lucas Bonhomme and Nathan Cappin are a multitude of the retirements. And right at the start of that race on the opening lap, Michael McGoy from the front row, the driver of the USA, not finishing his latest qualifying heat. That is a big shame. Well, races then will be sorting themselves out later on as those drivers will make their way back to Parc Ferme. They will get sorted out and squared away. There is your race winner from that one, Asher Osteen, making his way back, and I can imagine smiles all around for him. That's a good way to start your second half of the day, and puts him inside that top 10 in the intermediate classification. Like we say, for the rest of them as well, a couple of penalties being applied at the end of that race as well. Some of those drivers moving backwards in the order. Berezkin is one of them with a 5-second, and Xavier Dukowski as well as another that has been punted down the order with a post-race 5-second time penalty. Here's the highlights on that one, and the question mark, Michael McGoy right on the outside here. Unfortunately, that is a case of wrong place at wrong time, I think, for him.
Absolutely. Michael McGoy then just got it wrong and got spun round coming out of turn number 2 and towards turn number 3, and he was out. Started on the front row of the grid alongside Lucas Bonhomme, who also found himself with a DNF at the end of the race. Neither of our front 2 that started the race then actually finished. Was the moment though, this was the point that Asher Osteen for Fusion really lit things up. Was in the lead very early on within the race by the middle part of the first lap and really led the whole thing. He was put under a little bit of pressure by Lucas Sell, but kept his head, kept that Kart Republic kart just circulating very nicely. There were battles going on between the Kart Republics then. It was Waltz and Enia Pizzuto that were really pushing each other around, really keeping each other honest within the race. We had lots of moves down into turns 8 and 9, but also a rare one into turn number 7. Not really a hot spot here at the circuit, but it just shows these drivers will take the risk and try and make any move work and move stick. There we go, though. It was Sell that was just continuing to push Asher Osteen. And like we said previously, Osteen pointed to his head and said, think about it. You know, do you really want to make a move go? But I would say if the gap had opened, Sell would have gone in there.
Oh, 110% I would have guaranteed it. Qualifying ED versus F is coming up next for the senior OK category. They'll be heading out onto the circuit very soon. That front row will be Victor Gustafsson and Vengar Clementson. And as you can see, the graphic there, they have swapped sides of the grid. As you can see, the CRG now on the even side of the grid, but obviously on the antipole side. There is Filippo Sala, the driver of the 108 Italian. We caught up with him ahead of this weekend. Here is what he had to say.
First of all, I'm very happy about this news. We have done a very hard work for getting this academy. Yeah, I think it's very nice, and it make me feel more like calm, because it made me feel if I made hard work and stuff, they are there for help me. So I'm very happy about that, and all my family, everyone was very happy, and I'm happy about that. I think the speed is there, so I'm very fast. Also, last week we was quite fast, to be fair, but in the final we didn't find the best pace. But I'm confident, and I'm trying to give my best in this second round for get back in the standing. I knew that it would be hard, but I'm doing quite well. I didn't expect this much well, also because I'm quite young for this category, but I'm happy about the result I'm bringing back home, so yeah.
Good to chat there to Filippo Sala, and yes, like you say, the news that he was announced as one of the latest drivers to join the Ferrari Young Driver Programme, joining Noah Baglin as part of that one, the two latest karters to join that programme. And so far, not been a bad day in the office for Sala, as these drivers have had to deal with a very dramatic morning. I would like to report, for the first time today, I can see the top of the mountain that's off in the distance, and that usually is a good sign.
Don't say that, because it'll start raining in a minute.
Do you not think that I'm doing it on purpose now, to see if it gets a bit exciting out there?
To see if you're actually secretly magic or
if
something.
I might be secretly magic and I can conjure rain out of nowhere. Last few tyre pressures being checked there. You can see all the mechanics darting round the karts just to make sure those pressures are exactly where they want them. For the start of this race, of course, the conditions still very wet out there, but they are drying as the air temperature still remains at 19 degrees, but it is still probably the nicest we have seen the conditions so far today. And like I say, fingers crossed, I'll knock on wood as well, that it does stay like that. But for these drivers, it has been a relatively tough day for this one. There's a happy chap out there having a wee snack as well as some of the hard-working marshals out on circuit. We couldn't go racing without them. Of course, they've been working super hard over the course of today. And like you say, this morning when they were battling in those conditions and fixing tyre barriers in those conditions, as well as some of the drivers very unsporting-like, destroyed those tyre walls a little bit in those sessions. There is race director Nigel Edwards on the gantry. He's getting ready to start this racing. The camera's behind you, Nigel, just in case you were wondering. But we're getting this one started in a few moments' time. There you can see on the front of Vanguard Clementson. Really tough race in his last race earlier on compared to Victor Gustafsson. He's looking for a complete turnaround in this one, isn't he?
Absolutely. Victor's been really strong so far in his debut for the 2025 European season. We didn't see him out at Campillos, but he's joined here with us in Portugal at the Portimao circuit. We said earlier on in the weekend, didn't we, Anthony? Victor, I'm sure, is probably here for CRG as well to help pull along those other CRG drivers, the likes of Sebastian Mins, who will be starting from 28th, just to really help develop that CRG kart, just prove the kart is quick enough. Most definitely, it's just got to have the right input and the right setup put on it to make it circulate very quickly. So it will be Victor Gustafsson that is on that pole position. Who is in the rest of our lineup then, Anthony?
Well, let's find out, because, yeah, like you were saying, Victor Gustafsson on pole, but he has switched sides of the grid, which, as the pole sitter, he has got that right to do. So that puts Vanguard Clementson on the inside of row number 1. Lev Krutsilov and Eloy Gonzalez go from row 2. They will have Zach Drummond and Jakub Kamenek, who ran out the top 6 on row number 3. Keep an eye on them, because Gonzalez, with those 2 bad results earlier in the weekend, needed that good second half of the day. Davide Mataro and Filippo Sala go from row 4. They will have Francois Cadal and Carl Ludhart on row 5. Lewis Francis and Peter Stiller round out row number 6. Row 7 in the first half sees Fastao Anado and Maka Savalev.
It's crunch time from the second part of your grid then, which includes Jindřich Peschel and on home soil, Maria Neto. Going from 9, we have Great Britain's Lewis Werrell and Bo Luet. Keep your eye on Bo Luet, because he's been very, very strong so far within the racing. Going from row number 10, we have Oscar Gallen of Poland and Sonia B. And from 11 is Aloy Girardet with Luna Flusha of Spain. Luna had a DNF earlier, so she's also a driver who's got a lot of work to do. Going from 12, we have Franziska Chigelski with Jorn Helder. And from 13, we have Sky Parker and Vladimir Ivanikov, who has had a few DNFs so far this weekend. Rounding out your grid then, and on the 14th row, we have Federico Rossi and Great Britain Sebastian Minz sat there in the CRG kart.
Well, let's see what progresses at the end of this one, because quick reminder of that intermediate classification. Kenzo Craigie leading it 177 points ahead of Jensen Burnett. Zach Drummond in third with 135 is just a couple of points ahead of Noah Wolf and Thibaut Ramekers, who are joint on 133. Costoya, who was looking like the favourite going into this one, a result earlier on has put him back into around 6th in the points with 128 to his name. So he's got a bit of work ahead of him in this second half of the grid. Well, let's see what happens in this race as the field makes its way up into the top section of the circuit. And now they will pass the red line out on track, indicating no overtaking is permitted beyond this point as they get themselves poised and ready to go in this. Last 2 attempts of getting temperature into those tyres and keeping an eye on those track conditions here, Nicole, because they are improving quite drastically, very quickly as well, I would say, as the clouds are looking a lot brighter in the background now here as the evening starts to set in here in the south of Portugal. Into the tram lines. We're going around again here, Nicole. It was a bad start there, and I think just a little bit eager on the old power there at the front. So race director Nigel Edwards sending them round one more time.
One more time indeed. Like you said though, Anthony, those track conditions, it's looking like it's starting to improve. We've not had a spot of rain for a little while now, and we said before, this circuit just looks like it really dries up quickly, maybe because of the nature of the tarmac. It's very windy out there as well, so that will be helping to clear the water off the circuit. And of course, that elevation change is probably helping some of that surface water just run off onto the grass. But that is also why you see more puddles kind of form into corners like turn number 8 and out of turn number 9, where the surface just holds that water. You can see it on your screen just where those drivers were heading out of as they get themselves back into formation to attempt that race restart once again. Victor Gustafsson, though, he is on that anti-pole side, even though he will be your race leader as they head towards the start-finish gantry. What can he achieve within this heat? Can he better his heat earlier on where we saw him battling hard with Joe Turney? Indeed. They're right at the bottom of the circuit now. That's certainly a place that from the commentary box position you need a telescope to kind of see all the way down the bottom of that circuit. But they start to make their way back up once more. And let's see what happens as these drivers, well, go for an attempt 2 on this one here, as they feed the field into that tight section now as they go through. Nice and steady, easy on the power here as you make your way round that final corner. Nice and steady now into those tram lines. It is Victor Gustafsson and Vengar Clemenson on the front row of the grid. Wait for the lights to go out. They go out now. And it is a good start for the outside row. Clemenson has swallowed by the pack as Gustafsson, Gonzalez and Kamenek break into first, second and third. Oh, they're running wide there. One of the VDKs going straight off the circuit at turn number 2 and 3. He is going to rejoin. It's all pandemonium on the exit of turn 4 as well. Karts going very wide off the track, but crucially, they all continue going, and I think it may have been Peter Stiller, one of the drivers, who had that excursion off the circuit right at the beginning, but he is still in this race and still circulating. Eyes on the rest of the field, though. Crucially there, you're seeing it. Victor Gustafsson in the lead of this one, breaking away nicely at the front. I've just seen Lev Krutulov then overtake 2 drivers round the outside. He previously did Filippo Sala. Now he has overtaken, that is the Birol driver of Eloy Gonzalez then. Lev Krutulov dropped a few positions within the start, but finds himself now in 3rd position. It just does look like Filippo Sala, although he's jumped up the Orna, struggling there with the drivers, just pushing his back bumper as they head through turn number 17 to complete the first lap of racing. So it is Gustafsson that leads the way strongly. Stellar start by that driver, and you know, that tactic to swap pole side has really, really paid off for him. Fastest driver out there on the circuit is then Zach Drummond in 2nd position. Zach for the Fusion Motorsport team, and then Lev Krutulov there in third. It was Drummond and Krutulov first and second in their previous heats. What will those two drivers, maybe when they catch up to each other very soon? I can see Luna Flusha in the back of this pack then, really fighting for positions, goes up the inside through turn number 66 and just clips that curb to hook things round and stay planted to the surface of the track.
Yeah, indeed. I was just watching out the commentary box window there of them going in towards turn 8 and 9, and Flusha getting caught out in a battle there, but still in a good position. I think was battling with Francois Cadal there on the exit of turn number 7. Eyes on them as they head down. There's Filippo Sala around the outside. He's trying to get the moves done, gets past the likes of Jindra Peschel. Peschel's going to send it back down the inside though, so as soon as he gains one, he'll lose one again, and Peschel gets back up into P7. Sebastian Mintz is on a charge as they're not going any further. Is the driver
Maria
of
Neto.
the 166. Yeah, Maria Neto of Portugal has abandoned the cart, which was rolling down the hill, but the marshals on the scene very quickly clear the track and make it safe once more. But that is a big shame for her, out of the race. Lev Krutulov, fastest lap of the race, is looking mighty strong here, is closing in on the likes of Drummond, but Drummond is all over the rear bumper of Victor Gustafsson. I would say, Nicole, we've got a battle on the lead here.
We absolutely do, and it was a change for fourth position between Kamenek and Gonzalez, because Kamenek did overtake Eloy. Eloy needs a good one with this after 2 DNFs in previous heats. Look who's in the fight now, though. Luna Flusha has really shot up the order. She's now battling away, goes up the inside through turn number 11, hooks the curb. She's now just behind Filippo Sala, but does miss out, doesn't quite manage to, stay on that lock, and the cart slides, loses position once again, but she's really in the fight within this one. Now we've got CRG cart.
Sebastian Mintz.
Seb Mintz is all the way up there, started right at the back of
and off
our
the
grid.
track.
That's Filippo Sala.
Sala off the track at turn 17. It was getting a bit feisty in that fight, and unfortunately he becomes the latest victim of that one. He tumbles down the order, he crosses the line now in 17th place, but he is still in this one. So yeah, like we were saying, Sebastian Mintz, I mentioned it earlier, he was up 18 places now, just outside the top 10. Flusha still there, has followed him through this field as well. They've had a really good run. And then you've got the likes of Federica Rossi as well, also who started right at the bottom of the order, is in 13th place, up 14 places in this race. So again, there's been some big movers through the field, and all of them started roughly in the same area on the grid as well. So they've really been pushing through nicely. There is still the eyes on this. This is Davide Battaro on the rear bumper of Eloy Gonzalez, another one of the CRGs battling away. You can see Vengar Clemenson's closing in behind. This is Flusha down the inside there of the likes of, I think, is that Federico Rossi is pushing his way through. I think it might be on the KPK kart. Yes, it is. The driver who is a wild card this weekend in the 305 is having a stonking battle with some of the finest drivers here this weekend, including himself. But keeping a close eye on this one. Sebastian Mintz still ahead of this fight, but you can see that Lewis Werrell is there, Boluet as well.
I've just seen Luna Flusha had to concede a place then to Lewis Werrell for that 12th position spot. Do believe now she is sat in 13th, but having a good run of things nonetheless within this race. The battle though is really going on between our second part of karts. They're really backing each other up and crucially allowing the likes of Gustafsson, Drummond and Krutulov just to have a nice and relaxed race. They've cleared off from the rest of the field, as has Kamenek there in 4th place. But as they head out of turn number 8 and 9, it's all getting a bit busy as cars go side by side, touch wheels then, that's bringing the DPK right into things. This battle then, Anthony, between 6th place all the way down to about 12th is getting feisty.
Yeah, it certainly is. Oh, Clemenson down the inside there, absolutely wheel to wheel there with Gonzalez, but Gonzalez just keeps him at bay for the time being. Battaro still there as well. Frastalnado, Sebastian Mintz still in that fight as well as there. You can see Battaro just trying to close back in on this fight. Here is Vengar Clemenson and those moments earlier on. The move down the inside. Oh, look how close they get all the way to the front. That was a very close moment for both himself and Eloy Gonzalez. It's amazing that they are still in this race after that.
Good kart control, though, by Clementson just to, catch that front end and make sure he didn't slide into Gonzalez anymore. Here we go then. This is Zach Drummond really chasing down Victor Gustafsson as they head out and towards turn number 10. Gustafsson under some pressure now. He's going to be able to see Zach Drummond up the inside. The gap has reduced significantly. It does say 1.7 seconds on your screen, but that's between Gustafsson, and Krutulov, who is sat in third. But look at Drummond now. He's really on the charge to catch up to the CRG driver. They'll head out of turn number 17. Then Victor Gustafsson decides to clip that curb. Drummond avoids it. Maybe Drummond finds that Kart Republic car is more settled if they avoid that final curb. We'll head down, though, towards turn number 2. Victor Gustafsson continuing to lead the race. Where do you think, the best opportunities to you, Anthony, from what you've watched so far? Where do you find these drivers get those moves done, especially in the wet, and make it stick more as Drummond just cuts across the front of Victor Gustafsson? That was so close for Drummond not to catch the front end of that CRG kart.
Well, to answer your question, Nicole, turn 5 was one of them, and that's where we've just seen that one. Turn 8 here in the wet conditions, it's a little bit tough to do it. You get those moments where you can get this move down the inside, but then again, with the switchover, then you can go back through. Perfect demonstration. Thank you very much, boys.
They can hear us.
They can, clearly. There again, you get it down in towards turn 10, 11. Oh dear, that's not gone too well for a couple of drivers as they're going to tumble down the order now. Not quite sure who that is that's gone off. I didn't see any numbers. There's a heated discussion. Vengar Clementson is one of them. And the other, I think Eloy Gonzalez was one, and Fastao Anado is another. And there's a heated debate happening out on track there at turns 8 and 9. But hopefully they stay civil out there. But 3 of those drivers are out matching themselves. Drummond, I believe, has got the lead of the race now. He has. Gustafsson has settled for second place. He had a fight with Turney earlier on. This time, Drummond's managed to do it and do it in one go, which is a good run for him. However, with that fight, Lev Krutulov has closed in. Here is that moment. Okay, so Vengar Clemens has gone down the inside of Eloy Gonzalez. There as well, you can see the likes of Fastao Anado. He's going to go down the inside. They make contact between each other, and then unfortunately that contact then ricochets into Vengar Clementson, and unfortunately all of them are out. Thankfully, well, for Eloy Gonzalez, he was able to get going again, and well, they're having a very heated conversation with each other, but well, that's a tough one to call on that, because our angle, we can't really see much from that, a bit too low down, but race control, I can imagine, will be looking at that, and already I can see some investigation flags going out to the 146 of Fastao Anado. So we'll keep a close eye on that one.
Those incidents out on circuit, though, is doing great things from the likes of Federico Rossi, Luna Flusha and Sebastian Mins. Rossi up by 20 places, Flusha up by 14 and Mins up by 19. They're sat in 7th, 8th and 9th, so really having storming drives within this one. And storming drives and continuing to go faster is the likes of Zach Drummond. He sets a 1 minute 11.127, just showing that that track out there is drying up. Now under a little bit of pressure from the driver behind is Victor Gustafsson. I've seen a couple of times from Gustafsson, he just tails off towards the end of races. He's really quick at the start, but once it gets to about the halfway point, just seems to slowly start to go backwards. And I'm seeing that from him right now because Krutulov is right there now. Krutulov, the Ukrainian driver, has definitely arrived. He is piling on the pressure of Victor Gustafsson. How will Gustafsson react to this? Will he go defensive or will he continue to take those wide lines to try and get the maximum out of that engine? They'll head out of turn number 17 to be awarded the last lap notification. Drummond is going to be settled there with a 1.6 second lead. Look at Gustafsson though, heading down towards turn number 2 and 3. Takes that curb through 2, goes down the hill once again to turn number 3. He would have approached that with straight steering just to get, and then getting that kart rotated. Nice, cool and relaxed. Doesn't look like Lev Krutulov is close enough just yet. Krutulov going much wider through turn number 5. Look at Kamenek now. Kamenek has really caught up to Krutulov, but it's still relatively spread out. Each driver has got a little bit of breathing room. Kart number 174 then on your screen, Kardal, is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Eat my words on what I just said though, because Krutulov, corner by corner, he's getting closer to Gustafsson.
He certainly is, and he's just taking that tighter line, clipping those inside curbs, and just trying to pull the kart in a unique way to close right in on that rear bumper, but I think it's too little too late. A valiant effort nonetheless from Krutulov and Kamenek as well, who holds on to P2, but to the line, Zach Drummond is going to take victory in his penultimate qualifying heat of the day. Drummond claims it, and with that takes the lead of the intermediate classification ahead of now Kenzo Craigie, who sits second. Gustafsson, though, finishes in P2 ahead of Lev Krutulov. Kamenek in P4, Peschel in P5 with a very good race there, but nowhere near as good as the KBK competition driver of Italy, Federico Rossi, the wild card in the 305. 21 places gained in that race. An absolutely astonishing drive there. And like we were saying, we said we were going to see some drivers making the moves from the back of the grid in this second half of the day, because they've had the troublesome days and now they need to get those good results in. Davide Wataro finishes in P7 ahead of Luna Flusha, who gained 14 places in that race. Peter Stiller with 3 places gained in P9. Sebastian Mins rounds out the top 10. 18 places gained at the end of that race. Les Francis and Eloy Gelade round out the top 12 from Francois Cadal. Bolowet from Francis Extadielski in 15th place. Eloy Gonzalez at the end of that one after that incident drops down to 16th place. Luis Werrell, Carl Luthart round out the top 18 from Makar Savalev. Sonia B from Sky Parker. Filippo Sala did remain in that race, but dropped to 22nd place out of Oscar Gallin. Vladimir Ivanikov round out the top 24. Jorn Helder, Vengar Clemenson, Frastau Anardo, and Maria Neto round out the field. As well, on cue once again, I did say it earlier on, and you're looking at me with such a look of disdain there.
You should be a weatherman, because every time you say it's going to rain, it actually does.
There you go. I am clearly a weather god, as it turns out. I'm being told to stop talking in my ears. That's quite counterproductive as the commentator. But right, let's see what's happening with the rest of the day's racing, because the juniors coming up next. Let's have a quick look at those highlights. Got to say, for Vengar Clemenson, it's been a really tough day for him. Dropping back, you see, just falls back in that order there. No fault is his own, of course, because Gustafsson switching sides puts him on that inside line, and then he gets swamped by the train on the outside, and it's just put him in the situations that he's not wanted to be in. There was drama right at the beginning. I think that was the likes of Peter Stiller running wide at the start of that race. But keep an eye on Filippo Sala right at the beginning of this one. The opening few laps found moments where he would end off in the barriers just when it was really kicking off, because you had the likes of Sebastian Mins who had closed in. Flusha was fighting in that early stage there. That was the whole train kind of going through in towards turn number 2 and 3. Great shots of the field heading down in towards turn 2. It's such a tricky corner there. It's so fast. It's demanding on a driver. And in wet conditions, Nicole, it can't even imagine how difficult it could be to get around that corner.
Absolutely, and with those wet patches out there on the circuit, these drivers don't want to hit them with the rear end, because you just get caught out. Filippo Sala was one of those drivers that got caught out through the third sector of the track. Eloy Gonzalez then had a busy race before it went wrong in the later stages. That's why he ended up tumbling down the order. It was all getting feisty then between the likes of Mins and Flusha, and it was this moment that Filippo Sala just found himself getting pushed off the circuit. Flusha was right in the fight though, really battling for those positions, really going for it after some DNF earlier. I know that she would have wanted to put that redemption drive into the out on the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that continued on for the majority of that race. Then it all started to heat up here. Vengar Clemenson, who had found himself in an infield battle, battling with Eloy Gonzalez. There was that first little moment there. Then you had the likes of Frastau Anardo, who had closed in on all of them, and drama between those two. Then the battle for the lead. Drummond getting past Victor Gustafsson. chopping and changing between these two here, and that was while I was explaining the best places to overtake. It was perfect timing for them. This was that moment for Staminado and Elo Gonzalez making contact with each other, and unfortunately that put them into the path of Vegard Clemenson, a complete victim in that one, and you can understand his frustration, but you know, it's one of those tense moments. Over the line though, clear by quite some way. At this time, no check over the shoulder for Zach Drummond, but a solid start to the second half of the day. Well, there you can see brollies are up in the air. If they can hear the PA, can confirm it has stopped raining, and the sun's come back out once more. But we're going to get going for the OK Junior race coming up next. Qualifying heat A versus C, 8 laps, 12-kilometer race distance. And it will be the likes of Dan Aleman and Noah Baglin on the front row of this one. And it is Dan Aleman who's decided to stay on his original side of the grid. There's a man with a very funky helmet livery, Luke Tal for Victory Lane. We caught up with him ahead of this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. First round of FIA was really decent. We were almost everything in the top 10, except from the final. We just was one spot out of the top 10. I mean, I've been working really hard for getting the best results in, which is going pretty well. I try to improve every race as much as possible. And yeah, that. Obviously, always in quali is the main point, because if in quali you're 24th, you can basically say, okay, my weekend is not going to be, I mean, you can always fight back to the top, but yeah, main point is qualifying. Clearly, obviously, my dad, he has been helping me a lot. He's not a racer, he's really chill and cool when he's with me. He just always brings me everywhere and helps me out and supports me, and obviously my sponsors and the team.
Good to chat there to Luke Tal ahead of this one. And yeah, for many of these drivers here, you may think that, oh, you know, they're part of big teams or all of that, but sometimes it's just a case of a helping hand from Dad can get you where you want to be. Dan Aleman and Noah Baglin on the front row of this grid. Lillian Scarborough and William Kalesia go from row 2. Ludovica Mazzola and Drew Waltz round out row number 3 and the top 6. Mateo Rivals and Manuel Maguez go from row 4. They'll have Bosco Arias and Remy Samchek on row 5. Alessandro Tuchot and Nilas Malik round out row number 6. The first half of the grid on row number 7 sees Evan Purcell and Mika Runitz.
Potentially last moments then for the second half of your grid with Jus Mulder and Victor Stalmack. Going from row number 9 we have Benjamin Magnac for AKM and Luke Tal, and from 10 we have Spain's Amir Saburov with Bruno Blanco. Going from row number 11 is Mark Pilipenko with Teps's Denny Babacek. Shortly behind on 12 is Andrea Mani with Emiliano Hernandez. Starting on the 13th row of the grid is Daniel Sanchez with Juan Guathiate, and from 14 is Jindřich Svoboda with Marcel Jebo. Rounding out your grid then, and the only driver on the 15th row is Daniel Miron.
And again, Daniel Miron has been continuing to have those good results, so do keep an eye on him from the back of the grid. Because he has been having some good gains over the course of this one. Right field down at the bottom of the circuit now. This is where it's game face time for these drivers. Because like you say, they are all in a situation now where points certainly do mean whether or not they're making it into those superheats tomorrow or whether or not they'll be going home early. There you can see Sell is leading the intermediate classification ahead of Endo Arata. Green in third with 176, Sulfakari, Chrisen and Asher Osteen rounding out the top 6. But of course now these drivers going out might shake things up a little bit, especially if you are a driver called Noah Baglin, because he's wanting to get up in those points as well. But after that, DSQ has put him backwards a little bit, but he has been fighting back fiercely. But he's on the front row of this grid, and what can Dan Aleman do as well from pole position? Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are, and it's a good start for the front rows. And Baglin sweeps across the inside. Aleman holds on to the lead of this one, but Baglin there in P2 might have a chance for the lead here down towards turn 3. Things against it, stays behind as the rest of the field slot through. This is where it gets a little bit tentative. They start to trip over each other on the exit of turn number 4. There is a little few karts running wide there onto the muddy part of the circuit, but crucially, everyone gets through the first 2 corners unscathed. And look at the front 2 here, Nicole. At first and second, Aleman and Baglin breaking away nicely.
Great start by Baglin, then just broke formation really quickly. Great reaction times to those lights. Did almost tag Lilian Scarborough at the start, but managed to get himself back into position, back towards that curb on turn number 1, and is sat there in second. We've got a big battle of karts then in the middle pack. I can see Lilian Scarborough fighting for position, just gets one of the MP karts on the back bumper. Getting caught out there is Lilian. She was our highest ranking female driver after qualifying earlier on. Has had a 5th, has had another top 4, but did have a previous race that wasn't so good for her. Take you through the lineup then as they head under the start-finish gantry after the first lap. It's Dan Alleman that leads the way from Noah Baglin. Drew Waltz is sat there in 3rd position from Kalija. Remy Sanchek is having a good start, up by 5 positions into 5th place, and then Matteo Roval is in 6th there. Lilian then has had a difficult start, has dropped by 4 positions. Battles continuing to rage on then, and what is playing into this massively, those drivers that keep going off the circuit and onto those rumble strips are pulling some of that mud onto the track, making the track a bit dirty, which then for these drivers adds an extra challenge. Challenges though are out there for the likes of Noah Baglin, who needs to close up that gap that Dan Alleman has pulled away from him by 0.6 of a second currently.
Yeah, indeed. That gap is increasing as we go on. Down the inside there, nice little change. Kalija past Samchek. Arias also getting past Rivals. So battles happening thick and fast out there. We have had 2 retirements from this race already. Jindrik Voboda and Marcel Seba. We saw them briefly at the Marshall post down at turn number 3, so 2 drivers already out of this race. Eyes on the train though as they head up the hill round that final corner. A great little fight's happening here, and I think, is that Luke Tal one of them who has gained those positions? He has 10 positions gained from Luke Tal. Really strong start to his race here in this penultimate one of the day as they head down the hill once more. Dan Alleman now sets the fastest lap of the race. Well, we're saying for Baglin, he needs to close that gap up. That's going to be easier said than done, with the Swiss driver breaking away nicely at the front. Right to the outside there. That is the long way round if I've ever seen it for the Birolart kart, who is pushing itself through this field nicely. That's Ludovica Mazzola battling away, as we were seeing Lilian Scarborough there on the Ricky Flynn machine trying to get the move as well, as you can see that battle still heating up there.
Battle is on then between Bosco Arias and William Kalija. Arias is going to be aware he needs a really good finish within this one. Had a DNF earlier on in the weekend. That's the 242 then going off the circuit in the Kart Republic karts. That is Matteo Rival just lost things going out then and was all over the grass. But going back to Bosco Arias then, took the position from William Kalija to get himself into 4th. Like we said, difficult results so far, but a good start to this race. They'll head out of the final corner then. We'll have a replay of what's happened earlier on within this race. That's Benjamin Magnac then just getting it wrong over the rumble strip. Lost that rear end of the kart. This is when Lilian Scarborough got caught out. I believe that is by Mika Runitz in the MP kart. So he just went over the back bumper. Then this is the 242 then. Over the grass, got caught out, looked behind him just to regain onto the circuit safely, but that is going to be a drop of positions.
Yeah, indeed. Tony karts and mud don't go too well with each other, and yeah, drops down the order just that little bit. Eyes on this one. Alleman still in control here. Baglin has closed it a little bit. It's gone down to 0.4 of a second, but we'll watch Devon Waltz, Bosco Arias and William Kalija still battling away here. This is Bosco Arias trying to put on that pressure as well, with the likes of the CRG of Manuel Maguez, Lilian Scarborough, all fighting for position as well just behind, and actually they've both switched positions. Mazzola's got past Scarborough in the background. This is Ludovica Mazzola going for that move on Lilian Scarborough down the inside, clips the curb on the inside. Nicely done. No real drama with that one. A little bit of side-by-side motion, but that is to be expected with the conditions ever changing. Something of changing is happened at the front as well. Baglin has taken the lead. He's got past Dan Alleman. That has happened down through turn 1 and 2. And he is going to let him pass on the start-finish straight. That's how that happened, Nicole. That's an unusual one there. Maybe Alaman was just thinking, right, you know, Baglin's closed in, he's looking quick, I don't want to risk anything from here, I'll happily sit in a P2.
Okay, well, they're on different machinery. You know, we've got an OTK and a Kart Republic out there, so you're going to know it's nothing to do with tactics between teams or drivers, but it could be a tactic that Dan Alleman is aware Noah is not within the top 10 so far in the intermediate classification. He's going to know that. So Dan's driving around thinking, if I let him through, I'm not going to end up getting tagged or getting in an incident that's going to cost me that top 10.
Yeah, exactly what I'm thinking on that one. Yeah, because Baglin's not up there. Yeah, there's no point to fight
you can have it.
risk anything. You can have it, you can go away, you can claim those points. Yeah, bang on that one. With that, let's see what happens as some more investigation flags are going out, this time to Luke Tal, unfortunately. We were just saying and praising him earlier on with his good position gains. He's there in 7th place, but maybe one of those gains was a little bit too harsh on another one of the drivers. Eyes on this one here, all kicking off. Remy Samchek, Kalisha in that fight, and now you can see the likes of Luke Tal. Yeah, there's one. He's trying to gain 2 there as well, and not quite this time around. But as he's on that inside curb, again continues to try and push that victory lane machine onwards in this race, and you can see there kind of hugging that inside line, defending the line. Nicole, I'm seeing a dry line starting to form out on circuit.
It will start raining now that you've said that.
Oh, no, it will start raining now. You said that.
Battle between these two then. That's the Ricky Flynn and the Kart Republic driver. That's Bosco Arias and Drew Waltz, just jostling for position. That's over 3rd place. How is Drew Waltz going to respond to that? Just, goes really heavily into turn at number 16. I would say to me, Drew has maybe figured out quicker than Bosco Arias. It's drier than you think, and you don't need to go as wide as you previously did. Let's see what happens between these two drivers, but I'd say Bosco is going to be desperate to keep that position because of those DNFs earlier on in the weekend. What's that done between these two drivers? It's brought William Kalisha right into this battle, who is pulling along the likes of Luke Tal, who's your fastest driver out there on circuit.
Yep, indeed. And of course, these tyres will get to a stage where they will start to heat up here with the water not really, or tyres not really doing the job that they're supposed to do, which is disperse water from out of the way and put the rubber down on the circuit, because, well, there's not much water out there anymore. It's just a fine, thin layer of it out on track as Tal once again switches places there, and Waltz goes backwards in the order, but as he continues to try and hunt down Kalisha, who is further up ahead in the road. There you can see Samchek as well, just in the background of this fight, is trying to close in, and there as well on the MP card. Further behind that is Mikulinets, who is still on a good race, up 6 places and trying to close in on this fight. Nicole, we're on the final lap of this race. Baglin leads by 1.7 seconds. Alaman is there from Bosco Arias. And then this fight here is what we're watching right now. This is 4th place, all the way down to around P8.
Bosco Arias then is now your fastest driver out there on the circuit with the 1 minute 10.833. We said it previously, he looks like he's just figured out a little bit quicker than some of these other drivers. It's drier than you might think. Battle is on, though, for 4th position between Tal and Kalisha. Don't forget that Tal is under investigation. No decision made just yet what he did wrong, but looks up the inside of turn at number 10. Doesn't quite manage to make it stick. Has to back off and lose a little bit of time to Kalisha for that 4th spot. Final lap, though, dying stages of this race. We've got Remy Samchek there all over the back of Drew Waltz, really trying to have a look. Can he get anything done? Tries to take a tighter line, but doesn't help him anymore. Here we go then. Noah Baglin looks over his shoulder, over the start finish straight, because he knows he's done it. Taken another heat win then here in Portimao. He's had a disqualification, 2 heat wins, and some other top 5 results so far this weekend, but wins this race from Dan Alleman by 2.1 seconds. We've then got Alleman in 2nd from Bosco Arias, William Kalisha, Luke Tal in 5th place, up by 13 places. Remy Samchek is in 6th. We've then got Drew Waltz, Mika Runitz, Ludovico Mazzola, and Matteo Rivos as your top 10. Intermediate classification then is being led by Lucas Sell with 184 points. Endo Arata is then on 179. Will Green is in third. Then it's Zulfikari, Dan Alleman and Ile Christian that rounds out the top 6 of the intermediate classification.
Well, there we have it. They will make their way back to Parc Ferme then. A solid result for Baglin, continuing to help himself out. And with that, he now breaches inside the top 10 of the intermediate classification. There's the rest of the results on the screen. Alaman Alias from Kalesia, Tal from Soundcheck, Waltz from Runitz, Mazzola and Rivals. Then it is the likes of Magnac from Mani, Malik from Scarborough, Purcell from Miron, 13 places gained from Blanco, 3 places gained in 17th place. Maguez from Pilapenko, Babacek from Mulder, Truchot from Garciase, then it's Daniel Oliver from Sabarov, Stelmach, Hernandez, and the 2 retirements, Jindrik Svoboda and Marcel Sabo, the only 2 retirements from that race. And the rest of the race, it was all a solid drive to the end as they head back into Parc Ferme. Nose cones are checked. They get weighed and sorted out. And let's just see what happens then as these drivers all get squared away. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. And they can see initially Alaman breaking into the lead from pole position. No drama whatsoever. You had the charge from Baglin and that early stage. Wasn't able to get the overtake done right at the beginning. Would have to wait till later on in the race where he was actually gifted the position from Alaman, who let him go over that start-finish straight. Rest of the moments happening thick and fast. One of the AKM karts there having a bit of a moment. That was Benjamin Magnac of Spain. That one nearly had a moment. There was the likes of Mika Runitz, who nearly had a big spell on the circuit. The MP kart racing team just going a little bit sideways into one of those corners there. Battles really started to kick off then in that first stage then, because you had Remy Samchek, Mika Runitz, Rivalt, Kalesia all fighting for position. Then you had Luke Tal, who closed in and was able to really make a dent in this order as he sent it down the inside, left, right and centre. 13 places gained for Luke Tal. But he was under investigation, possibly for that very moment there, where the Tony kart was squeezed off the circuit just a little bit. This was the moment that Baglin inherited the lead. It was just a you go through from Alaman. Of course, they know they're not really fighting each other in the intermediate classification, so there was no real need for those two to go to battle. But of course, knowing that Baglin needs to gain those points, think easier, rather let him go than fight it to the end. Still, dramas did kick off in that latter stage. You had Lillian Scarborough, who had gained good ground in that race. Later, did fall down a little bit at the end, dropping 11 places in that race. Not the result the American will have wanted. Andrea Mani was a driver that we needed to keep an eye on as well. Another one of the Forza Racing drivers just pushing through in that field. But it was Baglin who took the race win on that, as you can see, the hard-working marshals with the clean-up operation at the end of that qualifying heat. These drivers will all have to make it way back to Parc Ferme because, of course, for them, they still need to get everything checked out and making sure everything is all above board for those drivers. We are siding through the second half of the day. Qualifying heat A versus C for the senior category will be coming up next, but let's head firstly down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I've got Noah Wolf with me then. Noah, another race win out there, but it did look like Dan Alleman, pushed you through, allowed you to have that position. Were you aware? Did you see the signal by Dan?
Yeah, I saw the signal very late. I was already going in. A bit surprised when he did the signal, but I knew I was quicker, so that's all that mattered.
And obviously, earlier on in the weekend, you were given a disqualification for a bit of an issue out there on the circuit. After that happened, what's the mentality been like?
Just get the results, so we get the points. Obviously, we got P1 initially without the penalty, but the penalty hurt us a lot. But we'll just see what we can do without it.
And track conditions then, Noah, it looks really difficult out there, especially because it keeps raining and then drying up. As a driver, how do you deal with that? What's it like out there?
Obviously, it's very hard for me and the team to anticipate the weather, but yeah, we just have to do what it does, and it rains and stops a lot, so we'll just see what we can do.
Well, great to hear from you, Noah. Great racing out there. Great to hear from Noah Baglin then. Another heat win out there on the circuit. Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. And Noah, if you and the team need help about knowing what's going to happen with the weather, just come to the commentary box. I know exactly what's happening at any time. Right, here we go. Drivers are heading out onto the circuit, and a bit of drama in this one because one driver has missed the gate. I'll let you know who that is in a few moments' time. Christian Costoya and James Anagnosiadis start on the front row of this one, which will be the Senior OK qualifying heat A versus C. They have switched sides of the grid, and we have seen that throughout all of this. So they will be starting on the front row of the grid. Joe Turney and Aston Sharp go from row 2. Zach Green will not be there. He missed the gate, and he is missing from the grid. Romeo Rosell will be starting on his own on the third row of the grid. Jacopo Martinez and Chiara Batti go from row 4. Oliver Stadler and Armin Kari Osman go from row 5. Teresa Langendong and Daniel Keller go from row 6. They'll have Stylianos Kolovos and Jakub Mikalev on row number 7. Second half of the grid, we'll see Louis Cochet and Alpac Soy. They'll have Roland Cooklane and Marco Gast on row 9. Zhao Zijun and Joseph Smith on row 10. From Maximin Rafalik and Hugo Marti on row 11. Zachariah Delay and Oliver Kinmark go from row 12. They'll have Kere Ferhan and Daniel Picorni on row 13. Radek Vavra and Sunazi will round out the penultimate row on row 14. Mathis Almer is all on his own on the 15th row of the grid, but still 28 drivers out there, as missing is Zach Green from the third row of the grid. He missed the gate, will not take part in this race. That is a huge shame for him. Nicole Sutherland, you joined me back. Take a breath. You sprinted back up here at quick rate.
I was so excited, I ran up here.
Excellent. You ran back to the commentary box. That's something I have never said I've done. Right, so we're nearly ready for this race. These drivers lining up once again. Costoya and Anagnosiadis, they've switched sides, which puts Joe Turney on the back foot here. Of course, who would be starting further up, who he is fighting with at this moment. Sharp now will have a chance of getting a good benefit on this one. There, confirmation on your screen of that switch over. But crucially, for Anagnosiadis, good results is needed here because he currently at this moment is not inside that top 10. For Costoya, he also is just inside that top 10 with 128, but a win here will help him out. But let's see what happens in this one. They get themselves formed up. Of course, there is a gap there on that grid where Zach Green would have been. There are hands up. We are going around again. Well, that gives you plenty of time to enjoy a bit of the sunshine that's now coming out onto the circuit.
You keep saying, I think you need to stop talking about the weather because it's going to rain again in a moment.
I'm absolutely not going to stop talking about it because I have physically no control over the weather. Everyone is saying that I'm cursing it. How could I? My voice has no say on what the weather does. Right now, let's just see what these drivers can do. This is a tense moment now again for these drivers. Like you say, dying stages of the weekend. You've got drivers who have had some really good results. Got some new names right up at the sharp end of this one in the senior category. Your resident drivers who are usually at the sharp end from the first round, of course, seem to be just that little further down. But of course, it'll all balance itself out once these qualifying heats are completed.
Yeah, of course. And your resident driver within this, of course, is Joe Turney. Last time the FIA European Championship was here at Portimao, he took that final win. He was your European champion of last year, so he's going to be the driver within this category that really is the one to beat, despite not having a heat win so far here today or during yesterday's racing. We'll start behind James Anagnosiadis, Kart Republic teammate. Those two drivers, when we had that false start just a moment ago, both of them put their hands in the air just to signal that they weren't happy with the formation or with the pace of things. Will they be happy this time then as they head out of the final corner? James Anagnosiadis going really slow out of there. Will we go for the second time of asking under the lights? Are these drivers on the way? Yes, they are then. So it's James Anagnostiadis touches wheels then with Christian Costoya as they head under the start-finish gantry. Those two drivers almost got caught right out. James Anagnostiadis then lost some pace because of that, has had to drop down into third, and it looks like his Aston Sharp there sat in second position. We've got James there. He is in third place. He's had to concede to his teammate of Joe Turney. It's all getting a bit busy though as they head through turn number 5. I can see Dries van Langendonk in the background there making up a few positions. Making up positions then early on is Joe Turney. Gets the move done on Aston Sharp through turns number 7 and continues to lead Aston Sharp out of 8 and 9. Christian Costoya, though, even though him and James Anagnostiadis tagged wheels on that opening stage of the race, continues to lead this one.
Yep, he certainly does, but keep an eye on Turney because he's closed right in on Costoya. And this is the fight that we're looking forward to watching because he's not wasting any time whatsoever. Down the inside, Turney into the lead, and that is nicely done. And as you can see, they are all rocking the wet tyres. Understandably, the track is still wet out there, but it is certainly looking a little bit drier out there as well. So we'll keep a very close eye on when they want to change position. Was that Joe Turney a bit deep there in towards turn 2? It is. And the lead of this race has been lost once more. Costoya back into the lead, and now Sharp, Martinez, Anagnostiadis are all right there. Here we go, Turney back on the attack now after he just lost that place. Is now looking to see if we can try and get it down the inside of 8 and 9, but no, Costoya is now going to start defending that position.
Well, defending the position, but here's Joe then tries to look up the inside. Will he sweep round the outside of Costoya going through 10 and towards 11? Yes, he does. So it's Turney now takes that lead of the race back almost within just one sector, lost it and then gained it back again from the Spanish driver. Nicely
Handled between these two here, but that fight, I suspect, will continue maybe for a little bit longer, but we will wait and see. Martinez now there in third place as Anagnostiadis is under investigation for a start procedure infringement. So he needs to be careful here as he will be heading to the stewards at the end of this race. That's never a nice feeling as Sharp is late on the brakes. So is Anagnostiadis and so is Dries van Langendonk. They all clouds front to rear bumpers into that braking zone as now Chiara Batik sets the fastest lap of the race. It's just a few further cuts behind because there's Daniel Keller and Alpak Soy, who is now under investigation also for a start procedure infringement, sitting in 8th place. So Batik might be gaining 1 or 2 places in this one at the end. Eyes focusing on it. Lap number 3 we're on. Turney's lead is 0.2 of a second. He's in control of this one. But something tells me that Costoya Martinez might still have something in the bag here.
Just shows that these conditions out there, Anthony, are really challenging even the best of drivers. We saw something go slightly wrong for Joe Turney previously on that lap where he lost that lead that he had gained. Has got it back now though, but you just see one mistake from a driver leads on to a Constantina effect and they bump into the back of each other. We just saw that from this top 5 a moment ago. Joe Turney, though, continues to lead the way from Costoya, from Martinez. Martinez, 2 DNFs so far within this weekend. Had a DNF on the circuit and then had a black flag in his previous heat. He sat there in the 3rd position ahead of Sharp, Van Langendonk and Anagnostiadis also. Fastest lap, though, is given to your driver out in the front, sets a 1 minute 7.189. Joe is going to try and push away from the rest of the field. 0.6 of a second gap then to the likes of the Spanish driver, Christian Costoya, and then it is Jacopo Martinez there in 3rd. Move on then between Dries van Langendonk and Aston Sharp. The McLaren driver wasting no time, really holding that brake to make the move stick on the Spanish driver. He's now sandwiched between the McLaren and the Mercedes because it's going to be James Anagnostiadis who's going to be pushing to try and make a move very soon. Don't forget, though, he is under investigation for that start potential infringement.
Yes, indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on those proceedings as the race goes on. Lap number 5 now of 10 as they make their way down the hill in towards turn at number 2 and 3. You can see the trains really opening up, but unfortunately for one driver, it's not going too well. That is Zachariah Delay out of the race. The Fusion Motorsport driver goes no further and walks away from his kart and into a safe place on circuit. That is a big shame. Yeah, it goes no further. No idea if he was involved in an incident or whether or not that is mechanical at all, but we will have to wait and see if we have anything on that. Eyes on the front fight though still. Turney increasing that gap now. He's in the rhythm now. He's in the zone. 2.2 seconds now is the gap. Costoya though is still right there under pressure from the trio behind Martinez, Van Langendonk and Sharp. However, it's going to be Martinez, Sharp, Van Langendonk now as he's back down the inside at turn number 16 and splits them apart. And Ignatiadis now is able to close in, and Alpac Soy is right there as well. His fellow Prema teammate is on the attack once again as well.
Sharp then really just closing up those corners from the likes of Dries Van Langendonk, tightening things up because he doesn't want to give that position away again. That move that he did on the McLaren driver was ambitious. I've heard drivers say so far this weekend, this circuit here in Portugal requires more risk than the likes of Campillos. It is a bit easier to drive here, but that does mean it needs a little bit more risk with these corners. There's more opportunities to overtake, but these drivers are really pushing hard, especially through the sectors of especially through the likes of sector 3, where you're really on the limit of things as you head out of 16 and 17. This battle though is all getting a bit full on because James Agnostiadis, who's now trying to look down the inside of Dries Van Langendonk. We've got a Forza kart off then. That's the 185 of Amin Kara Osman. Another DNF for the 185. Heartbreak here in Portugal for Amin. Really quick driver, but just has had no luck so far here at Portimao. Here we go then. This is the battle for that third place between Sharp, Martinez and Van Langendonk, all getting a bit hot, getting heated. We've got Dries Van Langendonk just having a look down the inside of Martinez. Now that's bringing Agnostiadis in, but it looks like they're both going to lose position because now Alpac Soy and Daniel Kelleher are being brought into this, and so is Chiara Batigue.
Yep, indeed. It's all closing in, and it's just a case of who trips over who first, I think, at this rate, because they're all trying to get that move down the inside, and it's just a bit tight through turns 2 and 3. But you can see how much lighter the track surface is in this next race. I've got a hunching feeling that we might be nearing the switchover onto the other compounder tyres here, but we'll have to wait and see in the next couple of races. Lap 7, Sharp to the inside of Costoya. I was not expecting Sharp to be able to be that close to Costoya. I thought he was broken away there while these drivers were fighting. So Costoya really seemingly seems to be struggling right now.
Well, looking at the circuit out of the commentary box window, Anthony, it looks like there's just a bit of a dry line starting to form, questioning if Aston Sharp has just clocked that a little bit faster than the drivers of Costoya, Martinez and Van Langendonk. Maybe just switched on to the fact that he can push the car a little bit harder, maybe change his racing lines a little bit more as it starts to dry and get easier for the drivers out there on circuit. Costoya now under a bit of pressure from Jacopo Martinez. He decides to go on a tighter line through turn number 8 and up towards turn number 10. Jacopo Martinez then trying to hang it round wide, try and get a better run. Is now between Costoya, Martinez and Van Langendonk for that third position.
Yep, they are indeed. Look how close they are here now as they go up the hill. And again, Van Langendonk just trying to find a little gap here or there, but you were seeing from the direction change from Jacopo Martinez on there, just showcasing that the grip level is actually quite high, because when he wanted the car to turn left to switch to the outside, he turned it and it went. But this time around, now having to defend from Van Langendonk, who was looking like it was going to go down the inside, but no, thinks against it and holds on to that position. Now turn his lead still 4.1 seconds from Sharp, so no real drama there. Costoya still in control of third place, but there you can see Martinez, Van Langendonk, Alpac Soy now with the fastest lap of the race, starting to close in down the inside, and contact between the two of them, and off the track goes Jacopo Martinez. He won't be happy with that. He had drama earlier on where he was taken off the circuit. He was later given a penalty for that, and now finds himself off the circuit again. and tumbling down the order into 9th place. He will not be happy with this one. Last lap board is out though for the field. Turney leads, Sharp in second. The gap's coming down, but it's too little too late. They will stay the same. Costoya, Aksoy, Keller, Van Langendonk are still in position here, and Dries Van Langendonk is now under investigation for that potential of causing a collision at turn number 8 and 9 that has been noted and will go to the stewards after the race. But let's see what happens here, because Alpak Soy, I don't believe it's been inside the top 3 so far this weekend in the qualifying heats, is looking to see if he can get that first 3rd place of the weekend as he looks to the inside of the exit of turn number 8 and 9. Not close enough this time around. Slots back into place, into P4. Remember, he's up 12 places so far in this one. He's on an absolute charge. You may think that maybe that nose cone might be in a bit of bother because it looks like it is dragging at the front there. So he might be trying to gain as many places as he possibly can here. To the line though, Joe Turney seemingly having a nice and controlled race there, taking the win by 3.4 seconds ahead of Aston Sharp. Christian Costoya finishing in 3rd place ahead of Alpak Soy. Daniel Keller from Dries Van Langendonk. James Anagnostiidis from Chiara Batig. Jacopo Martinez from Marco Gast, who rounds out the top 10 at the end of that qualifying heat. And there is a look at your now intermediate classification. Turney steps up to 3rd from Costoya's 4th place with 169 points to his name. Now is 1 point clear of Victor Gustafsson, who we saw race out earlier on. And now he finds himself a little further down in that order. There is a look at your provisional classification at the end of that race, the top 10. We have gone over 11th place downwards sees Louis Cochet and Romeo Rossell. Roland Cooklane from Joseph Smith gained 6 places in that race to finish in P14. Jacob McLeod rounding out the top 15 ahead of Oliver Stadler and Stilianos Kolovos. Radek Vavra and Maximilian Rafalik. Kero Fairhan from Hugo Marti. Daniel Picorni from Oliver Kinmark. Zhao Zijun from Mathis Almer. Sanazi rounding out the 26 finishers in that race. 2 retirements and 1 non-starter. Armin Kari Osman, Zachariah Delay, and the non-starter of Zach Green after he missed the gate at the start of that race. A bit of a shame for him. So once more, clean-up operation underway here at the Portimao circuit. There is Joe Turney. First qualifying heat win of the weekend, and still good results. He's finding himself up in that top 3 in the intermediate classification. All going his way a little bit as he will head into the last race later on today in a good mood, I am sure, because we will see groups A versus F out onto the circuit later on today. Right, we'll be turning our attention very soon to the next and final rotation of qualifying heats that will see groups D and E out later on for their last heats of the day. But let's take a look at the highlights on that one. That start, Costoya and Anagnostiidis, how close could you get? That was a very dramatic start for the two of them, both of them trying to go to the inside of the track. Unfortunately, the meeting in the middle. Initial start to this race, no real drama actually for the field. Turney making the moves, firstly getting past Sharp into 2nd place, later getting into the lead past Costoya. Later on the next lap though, down at turn number 2, he would find himself losing out on the lead. That was just a real showcase there of how much faster that outside line was going out to the exit at turn number 10. Was just able to get that power down and just push his way forward was Turney. Like you say, it was later on that very lap he did lose out on the lead as Sharp had got his way up into 3rd place. Martinez down into P4. The first of those retirements, Zachariah Dole was one of them for the Fusion Motorsport team. Later on, Armin Kali Osman, the second of the only 2 retirements from that race. Dries Van Langendonk having a close little fight there. He would have a very close moment with Jacopo Martinez, which would end in being under investigation as well, which was a very tricky moment. I think it may have been this moment here. Yeah, just down the inside. I think just, outbraked himself into the corner. Side by side, contact between the two of them, but clearly off the track went Jacopo Martinez, no fault of his own from these angles that we see, but of course race control see it from their angles, and they will make the final decision on that one. But of course, with that, it was Van Langendonk under investigation. With the race finishing, let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. With Joe Turney, then your race winner. Joe, good race from you, caught up to the driver in front and passed pretty quickly. Tell me about what it's like out there.
I mean, it was pretty dry. Like it would have been a risk to go on slicks, but I think had someone gone on slicks, they would have probably won. But no, went with the majority and managed to get the wets to the end.
And the last time we were here with the FIA for a European round, you took the win. What's it been like returning? Has that given you a boost in confidence?
Yeah, I think so. I've always run pretty well around here, so I enjoy the place. It's nice. So yeah, speed looks pretty good so far.
Well, great to hear from you, Joe. Well done on a heat win. We'll head back up then because there are more karts now out there on the circuit.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, there are indeed. Blinking you'd have missed them. It is OK Junior qualifying heat D versus E, the final rotation of qualifying heats. This is the last chance these drivers have got to get these karts to the end of this race. And we'll be looking forward to seeing what they can do. Well, in fact, actually, that's a complete lie because Greeks D&E will be out. No, this is their last race. So let's see what they can do out in this one because, like you say, it is a tough fight ahead of these drivers. And it all starts with Lucas Bonhomme on the front row of the grid and Will Green, who have switched sides of the grid, apparently. So Lucas and Dean Hugendorn go from row number 2. And then it is Iskender Fakari and Sebastian Eskandari on row number 3. Martin Bertolacini and Nikita Lubomov go from row 4. They'll have Leonardo Gorski and Henry Domain on row 5. They'll have Samuel Hugon and Julian Fresnelli on row 6. Tony Cachaferro and Valerio Virpiana go from row 7. They'll have Jesse Phillips and Jarlath Sayer on row 8. Alexander Lazarus and Jean-Baptiste Rousseau go from row 9. They'll have Ilya Berezkin and Tobias Tajenny on row 10 and the top 20. Casper Reipold and Manny Nuvolini go from row 11. They'll have Olivia Licini and Angelina Simmons on row 12. Jill Herman and Felipe Sanchez go from row 13. The 28 cut field is rounded out by Nathan Kappin and Gregor Kallis of Sweden on row 14. Reports from the pre-grid, everyone is on slick tyres for the first time in quite some way, from quite some while, I would say. But let's see what will happen in this one as the wind is picking up just a little bit here at the circuit. Drivers make their way out of the final turn then for the first time on slick tyres in quite a while. Lights are out, we're racing. It's a good start for the two front rows, but it's the inside line that gets the whole shot. Bonhomme gets into the lead here from the front row and holds on to it, but it's side by side. Sell looks to the inside, but can't quite get the move done and slots into second place as the field makes its way down and towards turn number 5. Big move down the inside. The Forza of Iskender Fakari gets down the inside and splits the two victory lanes apart as now they will go wheel to wheel for the rest of this race. But keep a close eye on the train as now they go into single file formation. You are seeing all these drivers as close as they can be. Martin Bertolacini is there as well into P4. He's had a really good start to his race as he's pushed his way forward on that DPK racing machine. The Argentine certainly having a very strong start to this qualifying heat as they make their way back up the hill then for the first time. You can see how spread out the field has become already as drivers have been tripping over each other on that opening stages. Drivers cross the line and it will be the likes of Bonhomme in the lead from Iskender Fakari. Lucas Sell in third place from Bertolacini. Hugon battling in P5 from Hugendorn, Lubomov from Domain. Phillips and Green round out the top 10. But keep a close eye on this one because look how close they are in this top fight and they are all going to try and hold on to this position here. But as they climb up the hill, it is a tense moment as they're down the inside. Samuel Hugon trying to get the move done. It's not going to work out for him at all as now Hugendorn gets in front of this one. Then you've got Lubomov now trying to go for the move. And it's all going wrong here. But they're all tripping over each other, but they finally find their feet. And crucially, Bertolacini holds on to P4 right now. The main thing you can take away from this is no one has really broken away. Bonhomme, then Sell, Zulfikari, and Bertolacini are still absolutely line astern. And I've got to say, for the first race on slick tyres after a while, the grip levels are very, very high. Hugendorn down the inside of Bertolacini gets up into P4 now.
Hugendorn, he win earlier on then after a DNF, and in this one he knows it's the last moments today in today's racing. There's very limited in what more he can achieve, so he's going to be going for it. Can he go for a move on Iskender Zulfikari very shortly? Fastest lap so far in the early stages of this race goes to Eskandari. It's a 1 minute point. A 1 minute point 991. Here we go then. Is Hugendorn going to have a look? Went a little bit wider on Zulfikari then to try and get the run. Just spoke to Joe Turney. The interview was live. He said to us, it's drying up out there. I think that's going to play into the hands of these drivers who are looking to make up positions, because they can break that line now, try and test the waters a little bit more where there's more grip out there. They can stick to the surface better. You can see that rubber line out of the final turn just shows you're going to see a little bit more going on. But how will the drivers react when they break position, when they get off the racing line and it starts to become slippy again? Because of course it's only dry where the karts have been going round. You come off the racing line, how slippy is it going to be?
No, exactly that. And, you know, the lap times that we're seeing here are kind of a testament to that. No one has gone sub 1 minute yet. The fastest time is actually coming from the back of the grid. Olivier Ricini on the Tony kart with a 1 minute .418. So, yeah, showcasing that the pace is not fully there. Zulfikari under pressure from Sell here. They are once again piling on the pressure. Is
it raining?
No, I don't think it is at the moment.
We just lost a car out of turn 8.
We did. It's Tony Cachaferro who's off the track, and he's walking to a safe spot now. I'm seeing maybe potential spots, but it's nothing too dramatic out there. So the drivers with the temperature in the tyre should be absolutely fine as they head down the hill then. Still, Bonhomme who leads the way from Zulfikari. Sell and Hugendorn is this battle on your screen as they go down the hill towards turns 2 and 3. But look at Dean Hugendorn here, really piling on that pressure to Sell, not getting the move down the inside here at turn number 5, just thinking against it out there. This is a tense situation for them because, like you say, yeah, there is some cloud cover now that's gone over the circuit as that card is just dragged to safety. As off the track is Lucas Sell. Lucas Sell off at turn number 8 and 9. What happened there? Did he just drive off the circuit or was he assisted? That is a big moment for Lucas Sell, who tumbles down the order to 19th place now in this race. Completely unsure how that had occurred, but I'm sure he will not be a happy bunny. Here's probably what happened as they go down the inside. Is he assisted? And it's a slight assistance there, potentially from Dean Hugendorn. It didn't look like much from that angle at all, but the main thing you can take away from that one is the big wet patch that goes over the circuit. This angle here, I think there's a tiny, tiny bit, but right on the water patch was all it needed.
That could have been what happened to Tony Cachaferro as well. You come off of the line, hit that wet patch, and it just flicks that kart round. We've lost Cachaferro out there, teammate of Sell. Sell still going round there, but just bad luck to hit that through turn number 8. Back on your screens though, this is the battle that's going on between Bonhomme, Zulfikari and Dean Hugendorn. That's for that first position. Now that it's drying up then, Anthony, we're seeing these drivers a lot closer than they have been all day. Wet conditions, things spread out a little bit more, but now as they head out of turn number 17, it's tightening up again. Is Zulfikari going to have an opportunity to make a move down the inside of Bonhomme as they head through the first sector, through turns number 2 and 3? Looks like he's having a look, and yes, he does then. Zulfikari is your new race leader. Turn number 3, down the inside of Bonhomme, makes it stick, continue, and is now leading the way.
Yep, certainly so. And the pace is coming down now as well. Will Green, you can see, fastest driver out there, 59-second time on the board. There's a handful of drivers who have also done 59 seconds, so the pace is getting faster still, but it is showcasing they're still a lot slower than what they were on a completely dry circuit, so they're still tentative to really put the power down and trust how much speed they can carry around these corners. There is Green going for the move in the background. That's getting past Martin Bertolacini. That puts him up into 4th place now as we continue to watch this fight here. Hugendorn still on the charge, now has got past Lucas Bonhomme and has moved himself up into 2nd place. Remember, it's been a tense race, these ones, but we're on the final lap of the race here, Nicole. And I don't think Hugendorn's going to have enough here to close in. That's been a heavy impact for one driver, though, off the circuit. It is one of the Tony Karts, possibly Sebastian Eskandari, who I think may have had an issue with Valero Virpiana because they have both gone backwards in the order of this race. Well, hopefully they are both okay, and marshals are with the drivers there on track. But on this final lap, keep a close eye on this one. I may have said he couldn't have closed in. He has closed in as Hugendorn. Could he possibly go for a move here for the lead? Well, let's find out as they climb up the hill for the final time. It'll have to be a lunge of the century if he's going to do it from Hugendorn. But I don't think he's going to have the waft to do it. Out of the final turn, it will be Zulfikari. He claims it across the line. Hugendorn takes P2 from Bonhomme. Green in P4, Bertolacini rounds out row P5 from Domain. Then it is Jesse Phillips from Samuel Hugon, Nikita Lumov and Ili Berezkin who round out the top 10 on circuit. A fabulous little race in there with finally dry conditions blessing the track after quite some time. There's a look then at your intermediate classification. That is all Groups D and E can do in their qualifying heats. Zulfikari has done everything he can do with that race win. Puts him in the lead of the points with 222 points to his name. But remember, you've got Endo Arata, Dan Alaman, Ili Christian, William Kalija, who are all ready to go racing later on. They will have the chance to see what they can do, but for the rest of them, it's just not going to be enough here because those points later on will affect those. The full results then: Zulfikari, Hugendorn, Bonhomme, Green, Bertolacini from Domain, Phillips, Hugon, Lubomov and Berezkin in the top 10, Rousseau from Fresnelli, Sayer from Gorski, Sells from Simmons in 16th place, Nuvolini in 17th from Gilles Herman, Kasper Reipold from Tobias Jenny, Nathan Capin from Felipe Sanchez in 22nd place, Alexander Lazarus from Gregor Callis, and Olivier Dicini rounding out the 25 finishers. Retirements, Valeria Virpiana, Sebastian Eskandari, and Tony Cachaferro. As we look now at the highlights from that race, initially for Lucas Bonhomme at the start, inside line, no drama there, able to really push through and get up into the lead of that race from pole position. Thought it was going to be a lights to flag, but Iskender Zulfikari had other plans about that as he slowly made his way through the field as he went to the inside into P2 at turn number 5 on that opening lap. He would later get the change as well for the lead as, well, there you're seeing Dean Hugendorn going for those moves as well. Firstly, getting past Bertolacini, Martin Bertolacini, who started this race on the 4th row of the grid in P7. A really strong start. There was the first of the retirements. Tony Cachaferro out of the race, and a bit of a moment there. That stretch of water possibly causing drama for many. There it caused drama for Lucas Sell. Not sure if it was an assist off the circuit, but he tumbled down the order. It was another angle of it. It did look from our point of view there like the slightest tap, but you don't really see the head move, and that's going to be a tough one to call, and hopefully race control will get to the bottom of that one with their many angles. Eyes on this one. This was the Zulfikari change for the lead. Bonhomme then lost out to Dean Hugendorn into 2nd place. This was the last lap, right close to the line on the finish, but Zulfikari holds on to it, takes the lead of the intermediate classification for the time being. Can he hold on to that lead with those remaining junior races to come? We will have to wait and see, as the seniors for Groups D and E will be out next. They'll be taking to the circuit for their final race. But let's head down to Parc Ferme because Nicole Sutherland is ready for us.
Yes, I am, Anthony, and I've got Iskender Sulfakari, who's just taken the race win. Iskender, good move by you in the first sector to take that race win. Can you tell me how you pulled it off?
I honestly got the pace throughout the whole race, just stay calm and be there.
And you've battled with some really challenging conditions here today. It's been wet, dry, heavy rain, light rain. What's it been like to deal with?
Honestly, the weather is a bit up and down, so it's been a hard weekend, honestly. We were going wet slicks, so it was kind of hard, but this last heat, honestly, just the 5th corner, the double left, was just a bit wet, but everything else was fine.
And when you went offline to overtake, did you find that it was really slippy? That overtake that you made, were you a bit worried that maybe you had hit a wet patch on the track?
Honestly, in the out lap, just checking everything everywhere, where the wet patches and stuff, so no, I had confidence.
Great to hear from you, Iskender. Great race win out there then. Back over to you, Anthony, because we've got more races coming up next.
And we certainly do, Nicole. 5 races to go, to be precise, to find out who's going to be starting where for those superheats tomorrow in both the junior and senior classes. Qualifying heat D versus E for the OK category is next to go out onto the circuit. It only feels like a couple of moments ago we were seeing the likes of Victor Gustafsson out on circuit, but he's back here again, but this time starting alongside Kenzo Craigie. And from that view there, you can see once more they have decided to switch sides of the grid. You can see the CRG on the anti-pole side of the grid. He wants that wider entry in towards turn number 1 at his availability, which is good to see that he has got that sorted out and squared away. Eyes on the rest of this field as well, because, of course, for Kenzo Craigie, he's had some really strong results in this one in the senior category. A reminder of those, it is Drummond who leads those points. Kenzo Craigie is currently 2nd in those points as well. So he's actually looking like one of the favourites here to really come away with a good starting position for those finals later on this weekend, because 50 points here will put him in a really strong position. Now, Turney and Costoya are only 1 point behind. They, of course, have still got 1 race to go as well. So there it is still all to play for. But Zach Drummond is in this race, and he starts it on the 3rd row of the grid. He is the intermediate classification points leader at this moment in time. As the engines fire up, let's take you through that full starting lineup. It is Victor Gustafsson and Kenzo Craigie on the front row of the grid. However, one kart is not going there on the grid, and that is Alois Girardet, because his kart has not fired up, and he will have to be pushed back there on the pre-grid. They will get another attempt to start that one, but unfortunately, they will have to wait until the field goes past them again until they can do that. So they're going to push that all the way back to give them as much space as they can to get that started up. Right, let's take you through the grid. Victor Gustafsson and Kenzo Craigie are on the front row of this grid and have switched sides of the grid. Lev Krutilov and Timo Ramikas go from row 2. Zach Drummond, current points leader, needs a solid start in this one so he can take the lead of those points and see if anyone can beat him. Dean Pedersen currently will start alongside him. Davide Batara and Jensen Burnett go from row 4. They'll have Francois Cadal and Leo Nilsson on row 5. Luis Francis and Sebastiano Pavan on row 6. Fausto Arnado and Bernardo Benaldi round out the first half of the field.
Second half of your field then, and on row number 8 is Jindrich Peschel with Paul Andriotis. Going from 9 is Lewis Werrell and Oliver Rasmussen. Shortly behind on 10 for Poland and Finland is Oscar Gallen and Emili Koivisto. On the CIG is Alois Girardet, who will be pushing off the grid very shortly alongside Monaco's Ala Hakkinen. And on 12 we have Franziska Kielski with Sarah Matsoy. Going from row number 13 we have Sky Parker and Maximo Tovagino. And rounding out your grid of 28 karts is Federico Rossi with Lucas Gayson of France.
Indeed, right. I am trying to try and see if Alois Girardet has got started. The answer to that is no. Walking away from the pre-grid, he will not take part in that last qualifying heat of the day, and that is a real shame for him. He was due to start this one relatively high up in that order, but unfortunately he will find himself out of this race. He was due to start actually on the 11th row of the grid, so he was already in the danger zone of potentially not making it into the Superheats tomorrow. That may have sealed his fate, and he might not see him out again this weekend. But of course, we'll have to wait and see to compare it against his results from earlier on. It might still be enough to break into that top 72. Right, field makes its way up the hill. Dark clouds loom all around the circuit here, Nicole, but the sun currently shining as we enter into the tram lines. Wait for the lights. Lights are out and we are racing. It is a good start for Gustafsson on the outside line. Craigie will get swamped by the pack as it looks like Gustafsson, Ramekers and Pedersen gets the best start there on the outside of the rows as they push through in towards turn 2 and 3. You can see how much traction there is out there now as they all fight to find that dry part of the circuit. They make their way back up the hill. It's a solid start, but look at that breakaway for the top 3 there, Nicole. Gustafsson, Ramekers and Pedersen have just broken away seamlessly at the front.
Seamless start then from our top 3 and from most of our drivers, because we have still got all drivers circulating around the track. Then we haven't seen that many times. Normally we've seen drivers get lost at turns 2 and 3, but within this so far everybody is still in order. Victor Gustafsson, though, will complete the first lap of racing as your race leader. Really smart decision, that tactic we've seen time and time again by the pole sitter to change side to get that slingshot move into turn number 1. Jensen Burnett then heading into turns number 2 and 3, really under pressure by Leo Nilsson in that DPK. Leo had a great race yesterday. He really lit things up when he was chasing Joe Turney and is out there doing the same thing. Jensen Burnett, though, equally as quick, equally as good, and using all of that track.
Points
Drama
leader.
then. Drama, we've lost Zach Drummond. He's just fallen right down the order. Our points leader in the intermediate classification, our driver from Scotland for Fusion Motorsport. I can see him coming out of turn number 6, really slowly, still driving. That Kart Republic kart has still got power in it, but he is driving really slow. That is drama for Zach Drummond. Drama also for the likes of Kenzo Craigie, who's now under investigation for a starting procedure infringement. Does look like, though, Zach Drummond, who is following on the screen, the 115 has got going once again.
He has, but the damage is done right to the back of the field, miles off the pace. And what happened to him? Was he assisted in some? No, I think that's mechanical. I think that's mechanical. He's going slowly as the field just sent it past him. And I think he just had to try and get that one going again. He has got it going again. Completely unsure what happened to that kart. So that is huge drama for him. But like I was saying, the damage is done. He has dropped now to 3rd in the points with 195 points. He's still in a really good position. But Craigie and Gustafsson now have been promoted. But it's Gustafsson who now leads the way on the points with 218, joint with Craigie. But because he outqualified him, it is Gustafsson who leads the points right now. It updates on your screen. Whoa. There it is, but Gustafsson with a huge moment out of the final corner, and it's disaster. No one wants to lead this intermediate classification in this last race. Gustafsson with a huge moment there, and I've got to say, for Ramekers and Craigie, that was the closest I've ever seen to there being a huge moment into that final corner. There is Drummond, frustration clearly on his face. But another driver who is going to have frustration is Victor Gustafsson, because now he has lost the lead of that intermediate classification and he has gone backwards. Craigie is there. What on earth happened here? He ran wide. Did he just run too wide? Yes, he did. The back goes round, and look how close this is. Wait for it. Wow, look at the kart control there from Dean Pedersen to avoid that contact.
Driver mistake then by the 304 in that CRG. All over the rumble strip, there's water being held on there from the rain that came down earlier, and he just lost the rear end of that kart. Do you know what, Anthony? We saw the exact same thing from Noah Wolf yesterday when he was leading the way, caught that rumble strip on turn number 16 and 17, and just the rear end of the kart got lost. Gustafsson then, that's drama for the CRG driver. Here we go then, back eyes back on this battle between Krutulov, Bataro and Leo Nilsson for third place. Lev Krutulov having a really good showing here this weekend at Portimao, really lit things up. He's heading down into turn number 8 and 9 as your driver in third place, but he is going to be under pressure by Gustafsson's teammate, the CRG driver of Davide Bataro, but the fight between these four is going to be pushed onwards by the likes of Jenson Burnett, the Canadian driver who's chasing as well. We've got another CRG driver off now. That's now the 302 of Maximo Tovagino. He's parked it. Drama for the CRGs out there.
Oh,
now we've got
Sky Parker.
Sky Parker, the British driver, 159. She is out. Another DNF for the female driver, for Richard Mill, for the More Than Equal program. She's out once again within these heats.
Yeah, that is such a shame because she was looking so quick in free practice sessions as well earlier this weekend. Right, it's all kicking off once more inside this field. Davide Bataro battling away with Leo Nilsson. Just behind as well. There you can see the CRG and the likes of the Energy Course just behind. Sebastiano Pavan trying to push through as well. Fastao Nardo up there as well on that 146 in 8th place. Is up 5 places in this race. There is Victor Gustafsson. Thankfully for him, he's okay. How close he got to being in a devastating incident there at the final corner. Very, very lucky. But like you say, the only thing that's hurting right now, I can imagine, is a bit of pride.
Yeah.
And that is very thankful for it, I'm sure.
But it just shows the extreme level of, strength and skill that it takes to drive a kart like this, that even the most experienced, the most talented, and, the drivers with the most amount of trophies even make mistakes. Fastest lap, though, is Thibaut Ramekers circulating now, still within the lead of the race from Kenzo Craigie. It's 1.2 seconds that he leads from Thibaut. It looks like after he had that disqualification for the working on the grid penalty, has really found some fire in his belly and is continuing to push forward. Kenzo Craigie there in second position. We'll just highlight it again. Those lightning quick reactions when Gustafsson rolled backwards into his line coming out of the final corner. So impressive by Kenzo.
Yeah, indeed. But again, another thing there is that if there's people at home who are listening there to the car and thinking, well, I reckon I could have a go at karting and I think it would be okay. Trust me, okay, if you've never gone karting before, go to a rental circuit, do a session in an outdoor track, and then the next morning you will not be able to feel your forearms, your back, your legs or anything like that. Trust me on that one. That's a disheartening shot, that is. And you can just still feel it for Victor Gustafsson. He's lost out on potentially coming away with 25 championship points.
Going back to the physicality of what it takes to drive something like this as well, there's a bit of a phrase that I know floats around the paddock. There's no such fitness like kart fitness. You really can't train it into somebody other than being in the seat all the time and getting used to the G-force, getting used to the grip, the stamina that it takes, especially when it comes to long finals that we're going to see tomorrow, where these drivers have to give it so much. I don't think you can replicate this in any other environment. It really takes something special to be able to go out there and race a kart with that much power bolted to it.
I could certainly give it a go sitting in my chair in the commentary box, though. I can make the kart noises and everything. I'm really good at it, I swear. Lap number 9 we are on now. Ramekers leads the way from Kenzo Craigie. That gap is now 1.9 seconds. This fight here, though, is the fight that we are watching further behind. This is Davide Bataro and Leo Nilsson battling for position. There just behind is Jenson Burnett, who we saw take a very strong result earlier on and is looking to see if we can try and get another relatively decent one here on this penultimate lap of the race. Peschel's the fastest driver out there. He's currently in 11th place right now, having a good run. But the biggest mover right now, once again, Federico Rossi. We saw him make a good run earlier on. Remember, 21 places he gained in that race, and he's doing something relatively similar, but this time the opposite way around with just 12 places gained in this race so far. Rasmussen's off the circuit. Oliver Rasmussen is out of this race. He is tumbling down the order, I believe, and will go no further in this one. It becomes the latest retirement out on track. Final lap board is out. And it's all looking at this battle here on your screen. Bataro, Nilsson and Burnett, as Ramakas, Craigie and Krutulov, well, they're first, second and third, and having no drama whatsoever up the road.
No dramas. Jensen Burnett, though, driving round there in 6th position. Previous lap looked a bit frustrated, was pointing to Leo Nilsson when Leo looked behind to say, push, go forward. He's just driving in a way that shows me he feels like he's being held up by the two in front of him. Isn't close enough to have a look down the inside of Leo Nilsson in that DPK just yet as they head out of turn number 14 and 15. Final moments for this race, though, because, you know, it's in the dying stages. Thibaut Ramakas, though, goes under the start-finish gantry to meet that checkered flag as your heat winner with a 3-second race lead.
That's a nice job from Thibaut Ramakas, and with that, he steps up to 5th in the intermediate classification in his last race of the day. Kenzo Craigie, though, who finished in 2nd place, is now your points leader. He's going to be the one we need to speak to, because he right now is going to be the one to beat. 207 points ahead from from Krutulov. 202 points to his name. Jensen Burnett and the rest of the field as well. A very dramatic race at the end of this one, but let's see what happens as they head back to Parc Fermé, and let's see what can happen with these drivers with no more races to go. But for these drivers, they will make their way back into Parc Fermé. And for Thibaut Ramakas, Lev Krutulov, Davide Bataro, they find themselves in a really good spot now and the end of this race. There's the rest of the results going up on your screen. Some drivers who did lose out on a bit of time on that one. Well, Victor Gustafsson definitely won. Zach Drummond definitely another. Francois Cadal was another who dropped down 10 places into 19th place at the end of that one. But in the intermediate classification, there is Thibaut Ramakas, who now puts himself 5th in the points. But it is Kenzo Craigie who finishes that race in P2, who leads it with 207 points to his name, ahead of Krutulov with 202. Jensen Burnett now with 196, but that's the best they can do with the time that they have had, and there is no more racing for them today. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. And initially, with the sun shining, it was a great start from the outside row. Victor Gustafsson getting away at the front there and driving from the rest of the field. Now you can see the rest of them all slotting into place. Drama there for Zach Drummond. Not sure what happened to him. Clearly mechanical in nature, because it just ground to a halt. He got it going again, then later retired. This moment for Victor Gustafsson. Hold your breath moment there for Gustafsson. Devastation for him, but thankfully the only thing that's damaged from that are probably those rear tyres. Everything else is absolutely fine with that near miss from Dean Pedersen. Yellow flags are out then in that final sector. They just cleared there as down the inside went the 146 there, just trying to push through in that early stages. Fastau Anardo right on the risk of an OTY there. There was Sky Parker, and that is out of the race for her. That is a devastating blow as well after some really strong results in timed qualifying and, of course, in the free practice sessions. Cross the line, though. Checker flag for that young man there, Thibaut Ramakas. Brilliant little race for him. But like I say, he's only 5th in the points with a few more races to go in the senior category. But it is Kenzo Craigie who leads the way in his final race. We will see what they can do tomorrow. But, of course, plenty more races to go. We will have the likes of 2 more senior races and 2 more junior races to go out on the circuits. And like I say, it's all going to fall down to this one here. The last chance we see them as, oh my, the rain is falling once again. Gone is a dry circuit, and we'll head down to Nicole Sutherland, who'll be able to tell us a little bit more about what it's like out there, I'm sure.
Yes, I can, Anthony, because the rain is starting to come down now. But before we talk about that a little bit more, let's talk to Thibaut Ramakas. Thibaut, drama out there on the last sector of the track. Gustafsson was in front of you and, you know, all over the rumble strip, lost it. Can you tell me how you dealt with that?
Yeah, it was really tricky because the track was a bit wet at the turn 8 and 9 and in the curb at the last corner. And hopefully I didn't do any mistake. And yeah, it was good. I had the speed and I'm happy.
You've definitely got the speed. Unfortunately, you had a disqualification earlier on in the weekend. Have you actually found that that's motivated you going into the rest of the races?
Yeah, it motivates me a lot. I know for tomorrow we start 4, but nothing is done yet, and everything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed, Thibaut. Well done. And anything can happen with the rain, it seems, this weekend, because it's coming down now thick and fast. Anthony, we'll go back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. And yes, indeed, that rain has certainly come out with vengeance. I think it was thinking, oh, we're having some nice racing now on a dry track, so let's change that, shall we? Because it's just the heavens have opened up. And now I can imagine that's going to give us a little bit of a delay here because, of course, everyone now is switching from the slick tyres to the wet tyres. And I can see now all of the wet tyres coming onto the grid and all of the slick tyres being, well, removed from the grid. And that is a big shame for these drivers. And you can see the scrambling happening there. To get those karts on the grid. And yeah, that is a horrible sight to behold. Now, some of them, in fact, I think nearly all of them have managed to get a wetsuit on. I can see 1 or 2 that haven't, and one of them being one of those Kart Republics there. I think that might be Eni Pizzuto, who has not managed to get a wetsuit on there, and that's going to be a really, really tough one. Now, I'm seeing our grid officer there, Ross Upton, is just having a word with one of the mechanics there. Just think what they can do. But I think all is well so far, apart from the fact that it's pouring down on them and they haven't got coats on. So again, this is being caught short now for these drivers. A last sudden downpour. I did think that there were clouds looming over the circuit, and yeah, it did eventually come their way, and that is a big one there. So this is where the mechanics and technical crews really do earn their wage this weekend of organising these karts to get them into position. I would like to feel sorry right now for Nicole Sutherland, who has just stumbled back into the commentary box after battling the wind and rain there. It looks absolutely awful out there, Nicole. I'm sure you will be able to explain in good time. Of course, I'll let you get a little bit more composed after running and sprinting back to the commentary box. But I've got to say, I don't want to say that I'm feeling smug, but I'm feeling smug.
Thanks, I guess. You know, I underestimated how much of a challenge it would be to run in that headset in the rain, trying to keep myself dry. But I did it.
Yeah. I've heard a report in previous years that it's actually better to walk in the rain and not run in it because you run into all the raindrops. Can you confirm whether or not that's true or false?
Definitely false, because you're gonna get somewhere quicker.
You are going to get there quicker, but you're going to go into the water faster than what you would if you were walking.
Okay.
There you go. Sure, there is a science in there somewhere. Of course, with this, there is going to be a slight delay with the drivers switching over to the wet tyres. We will take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the last few races of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here live from a pretty soggy Portimao circuit as another bout of rain has just spanned over the circuit. It has delayed our next race out on track, which should be the OK Junior qualifying heat A versus F for their last qualifying heat of the day. Before they go into the superheats and finals tomorrow. And as you can see, wet tyres now on board. We just had a couple of dry races there as well. Slick tyres were out on the track, but they are now gone as it continues to trickle down with rain just a little bit here at the Portimao circuit. It has been scenes like this all day, on and off rain. No real call to make for these drivers. The track dries, then it's wet again, then it dries again, then it's wet again. It's just been a torrid day for choosing setups and everything like that. And it means that all the karts have been coming in and just making sure that they've got everything at their disposal ready for any situation that comes their way. Engines have fired up then. Drivers are now making their way out onto the circuit. So while we wait for them to get everything up to temperature, let's take you through that full starting lineup as once again the clouds loom in the background. It is Dan Alleman and Michael McGoy on the front row of the grid. Lilian Scarborough and Asher Osteen will be joining them on row number 2. Ludovico Mazzola and Ennio Pizzuto will go from row 3. I think Ennio Pizzuto does not have a wetsuit on out there. The panic of getting the kart onto the grid meant no wetsuit out there. Matteo Rivals and Mariano Lopez go from row number 4. They'll have Bosco Arias and Antonio Pizzonia on row number 5. Alessandro Truchot and Devin Waltz round out row number 6. Row 7 and the first half of the field sees Evan Purcell and Vanessa Schilcaneta.
Second part of your field then on row number 8 is Jus Mulder with Zhao Huzhai. Going from 9 we have Spain's Benjamin Maniac with Francis Theo Polakand, and from 10 is Amir Sabarov with Michael Zajac. Going from 11 we have Mark Pilipenko with Zavray Dudkovsky, both out there flying for the Kart Republic chassis. Going from 12 then is Andrea Mani with Gustavo de Silva, and on 13 we have Daniel Sanchez with Oliver Warner. From the 14th row of your grid for Czech Republic is Jindřich Svoboda, and for China we have Wen Yibo. Going from the last row of your grid then, and all by himself, is Daniel Miron of the Netherlands,
who again is going to try and push his way through this field to try and break into that top 72. Looks like Jus Mulder has not made the track here. He is missing from my lineup, and I'm sure one of my many spies down there is going to tell me something. It just confirms to me that the 225 is in fact missing, but not sure if it's a missed gate or is just missing from the grid. So hopefully all is well with Jus Mulder, and we will hopefully see him out potentially tomorrow if the points do go that way. You can see again clouds all around us. These drivers are all on wet tyres. We are expecting another bout of rain imminently on the circuit as the wind picks up here and the clouds loom in the background. It's just a case of when it hits, but we'll have to wait and see as the field makes its way up the hill now. Tense moment for the drivers because a lot of fresh rubber has just gone down on that circuit. Now a new load of rain means it's going to be quite slippy out there. Lights are out, we're racing, and it's a good start for the front rows as Alleman holds on to the lead, but round they go at turn number 1, and it's a huge moment. Carnage as multiple karts are heavily damaged there, and marshals quickly on the scene to assist the 3 drivers who have had the spill at turn number 1. We will try and figure out who those drivers are, but there was heavy damage to them, and hopefully they'll be okay. Asher Osteen, I think, was one involved, but he's got going again. Mariano Lopez was one. Jean Jose was another. Benjamin Maniac and Gustavo Marquez de Silva is another. I was telling you we were going to see another bout of rain, and it's hit just now with vengeance on the circuit as the track is cleared. Great work from the marshalling team there at turn number 1, and hopefully those drivers are all okay. But look at this here for the last race of the day. It's absolutely torrid out there, Nicole.
Absolutely is. The rain out there is just so aggressive. You can see how much is getting put down on the circuit, making it such a challenge for these drivers that are going round. Let's take you through your order then of drivers who have managed to get through that first lap. It's Dan Alleman in first from Lilian Scarborough. Good start by Lilian to get into second. Ludovico Mazzola sits in third from Matteo Rival. Bosco Arias and then Michael McGoy there. There's one of your drivers that has had to retire from this one. That is the Ricky Flynn. Anthony, I'm sure you'll update us.
Possibly Zhang Jose or Oliver Warner, because they're both out of this race. And they're skating off the circuits into turn number 5. That is another one of the cars. Look at the rain now. This is the worst we've seen this rain all weekend. This is absolutely astonishing scenes here. You can't even see the karts from the camera position. This is absolutely absurd. It is coming in sideways. It's actually, I can't see the one half of the circuit here. The rain is so dense here. It's unbelievable scenes in Portimao here for their last race of the day for the OK Juniors in A&F. But this is absurd. Alleman is still in the lead of this race somewhere out on track. He's 1.1 second clear from Lilian Scarborough. But Bosco Arias and Ludovico Mazzola are what we're watching right now, heading up the hill in towards turn 17. Nicole, I've not seen anything like this all season so far.
Absolutely not. I don't think I've ever raced in conditions just quite like this. The spray that must be going up into these drivers' faces just must be such a challenge to deal with. All drivers heading through turn number 1 then do manage to keep it stuck to the tarmac, but what a challenge. The battle then between Bosco Arias and Mazzola carries on. This is the start. You can see the conditions completely different to what we've got going on now. So it is Dan Alleman that grabs that race lead, but this is the moment that all these drivers just get it wrong off the track. This is when we lose the likes of Mariano Lopez, Benjamin Maniac, Oliver Warner, and Matteo Rivals. Big moment there. We can see a Nasso panel being, taken off the front of that Fusion kart. Big damage done, but it looks like all of those drivers should be okay. One of the Fusions does continue to go round, lucky to get away with that one. But big moments there. You can see the impact by the way the driver's shoulders just jolt in the car. Drivers continuing to battle though, as one of them cuts the track and goes straight over the grass. Can't quite see who that was, can't see a number out there.
I suspect we'll know who it is when we see probably the inevitable black flag that comes out, because that was someone cutting completely the circuit in half there. And that's, we've seen that result happen further beyond. Look at the spray that's coming up here. The rain is not letting off at all right now. You can't even see them next to you. They're squirreling on the start-finish line. I think they've exceeded what these tyres can actually handle right now. They're only small tyres. They've only got limited amounts of tread. And
Michael McGoy.
Oh, Michael McGoy out the race. The driver who started on the front row of the grid. Again, he had dramas earlier on. Out of contention in this one, and again, just completely on his own.
So much standing water at that point there, Anthony. That's into turn number 8. That standing water, he's hit it with the car and just lost the thing. We've got another driver out. That's a Ricky Flynn.
I think Michael Zajac is out of this race as well. Yeah. Oh, no, actually, I think that's Zhang Jose in the Ricky Flynn. He did get re-going from that initial incident. I think now he has retired. Oh, and there's more karts going off at turn 8 and 9.
Another one.
Oh, and they're all just piling into the corner. They've got no traction there, and out of the race is Michael McGoy, now officially out of the race. He managed to keep going earlier on, but he's had another moment out there, purely where he's come out of the corner, he's put the power down, and there's just no traction whatsoever, and it's aquaplaned straight off the track. Oh, this is devastating stuff. The rain is easing off now, but the damage is done. The track is in the worst state it has been all weekend. Here is McGoy. And just watch him as he goes through into the corner, hits the puddle. Look at that spray. He goes round and is collected by another kart that mounts his kart, but that one keeps going. But McGoy out of this race, that's devastating for him.
Just hit that standing water that's on that turn number 9, and it's just sent the kart spinning again. Just such bad luck in that section of the track. 2 laps in a row for Michael McGoy that it went wrong. Here on your screen, though, is Dan Alleman, where things are going right for this driver. Really just driving round in his own air for that Ward Racing team. He's out there on the Tony kart, taking it corner by corner. Average speed is something that Dan Alleman will be focusing on, and kart's losing it again on turn number 9. They're hitting that big patch of standing water and just losing it. You can see how much water gets pushed up into the air. It's just a huge puddle is being held there, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed, and not a single kart can withstand the force of that water. There is Lillian Scarborough in second place. Now 3.1 seconds off Dan Alleman, who's in the lead. Now Alleman in the lead is not taking the lead of the intermediate classification. There's the what? Look, they disappear, and round goes the Fusion kart there. And you just see they just keep hitting that curve because it's unsighted really for them. The track is so wet that they don't really see that puddle. Then they hit it, then they go round. There's nothing they can do. This is Alleman in the lead of the race, and there's nothing really he can do here. He's leading, he's getting the most points he can, but it's not going to be enough. He is still 2 points shy from Iskender Solfakari's position. There is the big plume of cloud that's hit us. The rain's coming back again now.
Is that Lillian Scarborough?
Is that Lillian Scarborough? I think it might possibly be.
It's Lillian Scarborough.
It is the 270 in second position, was running in P2 and is out of the race and joins a multitude of other drivers off there at turn number 1. And she tumbles down the order. Bosco Arias goes down the order as well. Pizzoni is now up into second place. Waltz is there in P3. Alleman at the front now is driving away. It can look behind and we'll see absolutely no one there. Clear by nearly 8 seconds out on track as they are dropping like flies out on the circuit. We are lap number 7 of 8 at the moment. The race is nearing its conclusion. But I've got to say, for these drivers, it is literally a case of just get these karts to the end of this race.
Just thinking the exact same thing. That's the game. Just get it to the checkered flag. Keep it on the tarmac. You know, corner by corner, clip those curbs. Exactly what Dan Alleman, the 213, is out there doing by himself. He's got a lot to think about, of course, but he's in a lucky position here where he's not having to deal with a spray of karts in front because of that race lead that he's gained, because of that strong start. He's really done a great job out there. Your biggest mover within this one then, Andrea Mani, started 23rd, currently 7th, again within this race of 16 positions.
For a lot of these drivers, they'll probably be loving these conditions because they're just gaining places left, right and centre. And this is probably the sort of results that they might need to get into that top 72 to make it into those superheats tomorrow. This is a very interesting situation. We're still on lap 7. I felt like I said we were on lap 7 minutes ago. That's how slow the pace is right now. They're doing 1:14s out there. We go on to the final lap of this race now. Alleman, Dan Alleman in the lead, just needs to seriously tiptoe this kart around this lap. You do not need to put yourself in any compromising position. You don't need to go for a lap record in these conditions. It's just get that Ward Racing Tony kart machine around this lap and finish the day second in the points and potentially starting on a pole position for the superheats tomorrow. But Dan Alleman, what a real tense moment for him and the rest of the field. We're down to 18 runners in this one, Nicole. It's not what you want to see at all. But for so many of these drivers, just the wind is still just pushing the rain over the circuit. These are absolutely awful conditions. But for Dan Alleman, he has dealt with them with style. No drama here whatsoever as he is going to climb the hill for the final time. One more flag that he wants to see, and that is the checkered flag. Out of turn 16, through turn 17 and to the line, Dan Alleman will claim second in the intermediate classification because that's the best he can muster up. He will not go any further than that. It is still Iskender Solfakari who leads the intermediate classification. Pitzonia finishes in second place. A solid drive there, 8 places gained. Devin Waltz, 9 places gained into P3. Evan Purcell, 9 places gained into P4 from Ludovico Mazzola. Bosco Arias in 6th place. Andrea Mani, 16 places gained to finish in P7. Mark Pilapenko, 13 places gained to finish in P8. Amir Sabrov in 9th with 10 places gained from Asher Osteen rounding out the top 10. I've got to say, they are the worst racing conditions I think I have seen in a long time of me commentating. There's a look at the rest of the order there. Teo Polican rounds out the top 11 from Daniel Oliver, Vanessa Schildknecht from Enia Pizzuto, Samuel Dukowski, Michael Zajac, Gustavo Marquez de Silva, and Daniel Miron rounds out the entire grid of 18 karts that finished that race. Everyone else is a retirement. Lillian Scarborough, Wenyabu, Michael McGoy, Yindra Voboda, then it is Alessandro Truchot, Zhang Jose, Mateo Rivals, Mariano Lopez, Jos Mulder, Benjamin Magnac, and Oliver Warner, all out of the race. And it's a very dramatic start to that race with, well, seemingly an only slightly damp circuit while the rain had held off. It was then only on about lap 2 or 3 where the heavens quite literally opened up. And you can see those wet tyres there. They are used and abused wet tyres. They have been used all day today. And I just think in that last race, there was so much water that I just don't think these tyres could handle it. And there was so much aquaplaning going on out on the circuit, seemingly drivers spinning at any given opportunity. You saw the moments on that start-finish line. There you can see happiness for Dan Aleman. You know, I think not only, you know, finishing that race and taking second in the points, but just finishing that race in total, no matter where you finished. I think that's a great achievement for any driver out there if they'd finished that race. Here's the highlights, the start of it. Well, completely different conditions to what you see now, but this moment here, this is a scary moment. Straight back into the opposing lines of traffic. And here at the Portimao circuit, because they're unsighted, they're downhill, they're flat out, they don't see a car coming sideways onto the circuit, and it just causes pandemonium. Thankfully, there's been no reports of any injuries out there, but apart from the karts, because that, I think, is the main thing that has taken the biggest brunt of that one. Then only a couple of laps later, you see conditions like this, the heavens opening up, and it's just absolute torrential rain during that race, and it is still falling at quite a rate as well. Drivers seemingly no control over the karts, and they just started to fall like flies. I think that one there was Mateo Rivals just at the start of that one. You couldn't see a thing. This was the worst of the conditions that we saw in that race, as drivers just seemingly trying to keep control of these karts as much as possible. Drama happened throughout. There was Michael McGoy, again, just aquaplaning straight off the circuit. He would later have another incident where he hit the puddle on the exit of turn number 9. But his race then did end later on. There was another angle of that moment. Other drivers right at the end of that one. Lillian Scarborough fighting in second place. That's a heartbreaking one for the young American. And just unfortunately out of the race. Wenyabu was another one of the retirements as well. Michael McGoy, we were speaking about him. I think this is the McGoy incident. There's the puddle, there's the spin. And unfortunately for him, stalled the kart. And he wasn't able to get that one restarted this time, as he would then await his retirement. Then, of course, more drama. One of the Fusions hitting the puddle there. Not quite sure who that was. Possibly one of the Fusions that was a little further down in the order, but can't quite pinpoint who it was. But Dan Aleman, though, it was just a case of tiptoe to the end of that one. He certainly did that across the line to see the checkered flag. Can claim second in the intermediate classifications, which means that's currently provisional pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow, but we have still got one more junior race to go. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I have race winner Dan Aleman with us then. Dan, the conditions out there, when you did your rolling up lap, it looked relatively, dry. It was sunny, and then all of a sudden, so much rain came down on the circuit. What was it like?
It was incredible. It was so much water on track. I couldn't even not drive, and I couldn't see. And I was very happy to finish the race with these conditions.
And a question for you then, Dan, because you drove so well, have you ever driven round in conditions like that before? Have you ever dealt with that much water on a circuit?
I think a little bit the same, but as high like this, no, never.
And you've done such a great job so far for Ward Racing then, Dan. Heading into the rest of the racing this weekend, you're high up the order. How does that feel?
Feel great. I'm very happy to be here, and I know I could be here all the time.
Absolutely. Well, great to see you have so much pace out there then, Dan. Well done. We'll head back up then to Anthony to find out what conditions are going to be like for our next group of drivers.
In short terms, wet, Nicole. It's going to be mighty wet out there for these next drivers. I can report there has been a 5-minute delay added to the last 3 races that are due to go out onto the circuit. The race that we are expecting to see will be taking to the track at 5:35, which is in 5 minutes from now. And that, I think, is just to give the track a little bit of time to try and clear some of that standing water out there. But as you can see from those pictures, the rain is still heavily falling at this moment in time. And that is a very, very dramatic scene we are seeing there, albeit that everyone's seemingly dealing with it quite appropriately. For this one, we will see the likes of Christian Costion and Vengar Clemenson on the front row of the grid. And as you can see from that one, they have once again switched sides. So we will take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. Hopefully when we come back, we see some better conditions.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships live here from Portimao. If you are just joining us or rejoining us, I did mention before we went to that ad break that there was a 5-minute delay to this. That is still the case. However, it has now been extended to another 5 minutes, which means this race will now not start until 5:40. Which is in about 6 or so minutes' time from now. And that is purely because it is still raining out there, which means those puddles are not clearing out on track as fast as I think they would like. And they just want to give it a little bit of extra time to try and clear as much as possible. So that means that the drivers standing there on the grid will just be getting just that little bit soggier before this race starts, and that's a bit of a nightmare for them in a little way. Would you not agree, Nicole?
Well, it depends who you ask, because drivers like different conditions. And I think drivers on the back end of the grid who have had a bit of a difficult weekend so far would like conditions like this, where it gets riskier and it's easier to make up loads of positions really quickly, because people trip over each other way more in the wet than compared to the dry.
Yeah, indeed. But you can see those puddles out there. I've got to say, in the last 5 seconds, literally the last 5 seconds, I think the rain's actually stopped now out there. And I'm looking at those puddles. I'm not seeing any raindrops in them right now. And if it is, it's very, very minimal rain. There was the huge cloud that went over the circuit. And there... the lonely man, Marshall, just trying his best to clear as much of that standing water down and towards the drains out on the circuit. It's as well as same parts, of course, we were seeing them on the apexes of turn 8 and 9. As there you can see half the grid huddled behind the building. Can confirm, guys who are leaning up against that building, it's not raining anymore, so it's all good. There they are. What would you call a group of drivers? A school of drivers?
A pack?
A pack of drivers?
I feel like that's probably more
a pack of drivers? Pack of drive-I, I think, if you put them out there. But no, it's they're all, it's one of these...
Or we could just call them a grid.
We could just call them a grid. There's a grid of drivers. There we go. But if you see them flying out on track, there you go, they're a flock. But right, there we are. Smiles on the faces, though, still of them. Christian Costoya there getting himself, well, I would say focused, but he's having a bit of a chin wag with Filippo Sala there. I can only imagine what they're talking about right now. If only I could be a fly on the wall or be on the opposite side of that glass, and I would open the window and just see, what are you guys talking about? A little bit of a understanding of the intermediate classifications going into this one. Kenzo Craigie is currently the leader of that with 207 points to his name. Now, you've got the likes of Costoya, who is starting this one on pole position, has 172 points, 50 points, puts him well ahead of Kenzo Craigie. If he can take a qualifying heat win in this one, that is a possibility for him. For the likes of everyone behind in this one, Vengar Clementson, he's not really up in that sharp end. He had a really good qualifying, but unfortunately for him, these qualifying results not been his way. The concern that we're seeing out there and reports coming from the track is the standing water at turn number 1. There is a bit of a river going over the circuit, and there you can see the marshals are out there doing their best to try and clear some of that water, but you can imagine it feels like a bit of a futile effort, just that little bit, as you can see again the puddles there that kind of go over the pre-grid. You can see that huge river that's going through. A lot of standing water there because it's kind of like a concaved part of it where it kind of dips down into a bit of a valley from the track to the pre-grid. So there is a bit of a pool of water there. But of course, later around the corner, that all eventually drains onto the circuit, which is what their concern is right now. But you can see the drivers are now seated, ready to go in this one. And not all of them have got them going. But seemingly, as you're seeing here now, as worse as it was getting earlier on, it's brightening up again. You can't write it today. It's been impossible to call the conditions of what we were going to see all day today.
Yeah, absolutely. When I went out there to do a driver interview with Dan Alleman, it was absolutely pouring rain, and within the 45-second interview, it stopped. It just does not want to make its mind up today. Similar conditions yesterday, but today has been pretty full on Joe Turney then is your driver on the screen for Kart Republic, the 101, just giving those last-minute fist bumps to the mechanic, really being wished a good luck for this one. Drivers, no matter how experienced, always need that bit of motivation from the people around them, from their support.
They certainly do, and he does need that motivation because he is 7th in the points, is Joe Turney. 176 points to his name, so a race win here will help him out massively. But as you look back to the second group, you've got the likes of Noah Wolf, James Adagnostiadis, who are still fighting up and around that top section. But they've had some tricky results in previous races, which has put them backwards a little bit as well. So I feel at the end of this race, we might possibly have our pole sitters for both Superheat 1 and Superheat 2 at the end of this race, purely because these drivers are still relatively high up in that order in the intermediate classification. And now they have this final race as the engines fire up. Oh, look at those puddles there on the pre-grid. But the engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit as they deal with the standing water out there on the pre-grid. We will quickly fire you through that full starting lineup, as I believe everyone is going to make it out onto the circuit. No dramas in this one. It's Christian Costoya and Vengard Clementson on the front row of the grid, who have switched sides as well. They will have Joe Turney and Elo Gonzalez on row number 2. Zach Green and Jakub Kamenek go from row 3. They round out the top 6, but remember, this is all down to Costoya and Turney in this one, as they sit 6th or 7th and 8th in the points. Jacopo Martinez and Filippo Sala, an all-Italian row 1. They will have an all-German row of Oliver Stadler, Karl Luthardt just behind. Dries van Langendonk and Peter Stiller go from the next row of the grid. Row 7 in the first half of the grid sees Stylianos Kolovos and Makar Savalev.
Row 8 has Louis Cachet with Portugal's Mario Neto, and 9 has Roland Cooklane with Beau Louette. Watch out for Beau because he's been quick so far in that Paralin, making up a smattering of positions in previous heats. From 10 we have Zhao Zhizhen with San Yibi, and on 11 we have Maximilian Rafalik with Luna Flusha. Going from row number 12 for Fusion is Zach Delay and Jorn Helder. And on 13 we have Quara Firhand, also on a Paralin, with Vladimir Ivanikov, who's had a multitude of DNFs so far here this weekend. Going from 14 is Radek Vavra with Sebastian Mins in the CRG. And rounding out your grid of 29 karts is Mattis Umer.
Well, these drivers are heading through turn 1. I was just looking out the commentary box window there at what the conditions were looking like through turn 1, and they're looking actually okay right now. The track here does drain pretty quickly, but that was quite the severe level of rain that we had come over the circuit, and that did do the damage of the standing water. But there are puddles still all around the circuit, and there you can see the drivers will still need to slow down into that final sector. I'm just thinking at the start of this race, you're going to have to hold your breath at turn 1 here, because a full field here of 29 drivers going into turn 1 in conditions like this. Granted, the rain has stopped, but the spray, I can imagine, will still be immense going into turn 1. These drivers being slowed down as much as they possibly can to try and bunch the field up. They're so spread out still right now, and Costoya and Clementson at the front of this one, just trying to bring the pack down to a decent speed here. Of course, they don't want to get bogged down at all. It is very wet out there. They just need to try and get these karts once more to the end of this race. This will be the last time we see Groups A and F out on the circuit today. For the senior categories. We're about to find out who is going to be starting on pole position for the Superheats tomorrow. Could it be Costoya? Could it be Turney? Or could it be both of them? Let's find out as we are bunched right up here. There's hands up, but the lights go out. We're racing. It's a solid start for the outside line, and Costoya gets the jump. Turney around the outside, hits the dirty part of the track, but keeps it on the straight and narrow as they head down. But there's pandemonium in the background. There are 2 karts off, and I think a wheel's gone off, and Joe Turney's half spun. He's off the track. He's been collected by the 187 of the Karl Luthardt, who goes off the circuit. That is a huge moment, but they get back on. The drivers involved in the incident is Luna Flusha and Radek Vavra at turn number 1. I think they are both up and out of the karts, which is good.
Luna is going again. She has pushed it coming out of turn number 1, and she's got it fired up. So that Iron Dames branded Kart Republic, Luna is circulating once more going into turn number 3. Great work by Luna Flusha to get that going once more.
It is good work, but I can imagine that kart's probably got a hefty amount of damage on board to it, and because it was quite a significant knock that we saw.
Well,
but
everything
looks
looks
okay.
bolted to the kart.
Yeah,
so
indeed, it looks good. But I think a wheel came off there, Radek Vavra's kart. That's how heavy the impact was. Down the inside, moves happening thick and fast there. We were seeing the likes of Filippo Sala getting into 3rd place and now battling away with Jakub Kamenek. Both of them up positions right now, but Kostoya is in the lead, and now he leads the intermediate classification with 222 points to his name as the field try and hunt him down. Makar Sawalev is under investigation for a start procedure infringement that potentially may have happened at the start of that one, so he will be heading to the stewards. There is Vengard Clementson, who has gone down 3 places, but he has got the likes of Jacopo Martinez for close company right in front of him. This is all kicking off, but let's have a look back at the start of that race. You can see the spin initially, and the contact can confirm that is a wheel and half a front axle, I think that's a front wheel that's come off there. That is a significant impact at turn number 1, but thankfully all drivers involved are okay. But you can imagine for Radek Vavra there, that is a hand that is hurting. Look at this moment here. So Joe Turney actually gets clipped by Jacopo Martinez. That puts him into the oncoming traffic of Carl Luthart. Now they both ended up off the circuit and have tumbled down the order. So where is Joe Turney right now? He's currently 13th. He's on the charge back, but he's 10 places down. Out of the race, there is Luna Flusha storming away from Parc Ferbe. I suspect she is not happy at all, understandably. It's been a torrid weekend for her here in Portimao.
Absolutely has, and the battle is going on between the likes of Bo Louet and Dries van Langendonk. We said at the start, keep your eye on the Paralin driver of Louet, because he is great at making up positions in conditions like these, really throws the weight around the karts. Battle is going on then between Filippo Sala and Eloy Gonzalez through turn number 8 and 9 and back up the hill, really chasing Christian Kostoya down now. Christian had a 1 second gap to the drivers behind it, but it does look like they're closing up now. He's really being reeled in by the likes of Filippo Sala. Look at Sala now. He's got the run out of this second sector. Is he going to be able to make a move stick heading through the final sector through turn 16 and 17? Eloy Gonzalez then just keeping Jacopo Martinez honest out of turn number 16. Kostoya now under pressure by Filippo Sala through turn number 1. Settling down slightly through 2, heading towards turn number 3, straight on the wheel. Get that kart rotated, clip the curb, let those karts be hooked round that part of the circuit in through turn number 4. Filippo Sala then, your fastest driver that's making a move, try and stick on Christian Kostoya. 1 minute, 13 seconds faster than the driver in front of him. Round the outside goes Sala.
Wow.
Does it. What a move by the Italian.
Yeah, indeed. He just had the drive there. And I think that can be placed on the fact that he is a taller driver. He's able to use that weight of his top body to really push it around the lap, and that's why we're seeing him just showcasing it there. You know, Kostoya's a lot lower down in the kart. He cannot use his weight as effectively as what Sala can, because there's more of it strapped to the kart than there is moving around in the seat. So that is what's making it a bit difficult for Kostoya, and that's why we're seeing just a massive difference in speed between the two of them.
You watch the way Sala drives in these conditions as well. He doesn't put the rear of that Forza car on the wet patches where he's going to experience loads of wheel spin, especially through the turns of, you know, like the likes of turn number 5, where you're going to experience so much of that. He goes through 4, avoids those big standing water patches, and, you know, avoids all that knock-on effect of wheel spin. Filippo Sala, though, impressive stuff with that overtake right round the outside of Christian Kostoya. Used his body weight, used the transfer of, balance in that kart, and really got things going. Joe Turney, though, trying to pick himself back up. Fastest driver there out on the circuit after that moment on the first lap where he got forced out wide. Dropped down a smattering of positions, but has picked it back up now. Is in P10 currently behind Vegard Clemetson. Here's the battle, though, between Gonzalez. Turney round the outside. What a move by Joe.
2 for 1 on that one. Clemetson and Gonzalez out of the way, through I come. And with that change, that actually might help Joe Turney out more than what you think. Because he has dropped down to 3rd in the intermediate classification, but he's only 1 point behind Kenzo Craigie. Now he's got those moves done. He's in a good spot now, potentially starting on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. And Sala is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. If you take your mind back to the replays at the start of that race, it was Sala and Joe who initially made contact together, which got Joe caught out with Carl Luthard. So that's really kicking off. Eyes on this one here.
Beaulouet.
Beaulouet, brilliant drive for Beaulouet. 13 places gained. We have seen him do this in previous races. We're seeing him do it again as Kamenek and Zach Green go wheel to wheel here. The two teammates for DPK Racing just trying to find a way around this track in somewhat relative peace, I would say. But are battling pretty furiously out there as Green's going to send it down the inside at turn 10. Kaunek's going to carry it round the outside. The fight's still going on at the front here. Sala and Costoya, they've not split up, so Costoya's found some pace in these wet conditions and is piling on the pressure to Filippo Sala round the outside. It's not going to work. He gets squeezed onto the grass, and now Jacopo Martinez will have a chance to get up into P2 here. Martinez, who is not fighting inside that top 10 in the intermediate classification, but certainly would like to be. But he's trying to gain as many places as he can in his last race of the day. As walking away, that is Carl Luthard. We saw him earlier have contact with Joe Turney, seemingly no fault of his own. It was just a victim of that one. But Luthard now out of this race, still focusing on these drivers, but it's Beaulouet, the fastest driver out there, Nicole. 13 places gained. He's there in P4. He's closing in on this battle that is still fighting between Sala and Costoya.
Absolutely. I'd say Beau is being helped by his Paralympic teammate there. Race replay of that moment for Joe Turney where he made those 2 positions within 1 corner. There he goes. Round the outside, clever racing, just slingshots, use the grip on the outside part of the track. Really just to get himself round there in the Kart Republic.
Yeah, indeed, because again, on that racing line, that's where all the rubber is. And
From
of course,
that dry race we had earlier as well.
Exactly. So again, it's just showcasing that outer line is where you want to be. Right, eyes on this one. Beaulouet is up into 3rd place now. He's got past Jacopo Martinez. Could Beaulouet come away with a qualifying heat win here? It is highly possible. With still a couple of laps to go in this one.
Didn't maybe have the showing he would have wanted at Campillos, had some, great struggles over in Spain, but has come to Portugal, really lit it up. Another replay then. This is between Costoya, Martinez and Beaulouet. So this is when Beaulouet promoted himself into 3rd position, overtook Jacopo then. Clever racing by Beau. So impressed, and I would say what's helping him here, Anthony, is the experience of Christian Costoya in the Paralympic. Teammates, he can learn off of Christian, who's been in that kart for a lot longer than Beau has, and I'd say maybe that's what's promoting him here. Here we go then. Is the change for the lead going to happen? Not quite. Costoya tried to have a look, take a look down the inside of Sala, didn't make anything stick.
And again, Sala's just taking that wider, dirty part of the track. That's where the traction is, and it's always inviting to Costoya to go for the move down the inside. But he's just not going to get the power down sooner than what Sala is. There again, you see him on the tighter line, can't get the power down. He stays there behind once again, final corner.
Ooh.
Looks like it's tempting and looks like he's going to do it, yes, but just can't get the power down. And Sala just sweeps back into the lead of the race, checks over the shoulder. The only time this might end in tears is when they're at the perfect level of each other and then they meet in the middle at this point when, when Sala has gone wide and he tries to cut back and Costoya tries it as well. Watch it here. Now he's on the outside. He's forced Sala to go on the inside. Now he might be able to cut through, but this time his teammate was in the way. Beaulouet's kind of a little bit blocked him there, but he's gone round the outside and now Costoya's done it. Beautifully done, but keep an eye on Sala. He's not over with his position. He's taken the wider line. Boulouette's going to go down the inside. There's a little bit of contact between the two of them, and it's changed lanes once again. Sala back through, but he's run wide on the exit, but he'll have the drive out of this corner unless he is blocked onto the apex, and he is blocked. He takes the outer line again. Watch him get on the power, but now Boulouette's gone through, and the two parallel drivers go first and second in this race. There is nothing Sala can do against these two. Now Martinez is involved in this fight as well, as they now see the last lap board come out for these drivers. But Boulouette is looking to see if he can claim his first qualifying heat win of the weekend, but at what cost? His teammates' cost, who is fighting for the lead of the intermediate classification.
Boulouette, what an impressive drive. 16 positions gained. It's the two Paralympians out in the front. Is he going to take that risk to overtake his teammate of Christian Costoya, or is he going to think team tactics? He's going to be more than aware that Costoya is in the battle for that intermediate classification lead, for that superheat lead. Will he put it on the line and try and make something stick? Right behind him, turning in through the double apex corner of 8 and 9, takes a slightly wider line, but then follows Christian Costoya once again round the outside of turn number 11. It's all going on between the two Paralympic drivers. Then is he going to make it work? Oh, I can't watch.
You can't watch. You're physically wincing in the commentary box here, Nicole. The two teammates that could end in tears here, but they are staying line astern. Costoya still has control of this one. Now Martinez is going to try it on Boulouette. Round the outside, he picks up a rear wheel, slingshots it through, and gets into second place. But Boulouette's going to fight him to the line. It's going to be a photo finish. Costoya takes it from Boulouette, and Jacopo Martinez finishes in third place. Filippo Sala claims P4. Joe Turney's P5 puts him in a really strong position. P2 overall, and that means he is in line to potentially start on pole position for Superheat 2. Costoya, though, I think has done enough right now. There's no one in that last race who is anywhere close enough at attacking the drivers up ahead. The rest of them do not even sit in there. So I think the pole positions are sorted for tomorrow's Superheats. In the senior category, it will be Costoya on pole for Superheat 1. It'll be Joe Turney on pole for Superheat 2. But it's Costoya, Boulouette, Martinez, Sala from Turney, the top 5. Kamenek finishes in P6 from Drisa and Langendonk. Zach Green from Vanguard Clementson. Eloy Gonzalez finishing in P10. Vladimir Ivanikov, 15 places gained, finishes in P11 from Peter Stiller. Oliver Stadler from Stylianos Kolovos. Makar Savalev from Roland Cooklane. Sebastian Mins, 11 places gained in that one to finish in P17 ahead of Kenneth Fairhand. Matis Almer, 10 places gained from the rest of the field that all seemingly had dramas in that one. Louis Cochet, Maria Neto, Maximin Rafalek, Zhao Zijun, Jorn Helder, Sonia B, Zachariah Dole were the 26 finishers in that race. Carl Luthart, Luna Flusha and Radek Vavra all out of the race. But there, the field makes its way in. Christian Costoya, leader of the intermediate classification, and by my calculations cannot be beaten by anyone else out there, but we'll have to wait and see, of course, with that one more race to go. But he has done enough, and well, there's a valiant attempt there on the exit of the pre-grid to try and clear some of that standing water, and well, that is going to be a long job there at turn number 1. This was the start of the race, and some hands going up there thinking we were not starting, but the lights did go out and we did start racing down in towards turn number 1, and well, good start for Costoya, but keep an eye on Joe Turney here. He was wheel to wheel here, comes across, contact with him and Sala, and then gets caught out with Carl Luthart, who later did retire from the race. Turney seemingly keeping his cool, and was still able to close back through the field and secured a potential pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Action throughout this one. Eloy Gonzalez right at the start of this one. Really good run in second place, would later drop down the order. Of course, he did finish in around P10 for Elo Gonzalez after fighting right there at the sharp end. Then you had the likes of the DPKs, Jakub Kamenek battling with Zach Green for a long period of the race. There was Drisan Langedonk trying to get the moves done. There was the first initial overtake. Sala getting past Elo Gonzalez into second place. Later close in and fight with Christian Costoy. You can see them there just switching over positions. It was literally a race of the racing lines in this one. Who had the pace where? And there was a perfect example of where the faster racing line was through turns 6 and 7 on the lap. Right round the outside there for Filippo Sala to claim the lead of the race. This is a beautiful little dance, and Joe Turney claiming a 2-for-1 special here at turn number 10. Again, showcasing the outside line. Look at the drive, look at the power, no drama there whatsoever. And I think the drivers on the inside, they were probably thinking, wow, how did he have so much pace around that corner? It just shows that dirty part of the lap. This, though, the fight for the lead, right round the outside. Costoya tried it, lost out on a huge chunk of time there. That allowed Jacopo Martinez to close right back in. Then you had the likes of Bola Wet that made the moves, and he was one that we certainly needed to keep an eye on because he was later fighting right for that race lead as he really piled on that pressure, not only on his teammate, but on Filippo Sala as well, who had that big sideways moment to the exit of turn number 7, but carried that momentum around the outside of turn number 8 on that dirty part of the track, but again, managed to slightly hold on to it. This was the moment across the line. So close. The two Paralins, line astern, out there on the track. Well, there is the recovery vehicle just doing its best to clear the track before the next couple of races. Well, let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I've got Christian Costoya then, who's just had a race win and who will provisionally be on pole for Superheat. Christian, great racing out there, but it was getting a bit full on the later stages. Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, I think it was a very difficult race because of the conditions. It was quite a lot of water, so you need to be quite attention on those points of the track. But anyway, I think we make a very good start. Then Sala comes just a bit with more pace, but then last laps I have the pace, and yeah, we take this victory.
And out there, the Paralin drivers look really strong. You and Bo very quick. Bo made up about 16 positions. Heading into the Superheats, you know, what's Paralin done for you to make sure that, you know, you can equal your results so far in the rest of the racing?
Yeah, it's a good thing that we start in the front. I think in the dry we have the pace, and I also think that now in the wet we have it. We improve compared to 2 heats before, so yeah, it's a good thing from tomorrow.
Well, great to hear from you, Christian. We're also going to speak to our second driver who will be on pole for their Superheat, which is Joe Turney. Joe, racing out there looked really difficult. You got shuffled back at the start. Can you tell me about what happened out there?
Yeah, I don't know, like I was going through turn 3 and then got hit in the back and like half spun out, so managed to get back on, but I was almost last, I think, and then back through to 5th, so it's pretty good in the laps that we had, and the visibility was really bad, so yeah.
Absolutely. Well, great to hear from you, Joe. Good luck with the Superheat. We'll head back up then because the karts have gone back out on circuit.
They certainly have. Nicole, thank you very much, who's now bracingly standing outside and not under the safety of the Parc Ferme area. But the karts have made their way out onto the track, and it is OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus C next to take to the circuit, and this could be an interesting one as these drivers all sit within inside the top 10 of that intermediate classification. Eli Christian and Noah Baglan on row number 1, Endo Arata and William Kalesia on row 2, with Giusto Justo on row 3, with Drew Waltz alongside. Pietro Baguzzi and Manuel Maguez go from row 4, they'll have Priyan Bruno and Remy Samchek on row 5. Turner Brown and Nilas Malik round out the top 12 on row number 6. The first half of the grid is Alex Malota and Mika Runitz, followed by Maxim Bobajov and Victor Stalmach on row number 8. Roland Nagy and Luke Tal round out row number 9. Row 10 sees Henry Constant Kupin and Bruno Blanco. They will have Sevolodo Sachi-Sidlowski on row 11 with Denny Babacek for company. Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Emilio Hernandez go from row 12. They will have Matt Van Ruin and Juan Garcia on row number 13. Emilovic Miska, Marcel Sebu and Mohamed El Bazaki round out the final couple of rows as they will start from the back of the grid in their last attempt in the juniors this weekend to claim those points and to move up in that intermediate classification to make it into those superheats tomorrow. Remember, only 72 get through into those superheats. For some of these drivers, this will be their last race of the weekend. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. Let you catch your breath just a little bit. But
I've got
Nicole,
it.
you've got it. Perfect. You were brave enough to stand not under cover.
Well,
out
it
there
stopped
this time.
raining again, so it was okay. And the wind has died down now as well.
Right, well, yeah, I'd say, who knows if it stopped raining for now. We've still got one more race to go. We might see rainbow, snow, hail, sunshine. We just don't know. But it's that wild out there. There is the radar. Well, patchy spots again, but they are heavy patchy spots that will be heading to the circuit. So, yeah, quite an interesting scenario that we've got for these drivers. This is going to be an interesting one here, Nicole, because, like you say, Eli Christian currently 9th in the points for this one. Endo Arata, currently 6th in the points in this last race, have got a solid fighting chance of starting on pole position for their superheats tomorrow. Let's find out who will be starting where as we enter the tram lines. We wait for the lights to go out. We get the lights out. We are racing down in towards turn number 1. Chrisen gets a good lead, but he brings Endo Arata along for company. It's quite amazing that he didn't switch sides, and the driver from Japan takes the lead of the race as they all go in towards turn number 2 and 3. Hold your breath. Are they going to trip over each other, or are they all going to make it through the first 2 corners unscathed? The answer to that is no. There are drivers involved in an incident in the background, but seemingly they are running at the back of the grid for this one. But it's Marcel Sebu, the driver for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, who has been caught out the most, and he will try and get it restarted. But crucially at the front here, it's no longer Endo Arata at the front. It is Noah Baglin that leads the way.
Noah Baglin then, we didn't see the move on the screens. He dropped down into 3rd on that first corner, but has got himself back into the race lead within this one, overtook Christian and Endo Arata. It did look like Eli Christian had been shuffled back down the order slightly to the likes of William Collegia, but he is now there in 3rd, shortly behind Endo Arata as they head out and towards the final bits of this first lap. Endo Arata just getting it wrong then, coming out turn number 16, all over the rumble strip of that final corner. We've seen time and time again, drivers lose it when they catch that rumble strip. There's so much standing water, just pulls the carts off the circuit. Christian then has lost position to Collegia, heading through turn number 2, tries to fight back through 3, but doesn't make it stick. So it is now William Collegia, the 206, who is in that 3rd position. How will Christian react? They both go wide into turn number 5. Christian now looks like he's going to get the better run up the hill and towards turn number 6, but he doesn't. William Collegia making it stick, and in the background then, we've got carts off. We've got the 247 and the 244. Will they be able to get anything done? Of course, they won't be able to restart these carts. It's, you know,
Too late in the race.
They're done. They're out of this one. Eyes back on this battle, though, between William Collegia and Eli Christian, because it's still raging on. They are your 2 drivers then that are out.
Yeah, Henrik Constant Company and Roland Nagy out of the race. And
it's another DNF for Constant Company. He had one yesterday. It's just drama.
And he's at the back of the grid for this one. So again, his chances of getting through into those superheats tomorrow, I think, are null and void now for him. Eyes on this one here, though, down the inside. Nice little chopping and changing there, and that's what you like to see from William Collegia, just trying to push his way forward in the opening stages of that race. Drive the 204 looking strong.
Whoa,
Luke Tal trying to go for the long way back there, just managing to find a slight gap, but not managing to hold on to the position there. Eli Christian trying to battle back with them, but in the meantime, Baglin's just breaking away here.
Absolutely, and the change for 2nd position from William Collegia has overtaken into 2nd from Endo Arata, looking strong within this one. You can see his body language, just shuffling the weight round the cart, dropping his shoulder through those corners. will be trying to get on the charge to the likes of Noah Baglin. Noah Baglin is now in your intermediate classification top 10. He's in 8th. Kalijah is in there in 5th place, but Kalijah will be trying to better himself over and over. Overall, though, your intermediate classification is Iskender Zulfikari on 222 points. Alaman and Endo are drawn on to 20. Then it's Will Green in 4th, William Kalijah 5th, like we said, and Lucas Sell in 6th.
Keep a close eye on this one as they head across the start-finish line. Drew Waltz and Endo Arata still line astern, and the conversation happening between the two of them, saying, right, come on, keep going. Why are you going defensive? Because look who's closing in the form of Christian and Tal. Samchek there as well, Bruno Maguez, Milak and Brown all there just inside and just outside the top 10. But if they keep scrapping like this, the only way they will go is backwards. But this is a tough call for them to make in this last race. So how are they looking right now? Well, Endo Arata in 4th place would only best P3. It would be Zulfikari and Dan Alaman on the top 2 right now. Endo Arata really needs to gain these places here because he's only 3 points behind the likes of starting on pole position for Superheat 2. He needs to close in here as much as he possibly can. Now the Kalijah and Baglin battle, they are inside that top 10. Kalijah is 5th in the points. If he can get this position, it might benefit him out, but not by much, if I'm brutally honest. And Baglin's just looking to see how high he can finish at the end after he's had that DSQ earlier on in this weekend. So everyone has got their own race that they're doing, and clearly you can see Kalijah wants this place. He is going to try and go around the inside there. It's incredible kart control, but can Baglin hold it around the outside? The answer to that is yes. Can now Kalijah hold it around the outside? He gets squeezed onto the dirty part of the track, and it's going to be still Baglin who leads the way. But Kalijah had immense pace and kart control there.
Confidence there by Kalijah, was caught out onto the rumble strip going down towards turn number 5, but really just kept his nerve, kept his foot down on that power, kept it pinned, and that's why he didn't lose the rear end of the kart, kept it spinning, and just the revs up allowed him to get himself back onto the circuit. But what's that done, Anthony? That's brought the likes of Waltz, the 215, into this fight. Noah Baglin takes a look over his shoulder then just to see what the gap to Kalijah is. Tried to put him off, did Baglin, going into turn number 5, but it's absolutely not worked for the Forza driver of the 206, William Kalijah, because he's still right there hustling Baglin really, really hard. They'll head out of the final corner of turn number 16. Slightly different wide line then. Baglin deciding to go wider than Kalijah. Kalijah, look over the shoulder at Waltz to see, where are you? When am I going to overtake Noah Baglin? Because if I make a mistake, if I mess up, I could drop from, second all the way back down there, because Endo Arata, Luke Tal and Remy Samchek are not far behind. This battle, though, for the race lead is between these 3 karts. They're all looking over their shoulders at each other, trying to gauge what the gap between them is, because if each of them tries to go for an overtake, they could be vulnerable to the driver right behind them.
Yep, they certainly could be. Well, keep a close eye on it as Mats van Rooyen now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. One of the latest messages from the FIA race control truck, and right now his drivers will just be focusing on that fight ahead. The one driver I'm really keeping a close eye on this one is Endo Arata, because this battle is bringing him back into play. There he is in 4th place. All he needs to do is just gain a couple of positions here, and he could take the lead and start on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. He is the favourite to start on for pole position, and all he needs to do is try and close up to this one, and this will help him out. Kalijah and Waltz are going wheel to wheel, and Drew Waltz now takes 2nd place away. They will lose out on a Baglin, who breaks away a little bit at the front. But once more with them going side by side, keep a close eye on this one, because Endo Arata will close in as the two of them, chopping and changing once again. This is brilliantly close racing. Kalijah getting back into second place.
Kalijah there just out racing Drew Waltz through turn at number 5, just caught him out. Drew though did a good job to overtake Kalijah. Will he make an attempt once again? But don't count out William Kalijah catching up to Noah Baglin, because they're right in the they're right there. Noah, he's not pulled away just yet. He could have been benefited if Drew had stayed in that second position. They're both out there for Kart Republic, so you could have questioned if maybe a bit of tactics would have gone there. Would Drew have held William Kalijah up for Noah, who in the intermediate classification is sat in 8th? Drew, though, sat in 10th position, so he's in that top 10 of the intermediate classification. Kalijah, though, is currently out qualifying both of them, is in 5th. So to me, it just looks like William just finished this race, baby that kart, get it home. But at the end of the day, he's a racer and he's going to be heading down into turn number 2 and 3 and trying to have a look. Noah Baglin then defending through 2 and 3. He's aware that the 206 is right there in the Forza kart.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens here, because Kalijah, with that fastest lap on this final lap, is going to really pile on the pressure, and he goes right into the back of Baglin there, who seemingly stopped on the apex down at turn 5, and that was to back them all up, I suspect. But now Endo Arata might have the chance of closing in here. He needs to get these positions done. He needs to try and get past these drivers. If he does, he starts on pole position. Pole position for the Super Heats tomorrow is just 2 positions further up the road. But if he stays here, he won't gain anything. He'll start alongside on the front row with Iskender Sulfakari, but he wants to be on pole position. But to the final couple of corners, Baglin is in control, but here comes Kalijah. Kalijah to the inside. It's going to be a run to the line. It's sideways out of it. It's going to be a run, but it's going to be Baglin, Kalijah and Waltz. 1, 2, 3. Endo Arata finishes in P4. The Japanese driver just misses out on starting on pole position for either Super Heat 1 or 2 tomorrow, meaning Iskender Sulfakari and Dan Alaman at this moment are still your points leaders going into tomorrow, which means they, at this moment, still provisionally of course, are confirmed your pole sitters for tomorrow. Endo Arata will join Sulfakari on the front row. Will Green will join Dan Alaman on the front row for Super Heat 2. At the end of the qualifying heats phase, Sulfakari claims the 25 championship points, and he will be bumped up in that championship order by quite some way. There is a look at the full results on your screen. Sam Czech finishing in 6th place from Chrisen. Malik from Bruno from Malota, and then it is Soslovsky who finishes in 11th place. A very solid drive there from Soslovsky of Ukraine. Rest of the results as they go through back to Parc Ferme. You've got Manuel Muguez, Turner Brown, Mika Runitz, Emiliano Hernandez, Bruno Blanco from Dedi Babacek, Mats van Ruin from Maxim Barbajo, Santiago Diaz de la Vega from Victor Stalmack, Juan Garciase from Mohamed Elbazaki, Amisha Villamiska from Giacomo Justo, and Marcel Sebu rounds out the 26 finishes in that one. Baguti from Kumpin and Nagy are the 3 retirements in that one. There is Baglin, takes the win, but Iskender Sulfakari, who is 6th in the standings, 25 points, gives him a huge bonus there. Bumps him to the same points as what Hugendorn actually has at this moment. But of course, with Hugendorn in the top running there, he will also gain some championship points, so they will move up the order as well. This is the highlights from that race. A pretty hectic start, but relatively tidy for the field. It would only be later on that we saw the first of those mishaps, but it would only be 3 retirements from the race in the end. It was a close fight right up at that sharp end. You see the wheel-to-wheel action here between the likes of Endo Arata and the likes of Ila Christian. Christian would tumble back in the order. That would bring William Kalijah into play, the driver of the 206, just seemingly siding his way through the field at the end of this one. Some drivers who at the start of the race didn't have the starts they would have wanted. Giacomo Justo down 20 places. There was the retirements of Henry Constant Kumpin and Roland Nagy. Judging by those 2 reactions, they knew they would be out of contention for those superheats tomorrow. But again, a lot of points have to be tallied up, of course, but it is a tough call for them, certainly to say, at the end of the day's racing. More action happened, though, with battles happening. Drew Waltz finding his way through the field. He would get himself up into third place at the end of that race, albeit it was side by side over the line with himself and William Kalesia, who were battling away. This was the fight, though, of Kalesia and Baglin at the front of this. A brilliant dance, but this moment here would drop Kalesia back in the order. Later, he would try and get the move done again, but this moment here, absolutely nail-bitingly side by side, but Drew just getting up into third place. Kalesia would fight back, both of them side by side over the line. Very, very close, but it would be Baglin, Kalesia and Waltz. 1, 2, 3 at the end of the day, and it's Genda Sofakari, Dan Alaman and Endo Arata who would be the top 3 at the end of the day. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and Nicole Sutherland.
Thank you then, Anthony. I'm with William Kalesia. William, battle was really going on there out on the circuit. It looked like you were going to catch Noah Baglin, but didn't quite have the time to do so. What was the mentality like when you were driving round?
So it was basically the whole half of the second half of the whole race trying to get past him. There was times where he pulled away, and there was a time where I dropped back to third because I went too wide and got some wheel spin. But I just made sure I was only looking forward. I got back into second, and I tried getting front and going past him, but it was just very difficult with people behind, and trying to get past him, he was defending everywhere. Without having to push him off, I couldn't have gotten past him. So anyways, our pace was really good throughout that heat, and yeah, so really looking forward for tomorrow.
Great pace indeed, and great insights there, William. Well done on today's racing, and good luck for the superheats tomorrow. Karts out on the circuit then for the final time today. Anthony, who've we got out there on the track?
We have a grid of 28 drivers, Nicole, in the form of qualifying heat B versus C for the last race of the day, as you correctly call it. 28 of the finest drivers ready to do battle with the track conditions being as they've pretty much been throughout the entirety of the day. Noah Wolf and James Anagnostiadis on row number 1 have switched sides of the grid but still go from that front row. Luke Corner and Aston Sharp on row 2 with Roman Kamiab and Romeo Rossell rounding out row number 3. Boris Lysen and Chiara Batig go from row 4. They'll have Marcus Shilkunis and Armin Kari Osman on row 5. Nicola Kaman and Daniel Keller will go from row number 6 and will round out the top 12 on track. Row 7 sees Gino Rocchio and Jakub Mikulev on that row. They'll have Alexander Chartier and Alpak Soy on row number 8. Thomas Bradier and Marco Gast go from row number 9. Row 10 sees Efrem Dudanov and Joseph Smith. They'll have Elliot Kaczynski and Hugo Marti on row 11. Clara Kowalczyk and Oliver Kinmark have got the work to do from the 23rd and 24th spots on the grid. Row 13 and 14 sees Jason Bralick, Daniel Picorni, Clovis Nugarade and Sana Z round out the 28 kart field, although I am seeing on my timing screen here a driver missing from the grid. Victory lanes, Joseph Smith in the 165. Seemingly not out on track, so hopefully all is okay there. Drivers ending their out lap, they're on their formation lap now. This is where it is game time here, and judging by my calculations, which I would not trust as far as I could throw them, Costor and Turney at this moment I think are in position. That is why Joseph Smith is not circulating right now. He did go out on track. But he is out of the race already, and that is at turn number 1, and something tells me that kart just didn't fire up. But it's still Noah Wolf and James Anagnostiadis on the front row of this one. These two drivers are probably still one of the highest ranked drivers in outside the top 10. They possibly could make a good dent in the group here, and I do not think anyone is close enough to catch the likes of Costoya and Turney. But we will find out once this race starts as they enter into the tram lines. Are we going racing? Yes, we are. Lights are out, and there's a huge moment on the start-finish line there. One of the Tony karts going skywards. That was possibly Thomas Bradier, who went skywards there. There's one cut off the track as well. That is the 185 of the Forza Racing, Armin Kadia Osman, who had a big moment earlier on, and that's Aston Sharp. Aston Sharp is facing the wrong way at the exit of turn number 2, and he was one of the drivers possibly that could have made a dent in that top 10 in the intermediate classification. But no more, as he is out of this race unless he can get it restarted. The rest of the field, though, go through. It's still kicking off, but crucially at the front here, you've got the brilliant start. I think, is that Romeo Rossell of France, who's had a brilliant getaway? I mean, you've still got Noah Wolf in the lead of this one, but that's a VDK in P2, and the highest ranking VDK I could see would be the Frenchman of Romeo Rossell. But let's see what happens. Off the track there, disaster striking for the Tony Kart machine of Thomas Bredier. We saw him go skywards on the start-finish straight. He has got heavy damage. He's definitely got a nose cone there as well. That thing is wobbling like anything. As eyes on this, the battle for second place is on, as down the inside goes the Kart Republic machine of Daniel Keller into second place. Wolf leads the way from Keller. It is Rossell there in P3, Anagnostis in P4, Kamyab from corner, Aksoy and Batigue in the top 8. Shilkunis and Mikolev round out the top 10, but the fight very much not over yet as they head down into turn 5 for the second time.
Roman Kamyab then making an overtake once more on James Anagnostiadis, just shot down at the inside, heading out of turn number 3 and towards 4. But what lightning reactions by the whole grid on the early stages of that race. Then when Aston Sharp did that 360, everybody missed him and continued to, carry on through that sector. Look at this battle though, Anthony. This is all for third down to around about 10th. Roman Kamyab then, not giving James Anagnostiadis the opportunity to get back through, takes a position once more. They're just jostling for position. It just shows. Final race of today, and we say this phrase, it's crunch time.
It certainly is, but I don't think I was right. I'm scared now, Nicole. I was right with my maths, which is concerning. No one is anywhere near close enough to catching to Castoya and Turney, which is what I thought would be the case in this race. Across the line they go. Still Wolf leads from Keller, Kamyab, Anagnostiadis, Aksoy, lies in corner, Shilkunis and Batigue. Clovis Nugared has had a bit of a tricky one on that one. He's just dropped down a couple of places, but still in this race and up 5 places. Nicolo Caman, again, has had a torrid weekend here. He's down 14 places in his return back to FIA Karting as a wild card this weekend. All the way down in 25th place. That is not a sight we want to see.
Driver in 5th, though, Alpak Soy doing Alpak Soy things once again here today, up by 11 places after only 3 laps. We've seen it from him time and time again this weekend, really wastes no time to make up those positions. Battle still going on, though, out of turn number 8 and 9 between Anagnostiadis and Kamyab, as it looks like to us in the commentary box, that rain. The rain is coming down once more. Is that going to bring in a new challenge for these drivers? Yes, it is, because you can see it on this screen then. It's getting heavier and heavier out there. This is going to allow these drivers to start sliding around. They're going to continue to trip over each other even more. Roman Kamyab, though, has pulled away slightly from James Anagnostiadis. He is still sat in 3rd position. Let's take you through the order, though. It's Noah Wolf that still leads the way, 1.4 second gap. Kelleher up by 10 into 2nd, Kamyab up by 2 into 3rd, James Anagnostiadis in 4th, and then Alpak Soy in 5th place.
Rain intensity increasing here, Nicole. It'd be rude if it hadn't rained one more time for us over this weekend. It pretty much has been on and off throughout all of this, as these two seamlessly battling away. And there you can see Alpak Soy trying to fight his way through, but Boris Lysen does find the way through. Luke Corner and Marcus Shilkunis are there in the background, but off the track, all by himself, Alpak Soy just understeers off the circuit, and that's what we're talking about. With the rain coming down even more, it's changing the conditions, and now these drivers are starting to struggle with the grip levels once more.
Chiara Batigue, though, up there in 9th place. Haven't spoken about her too much today, despite being in the sharp end of the field. Did have a DNF earlier on, but she's come into the European Championship as a senior for the first time and is doing a really good job out there. She sits a bit taller in the kart compared to some of the drivers in front of her. When she jumps out of that Kart Republic, she's not actually quite that tall, but does sit up a little bit straighter in the seat. You could maybe connote that that's what's benefiting her in these wet conditions, allows her to just sit up a bit straighter, throw that weight around the car. She's chasing down the likes of Luke Cordner in front of her, and then we've got drivers off the road there. That's a CRG car, the 193, that looks really damaged. Nugarade then out of this race. Marcus Schilkunas then, 1-2-4 for VDK, having another great race. He's been in that top 3 so far this weekend, had a good one yesterday, has really lit things up here in Portimao. I know he's done so much testing here earlier on in the year. It's really benefiting him. Is he going to catch up to the likes of Boris Lysen, though, in front of him? Goes into turn number 10. Is he going to make the move stick? Is Chiara Batty going to make the move stick? No, she doesn't. Just slides out of turn 10. Doesn't manage to keep it pinned to get that move on Luke Cordner done.
I mean, all of these attempted overtakes are, you know, they're all just trying it, aren't they? It looks like they're all little temptation overtakes as they go through, but no one actually managing to get them done. It's just those different racing lines coming in there, and you know, you just see the tighter inside line, then not getting the traction, then the outer line all meeting together. It's just that top and tail, but we do like to see it. Kinmark now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Becomes the latest message out from race control.
It's quite funny actually in conditions like these, Anthony, because sometimes overtakes in wet conditions, it sounds bizarre, it can be unintentional. Drivers don't mean to do it, they just take that better line and end up naturally passing the driver in front. Driver who's not had to do much passing within this though, Noah Wolf. Clear by 1.1 seconds to Daniel Kelleher, but Daniel just looks like he's being boosted by those 10 places gained and is chasing down Wolf. Is 0.2 of a second faster in Sector 1. How will he fare in Sector 2? So Noah Wolf sets 27.620. Kelleher is on a 27.704. So they're just fluctuating in these times out there on the circuit, and you know, where the rain keeps coming down, then stopping, then keeps coming down, it brings in a new challenge for these drivers. They've really got to be out there and think about what they're doing. Yeah, indeed. It is just, again, tiptoe these carts to the end of this race as they cross the line. We go on to lap number 7 now of this race. It is coming to a conclusion, and seamlessly at the front here, stayed relatively calm right now. Now, Noah Wolf still in the lead. The gap is down to just 0.7 of a second. Between those two, but we're watching here the Kamiab, Anagnostiadis and Boris Lysen battle, 3rd, 4th and 5th on track, but again they've got like 4 kart lengths in between themselves. This one is a bit tighter. Daniel Keller has closed in on Noah Wolf, and it says the gap's gone back up to 0.8 of a second. That is not 0.9 of a second. That is completely line astern, and Noah Wolf now is under pressure from Keller behind. Now Wolf, he's had the spills out in previous races, but he's had the good results as well. He will be starting inside the top 10 of that intermediate classification, so he does come away with some championship points at the end of this if he stays in the lead. If he loses out in this position, I'm not sure if he loses out on a top 10, but he certainly wouldn't benefit from it if he goes backwards. So we'll keep a close eye on this one as it progresses. But Wolf still in control of this race as they head down in towards turn number 2 and 3. This is all kicking off a little bit here. Alpak Soy again is at it with Marcus Schilkunas and Luke Cordner. They're still scrapping away in the background for 6th, 7th and 8th. But back eyes on this battle here. It's still only half a tenth between the two of them, half a second, between the two of them as they try to get to the end of this race. Nicole, it all looks tantalisingly close, doesn't it? Absolutely does, and these two drivers are both in the top 10 of your intermediate classification. Kelleher is there in 7th, Wolf is there in 10th. It would be interesting to know if Daniel Kelleher can make a move stick. What will that do to both of their positions within the classification? Where will it mean that they start within the superheats tomorrow morning on Sunday? But look at Wolf now, he's really under pressure. Back end of that Birrell kart just gets hooked up as he hits the curb through turn number 13. Daniel Kelleher though, he's right there, he's going to be having a look, decides to go through a tighter line through 16, clips that curb. Wolf though went wider, got the revs out of that engine, but Kelleher has got the toe heading down the start-finish straight. They go into turn number 1 then, Kelleher not letting Noah Wolf have a moment to think. Wolf looks over his shoulder just before turns number 2, straightens up for turn number 3, gets the kart rotated, heads out, gets it revving, and heads back down towards 4, clips the curb once again, look over his shoulder to gauge where that Kart Republic is. The Kart Republic is having a look round the outside to try and get the rev back up the hill, out and towards turn number 6. Kelleher then decides to go slightly tighter towards turn number 7, back down to this pinch point moment of 8 and 9.
Very wide there for Noah Wolf out of turn number 8. And again, you're going to see that tight line, but it's not going to work out for him because, again, Wolf will just get the up and under. We have seen that time in and time out. It looks close. It looks like it's got it done, but sometimes it just doesn't work out, and you can just see that line going through. This is, again, quite a smart drive from both of these drivers. They're both trying to trick each other to try and put them in the opposing part of the track that they want them to be, ready for the next corner to get the overtake done. You see again, Wolf goes to the wider line. Keller goes to the tight inside line. They then meet in the middle, but then it's Wolf who comes out on top. Watch them down and towards turn 1. This will be the slipstream that comes through because they'll take the same racing line. It'll close in, under braking through 2. Watch who would take the tighter line. Watch who would take the wider line. They both take the same line this time around, so that's why you see the gap not really change. Watch them into 5 though. This is where you see the different lines. Keller will go to the wide line. Here we go. Can he get the power out of the corner? He'll get alongside. He'll go wheel to wheel here with Wolf on this final lap. They will go defensive as well, but Wolf will still hold on to it as they head down in towards turn number 8, sideways under braking. It's not going to be close enough this time around, but Keller might get the drive out of the corner here. Watch him, he's got the optimal line. Now watch him sweep to the inside. He gets alongside, and Keller gets into the lead of the race and block passes his way through turn 11. Beautifully, beautifully done, but keep an eye on Wolf. He's now done the exact same. In the next corner, he's going to try and get the switch over. He's got his nose down the inside. So once again, the 2 change places. It'll be a run to the line between these 2. Keller once again with the wide line. Looks to the inside. Side by side round the final corner. But Wolf gets the drive. Wolf gets the place. Wolf gets the points. Across the line, it is Noah Wolf who wins another qualifying heat in superb style. As once again a little bit of rain starts to trickle down here at the circuit. Daniel Keller finishes in 2nd place. Kamyab finishes P3 from Anagnosiadis. Boris Lysen rounding out the top 3, but confirmation on your screen. Again, I'm scared too. My maths was correct. Kostoya and Turney confirm pole position for tomorrow. Craigie and Krutilov will join them on the front rows in those superheats. That is going to be an almighty day of racing tomorrow, Nicole.
Absolutely is, and despite that DNF by Zach Drummond after an engine issue, he's still right in there. We'll be starting overall, he's 5th. He'll be starting right at the sharp end of the field. That's your top 10. Then it's Noah Wolf, Daniel Kelleher, Roman Kamyab, James Anagnosiadis, Boris Lysen. We've then got Alpak Soy, Marcus Shilkunas, Luke Cordner, and Gino Rocchio. Then Elliot Kikinski. Chiara Batigue lost 3 positions within that one, then she finishes 11th. It's then Jakub Mikalev, Alexander Chartier, Efim Duranov and Jason Bralik that round out your top 15. 15 to 20 looks like Jason Bralik, Hugo Marti, Clara Kowalczyk, Marco Gast, Romeo Roussel and Nicolo Kuman, who has had a really difficult weekend of racing here. Sunanzi, Oliver Kim, Mark are your 2 final finishers of the race. And then we had DNS for Daniel Picorni, Amin Kara Osman, Clovis Nougare, Aston Sharp, Thomas Pradier and Joseph Smith.
Indeed, very dramatic race there for these drivers, but that's it. Qualifying heats are done and dusted. Noah Wolf ends the day on a high. He also finishes inside the top 10 in the intermediate classification. That's still a strong result. He's all happy. He will go tomorrow with a good starting position. The highlights from this race, well, Joseph Smith out of the race right at the start. That's a huge shame. That moment there on the start-finish line, you're just seeing the likes of Thomas Pradier and Alexander Chartier just getting absolutely tangled up with each other. I think Gino Rocchio also one of those drivers who got tangled up there. Aston Sharp at the start. Well, he spins, he tries to keep it going, but there's nothing he can do with the field coming through. The engine stalls, he tries to get it restarted, it doesn't restart, and he's out of the race on the opening couple of laps, and that is a big shame for him. The same would be for Thomas Pradir. He would later retire from that race on that opening lap. Too much damage to his kart sees him out of the race. But then all the way to the end of this one, Nicole, it was a little bit of a melee in that middle pack there. While the front were trying to break away, Wolf was there. Daniel Keller getting through into second place. We had to wait all the way to the end to see that fight unfold. But in the meanwhile, it was all kicking off in the pack with everyone fighting for position.
Absolutely was, but it was Daniel Kelleher that was your man on a mission within that race. We had drivers really struggling within that one, losing those karts and getting all over the rumble strips and off onto the grass. Off onto the grass, we had retirements from the 193 CRG kart, had to park it after damage to the right-hand side of the chassis. Daniel Kelleher and Noah Wolf, though, keeping each other honest through the last 3 or 4 laps of the race. Really both wanted that race win in there, but gave each other that room just to keep it firm and fair. There wasn't too much touching between the two karts, but this was the moment then. Noah Wolf just pipped Daniel Kelleher once more to take that race win.
Indeed, and it was quite the fight between the two of them. This was the last moment here, just again showcasing that wet line is faster on the outside around the final corner. But a run to the line, Wolf takes it from Keller, and it was a solid drive. Well, that is it. And for the last time today, how about a bit of rain out there? Because it's all falling down again. But I've got to say, it is very dry in this commentary box. And I've got to say, very much that Nicole, you have been in and out.
I've been a bit damp a few times. That's why I've got my coat on.
You've been running around out there. I feel very smug right now. I'm not going to lie. Sorry about that. But, you know, great work, I've got to say, from the marshalling team out there. They've endured those conditions. Great work from the camera crew as well, the film crew out there who have been out there dealing with those conditions, as well as the mechanics, as well as the drivers, as well as all the spectators here as well who have endured these conditions. What can we expect tomorrow, though? This is Sunday's schedule. We have one more qualifying heat for the Academy Senior Trophy. That'll be out first thing at 10 to 10 in the morning, and then we go into the Superheat, Superheat A and B for both OK and OK Junior, and then the 3 finals later on to Sunday. I believe they'll be a little bit longer than those laps that we see there, but it'll be Academy Senior, OK Junior, and OK to round out the day at relatively early time there. They will kickstart at 3:30, the very last final. From us here, though, myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, that's all we can do. I can't say it's raining anymore today. You'll have to wait for that tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see what the weather conditions will be like. But we'll say goodbye for now. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you bright and early for the MondoCar.com FIA Karting European Championships live here in Portimao.